Halen able to lock in the kill there. As I highlighted, Zukar so far stepping into map 3. Dictating the pace here already. Halen helps out. And now a triple swing. Trade is available. And the hard work done from Zukar to drop the bomb, find 2 more kills, is rewarded with a round win and a pistol.
Yeah, we finally got one for Regain. They've got to be loving it. And dude, the actual shot there onto the second guy pushing into house, man, was nasty out of Zukar. I mean, this is the guy that we constantly talk about, and that's kind of why, like, I've been saying, you know, starting out this game, I didn't talk that much about him, because, honestly, he's been so automatic with this. He's always been so good. So consistent, it seems, for this Regain team. Every time I see him, he's firing. And he's done it here again. Where that support comes from is the question. A key round victory. Chicken Coop on pistols. And that's about it. Couple upgrades. Tech 9 on just one. P250s otherwise at best.
I'm gonna goes through this one. Last-ditch effort towards B to try and sneak a bomb plant in, but that will be denied. Only a loss of an MP9 there, so no big concerns for Regain. Against the Eco, they handle business quite nicely.
Yeah, with 3 kills, it's a comfy rebuy for Halen, who goes down. Regain. It's actually an interesting conversation. Am I remembering correctly? Was it their CT side that was so solid in that that opening game against Kraken?
Yeah, I think they got 10-2 scoreline on the CT side.
That's what I'm remembering too.
Defenses between this duo there. Zukar gets sidelined, but then Halen, who steps up. B side so well staffed with the right members. Locks in a big victory already.
I mean, Halen, a guy that I think has been it's really paid off giving him time to develop here. You know, he got pulled up from main pretty quickly. And I think struggled on the initial like adjustment into advanced around a Regain team that had a little bit more firepower with Raytix on it. But all those changes last season has given him time to start to build into this, get a little bit more confidence, and I think he's really been thriving. Eagle. Chicken Coop really love this move. They love playing contact. We saw at B to open this round up. It's what we saw at mid here by Bagel to help break it open again.
V3 action here. Ball through, but look at this decisive move and a little small overstep from Frizzy cost him his life. Jumping over Littlebeard's head, but his teammate loses his life. And that doesn't really provide him much of a chance to surprise for too long. So defuse will comfortably take place there, and Regain stay flawless on the defense.
I say, Dirt, you're not gonna give Halen that AK, man?
Actually, I think we said earlier that it was 10 rounds on the CT side for Regain. They got it on the T side.
Was it? Okay, I couldn't remember which direction.
Because I remember Zukar having to close out those 3 defensive rounds in a row. And it did look good when he was hitting his stride. It was a 10-2 scoreline for that T side. So this makes a start maybe even more of a blessing here for Regain in this defense that is already being built up.
Deep flash. Dirk's going to be tossing over, get Sasha active in mid. A look in, and nothing spotted. Chicken Coop going to test the waters. A little bit more utility behind it, too. In Zukar now. He's flashed off the angle. Frizzy at the forefront. And that HE gives so much space for Halen to work with. It's a wild spray, but he'll get the action he wants. Overwhelming with bodies, it seems. Denial of the plant, no. That'll go through. Morrow gets another one in the meantime. Wait a second. Frizzy's got his. And now Frizzy solo. Gotta fly by the seat of his pants, but from the back of the site, there's a chance.
Yeah, he's boxed in, though. Nico, not aware of the motion, does adjust quickly enough, though. Makes him sweat. Up against those Tech 9s to the B hit, but enough damage done. Round gonna be one of your regain, gonna move on up.
Probably a little bit more complex than you would have liked on a round that's pistols and armor, but it's really Morrow that gets so much space on the back of that site. Follow-up is so fantastic. Halen, though, doing a wonderful job of staying alive. I mean, talking about support for Zukar, Halen 9-2 on back-to-back attempts towards B, and a little bit more on the retake as well towards A that he's getting out. That's exactly what you're hoping for.
Still building up a 4-0. You're able to get by these rounds in some form or fashion, and in some occasions, but surviving these rounds here is still so valuable. The CT's out of Anubis with already 4. To get maybe a little risky. Right, set up a fight early. Morrow pops a shot off. They throw a molly to evacuate this close right angle. That could be potentially a problem, but the flashes to regain control here are truly incredible. Bagel sets it up there. Zukar caught far out of position.
That's a great example of why the reps that Chicken Coop have been getting are so important here. That's a protocol that just doesn't exist if you don't have time invested. A little bit of a misstep there from Morrow, unfortunately, and that Molotov misses the mark, so close pillar not clear. Back sight, though, is. All of this is Supa just playing a bit of a game to hold someone here on A. He's done that. Halen, he's been so good. Has had so much value from that position, but he loses out. Dirk with the Tech 9? So confident taking that fight when he's got an op behind him, and Fuziko swings off the back of it. So it's 2, now 1, that Frizzy can't even start! That is so swift from Regain.
Yeah, they play with the confidence right there, and especially with that Tech 9 landing the first kill, forcing a player to go and trade the flank, then getting traded himself. They never really able to establish themselves in a post plant. Everyone just wanted to swing from that point forward. Regain continue to find a way to win. 5-0. Flawless so far on the defense, and this is a bit of a brutal tone being set. Being able to pull retakes off, getting rewarded with aggression, even if it's punished, you still win the round. So they're going to start to feel fearless, as you can already see from that last round.
And I mean, as absurdly aggressive as that was from Dirk, I mean, it is the reason that they win the round. Fuziko able to swing off the back of him, man. And they just never get settled into a post-plant Chicken Coop.
Not at all. Honestly, unsettled, forced to feel the disruption. Now, op shot rattles off. They're kind of revealing the setup, but second chance there. Supa now looking to pick up the pace a little bit, and oh my goodness, he's just entering with the op. 2 blinding kills like that. There's no coming back from a round like this. They will ensure it. Supa is had just about enough.
It really does feel like Supa sometimes. That's what he says, you know, in his head. We're just seeing what comes afterward, because like I said back on Ancient, the explosiveness that he has tucked away that he can pull out is pretty incredible. We saw a little bit of that on display.
I mean, if that doesn't get the rest of the squad on in order, I don't know what will. He just ran up middle, entered in first on a guy that knew there was an op around the corner. And then full sprints it to the camera peek. Head-to-head versus an up. Wins that duel as well. A little bit will even cause further damage in the end.
They needed that gun, and they needed it bad, actually. Halen's dropped over an MP9. He's going to have 5.7. A couple more MP9s and a few rifles. That's what they'll have working. Gonna get Fuzinko at the forefront of that over on A. He's tasked with a lot of the rifle towards E-bomb site, or what's mid, excuse me. Turk is lost. That smoke doesn't provide any coverage.
Free aggression covers off the A side. That's great info, but how much relief is that going to provide him?
Hold on. Well, I'm still deep in mid. There's a timing situation potentially here.
Not
Could be
leaving
sidestep.
Sticking around despite the chaos of this round. Not leaving A, but also might likely not be B. Well, 5-7 around that corner dealt with. There's still a player in E-box. 20 seconds, but you can play it for now CT. I mean, kind of an interesting route to the B side, but Zukar, desperate move. Does this work there? Does actually walk away with a kill. It keeps it alive there. Doesn't last too long, but just on Sasha.
He was the additional backup plan available for that one. As he escapes over to the pillar. Planted for him? No, not at all. So he'll take the fight, trying a timing. And it's Sasha who trades out off of Bagel's frag. 1v2. Clutch up against Frizzy. Regain. I mean, that round just should never have been theirs. From start to finish, they were at a pretty significant deficit. Man advantage already lost, sure, but the amount of space that Chicken Coop had in this map and bomb site never have allowed an avenue back, but yet here we are.
Those sort of tough, gritty routes right there from Regain are just gonna haunt Chicken Coop all the way through this matchup. They continue to find depth on the CT side. 6 rounds, single hiccup off of Supa's fantastic openings. They're running through the molly here. Smoke for the molly there, and now it's right back to confidence. Halen's surely dead. Does still manage to find a kill, surprisingly so, but Supa's op holds the line well.
And he's even looking for the second one that's seemingly certain to come in his mind. Eventually will fall away, but round set. Wow, great work from Supa. Who, despite the scoreline, seems to have good reads of this whole map. It's one on an individual level, Supa, that, you know, I've seen him play Anubis on, I'm thinking like 4 teams, 3 or 4 teams. And it's been in their map pool every time I've seen a Supa-led team.
Just too good. Looks super comfortable on this map there. Taking those op openings, being able to understand where the vulnerabilities are. Makes a lot of sense. Continuing to succeed now. Forced buy back in return for Regain after the round loss. Chicken Coop now closing this round out would mean the end of these forced buy wars, but no no means is this one a freebie here.
Yeah, but this is the worst that Regain have actually looked. The worst type of weaponry they've had. The most difficult. Chicken Coop currently maneuvering like they want to pressure towards B at least. But the hit, no certainty. I'm still leaning A, but easily rotate elsewhere. Maro doesn't know how close he was to finding Dirk track through that smoke.
Perfect pre-fire here. Thought maybe the game plan here, Halen would have a flashbang or something like that, but there's just no utility. Full evacuation on the A side. I think they're going to send a probe in. Go and try and find that information. There's Sasha going down. Zukar the same. All the while, A is fully open and clear. Want to go and try and find this gun. Halen will fight for it. Bomb gets planted. Can Halen survive now? Supa. It's been infuriating playing with this op. Chicken Coop. Do put it into the Force by Wars. They'll likely be able to bounce back here in this half because of it.
Supa, maybe a little old soul in him too. He's got the Markelov stickers on the gun. Throwback. You know, there's current fans of Counter-Strike 2 that don't even know who Markelov is.
Yeah, of course.
That's so sad. Because, I mean, bro, actually, like, legendary.
Oh, yeah. I think I
Back
still
in the day.
have my
Not just in
banner
Go.
on my, banner on my Reddit being flip side.
Yeah, 100%. The Markelov World Edit combo.
Cool.
That's a team to remember.
Flashbang perfectly placed right there. That's on the money. Now Supa's op, not the best tool with dealing with rushing pistols at your location. Maybe from this distance she'll be just fine there. The swarm. He spots it. Goes and fishes a long-range duel again.
He's playing a little ring around the rosy here.
Zoop. Hey, got some ecos for you, Frizzy.
Hey, Frizzy!
Oh, he let one slip. Frizzy! Frizzy! The betrayal.
Now we gotta have a talk. Problems.
The betrayal. Frizzy, how could you?
I gave them to you. I let you have them.
Ecos to your doorstep.
Literally hand delivered. You let me die? That's one I can't easily forget. I don't know about you.
Considering all the hard work Zuka has done to get them into this half, that's how he's rewarded. Give him the op at least.
Yeah, disappointing, really.
Come on
I
now.
mean, Frizzy did collect it. So
He got it. He got the op. We'll let it slide this time, Frizzy. Next time we might not be so nice.
shout out Frizzy, who is a super nice guy.
Yeah.
Just for the record.
Yeah, sometimes we just like to role play.
Like to have a little fun.
Yeah.
A little goof. Nothing goofy about the return to form though for Chicken Coop in this half. That's for sure.
Serious business. I mean, again, I thought that was Supa triple or double entry on A. It was going to be enough to inspire the troops and then lose the next round. I was like, oh, okay, so this is how this game's going to go. And then bounce back thereafter in a needed fashion here.
Regain all the rounds they've won this half. They have had a lot of MP9s. Like a lot.
Ain't that just the life of CTs, man?
I mean that is fair. It truly is, but
Just can't get
It's
away
like-
from that.
feels like for the strength that they've had, this should be a little bit better reward. But Durkon, not the big green, but the MP9, which Chunky, a little beer. He might be low, but he ain't gone yet. Uzinko learns that lesson the hard way.
One shot to the head right there. Little Beer lives with one shot left. He was down to 30 HP, but had enough to tank one shot. That's all that he gave an opportunity for. Halen will try and recover this B site. You know, watching a player lurk out like that is a bit of a red flag. Still, Halen getting no extra rotations here. Zukar steps forward towards middle, and there you go. There's finally that extra set of utility to secure site, plant the bomb. Only an HE tossed in pretty effectively, but reposition's good as well.
Yeah, with a little bit already low, that ease up Frizzy. Be a little bit easier to kill these M4s now. Just a headshot required for any of them. In the FAMAS, actually. Flashbang in. Oh, and they catch him. Frizzy tracks him even through the smoke, and it's damage done. Dirk, a nade with his name on it. He just quick enough, and now it's that low HP, and that low HP might be enough.
Ooh.
Dirk, it's close. It's tight, but he's got it. Oh, Regain. Pick up the final round. Or, excuse me, the penultimate round. Make their way back.
That's just a very decisive clutch right there from Dirk. Knew he had a time limit and had to remain flawless. Look, he checks the bomb and just hunts down the kill. If Little Beer isn't in that corner, round's over. He wouldn't have had time. But Little Beer, unable to escape. Started off that round low in HP. And it ends up breaking him in the end. So an extra 7th round now, and a little momentum stopper. A chance for 8 CT rounds is so fantastic. And again, you can talk about the chicken coop recovery, partially off the back of constant economic pressure, but if Regan can close out with 2 in a row here, I think that they'll be incredibly happy heading into the second half. I think they'll be happy either way.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Especially after, you know, some of the struggles we saw in their opening matchup that we were referring to, harkening back towards. But there's that CT side frustration that we've been talking about. You mentioned the last round. What's the reward for winning? Hey, have another MP9. Actually, 2 instead of just the 1. Sasha, very lucky to be live. I think he's starting to recognize Supa's maneuvers. Flashbang to get him out of a main. And so Sasha has to kind of give space in response, especially with how low he is. Frizzy just a walk right in. That's some timing. Gonna strike out its best and its worst, but Sasha cannot stay alive long term.
Still one hiding in the backline. Dirk again with a bomb down now and no chance to run away. Bagel put himself in the danger zone. Flashbangs are good on both sides there. Zukar actually sets his teammate up and he has to dodge and weave. And Bob, what he ends up getting bested here is Morrow. Puts up in the clutch. HE is gonna sink more damage in. It's gonna do the kill. It's gonna land the kill. Zukar with an absolute touchdown has landed it right onto Morrow and has moved on up to 8 rounds, another clutch round.
And here's how close this game is. That's another one where I don't think if Morrow actually can fight that out, there's enough time. Zukar doesn't have a kit. He had the full 10-seconder, and only the fact that he can just toss that nade in, walk away with the victory, and onto the defuse immediately is where he can find victory. Back-to-back clutches for Regain. And a half of tight-knit wins. It's almost perfect. About a second pistol, huh?
Yeah, well, what's better than one pistol, too? And an instant entry there. Goes the dual Berettas. Hitting the floor. Eagle, though, comes in with a... What? That was a headshot there. That's crazy. It must have been a running inaccuracy. Led him up to a bit of a fortunate headshot there. Maybe a new lease on life as the bomb was dropped on the top of the cake, and that really disrupts this one. Halen's still alive. The knives are out. Morrow charges. Ruthless kill to close out a round, and Chicken Coop are on the board here in the second half.
Dude, there's just so much to talk about in that round. Where do you even start? How about what are we doing, Zukar? Why are we on cake?
I thought the bomb dropped there. I think.
I thought he had the bomb.
Oh, if that's the case, that's crazy.
Maybe it did drop. I mean, that had to have been it.
I just can't imagine another reason why else you would even.
I can't either, which is why I'm saying that. Had to have been.
Try and watch the stream maybe for a second look. That's hilarious if he's just jumping up there. He's loaded.
And then we got knives out, bro. In a 1v3 that Halen could have won. I just wanted to be clear. Like, Halen could have won that round if he had a little bit more ammunition.
Oh my god, this is expensive.
I mean, winning the round seems a little bit far-fetched, but a bomb plant, certainly.
Any extra kills here? This is out on that first one. Frizzy looking to capitalize. So he knows to target the low HP bar. And there's an extra. Now he can play off the bomb here. It's a 1v1. It's a stock standard 1v1. He's got an extra teammate in the bomb, but swings out, goes for the killing blow.
That's the care that Frizzy takes. A little bit more time to work with on that bomb too, even despite a kit. Don't know if there was actually one down within reach, but doesn't look like it. That was indeed incredibly expensive for Chicken Coop, who, I mean, to be honest with you, kind of treated that round like it was a certain thing, like they had already won it, and then got a big wake-up call when they didn't.
Yeah, when you're down and you're losing a lot of clutches, I don't think you can treat any round like it's a freebie. There is no relief. Regain have scrapped their way through a great first half. You can't take anything lightly here.
It's a gun round that looks more like a bonus, but isn't really. It's all the investment. Chicken Coop on CT side. Again, will posture up in their default. Something they like to do. They really like to pressure this E-box position. But I think they're going to find, based on what Chicken Coop are looking like, not as free an avenue as they've sometimes found against other opponents. Huge frag. Supa down. Sasha now a threat. And let the rest of his team start to contact out. Bagel actually gets to Sasha first and AK and escape. Well, thank you very much. We'll hang on to the utility. Halen thinking to put down the Molotov, but he holds it.
I think Bagel just made a lot of noise like he was heading in the direction of CT spawn, but this isn't going to be a fake that can really linger. Because it's coolly contained. Put him down to 1 HP right there with that HE. Halen, a little bit vulnerable to the idea of a camera walkout. But steps out, and wow, what a second headshot. Turns around and makes a second look easy. Regain, gonna move on up on the first gun round, and the costly nature of Chicken Coop and round 2 of this half up against Glocks is now being paid forward here. It's probably just maybe forced by, I don't know.
I mean, 1900 coming into next round. I mean, to be honest, it felt like a forced by angle, but looks like Chicken Coop gonna try and keep a little bit of money. end off. It's stacked towards B. Halen looking like a downright star on Anubis. Great dodge in the flash. What a great position. It's not going to pay off for a multi, but basically perfectly aligning Chicken Coop's attempted play with the counter.
Quick spin of the mouse, yeah. A little beer. On a bit of a prout.
Where'd that AK drop?
Right there.
Found it. Eyes get wide. Your little beer. Little beer, but big eyes. On that AK.
Unless you're playing puppy guard. Bomb might explode and no, it'll drop right to his doorstep and then you're ripped away from Sasha. Oh man, that is brutal.
Yeah, this is not a good buy. Chicken Coop. They go in for it here. I mean, it's 3 MP9s if Supa wants utility. It's 2 MP9s at least, and Maro's not got a lot of cash either. So if he gets a rifle, see, he had the bomb. I'm so confused.
So that was the bomb on the pistol?
All I know is that when Zukar died, he dropped the bomb. So he had it when he fell on top of Cake.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if that's because he just grabbed it or not, because you didn't get to see the map in the replay. I think benefit of the doubt probably deserved in that one.
That's fair. Yeah.
Usually some sort of
reason to jump on that Cake.
Yeah.
Though it does sound good right now.
Yummy. They actually got a lot out here. I mean, it took a lot of prices to pay in utility, but gun-wise, it's pretty handy.
Wow. Zinko had himself a tougher time here after map 1. Struggled on Mirage, able to step up into Anubis. That is just a fantastic double coverage on Dirk, lead to a bomb plant, and a save for the remainder. They run away to B, looking to find their safety.
I mean, you can't buy in on this round with how little Chicken Coop had to work with to start, and then lose the A bomb site and then go for it. That's the problem. And here's the other difficulty. Regain had such a phenomenal first half that each of these rounds are really costly. Chicken Coop really can't do this too much, though. These frags, keeping these guns, oh so imperative. One more problem, and that's Zukar, and he's dealt with quickly and easily. Said that.
I just lose one right at the end.
Yeah, I might have told you a lie.
Right at the buzzer. Dropping another player.
Do up the foghorn sound effect. Thank you. Hate to see that one for Chicken Coop. It's not too bad. That's a loss that they hate to see, but they'll take at the end of the day. Maro about to be tested, though.
Yeah, he's locked in. He's spotted 100%.
I love this response, though. Gotta take the space. They know the pressure's on it, main. So E-box is where they take. See nothing. Nada. And this is a great call for Regain. The jig was up. Chicken Coop knew what was coming down, and so they'll reroute.
A nice early position, but what a trade. It's instant, and Little Beer makes sure that they end up positive on it. Late peek through middle. And managed to... Want to. grouped up with bomb in the palm of their hand. That's the big reason as to why they should be happy with the victory.
I think they waited on that flash. They got, I think it was Frizzy into position. He had the only flash left for Chicken Coop.
R's going to go in this round, especially with that kill coming through.
That'll do. Perfectly read out of Chicken Coop. I mean, they got the early info. They reacted accordingly. Put Supa into a great position. Took back the space. Never let up. A lot of positives out of a round like that if you're Chicken Coop. Down by 4. Looking to claw your way back.
You gotta take the wins now would live on them. They're gonna regress. The slow walk though, right into the open arms of Halen. No flashes, no utility, just hoping that they could win the duel, and Halen walks out victorious with a double kill.
Well, they really like to play contact, man. They just really do. It's a tried and true method for Chicken Coop, but
They have completely evacuated A as well.
yeah, failure on this round, and that's A bomb site. That's where Regain are headed. You heard us saving. That's what we're about to see here.
Bomb has been planted.
It's easy to be critical of a move like that for Chicken Coop when it doesn't work, but a quick flashback moment to all the times it's been so successful for them over the course of this series. The way that they've approached a lot of the T side, actually more than the CT side, but you know, true of their CT side too. You can think back on Ancient to the when, you know, Supa's reaggressing down B ramp. He's kind of, you know, got 2 players there, and a lot of times you're going to get a flashbang into that location, but you know, they were looking to just play off of one another. A lot of that on middle in Mirage. Harkening back to the mid plays that were so effective to help Supa get back into this map. All of those little things, very successful, where Chicken Coop find a brick wall in the form of Halen this round. Gives 12 to Regain. 4 turns to 5. And the last tack timeout gets called.
What it's all going to be leaning on here is this whatever discussion at this point. Being able to hang in here up against Regain is not an easy task. You can see their defaults just hold up so steady. They're so good at offering up trades. And this right here from Halen, looking to end off this map.
Said he's looking like a star, but I mean, it has been him. Star power behind this map. It's like Regain tossing Chicken Coop a little bit of taste of their own medicine. They'll just creep on in. Let Dirksop get posted. They remain in position. That flashbang might be enough to give some indication that Ott makes noise. They call off the back of this. Little Beer waits on the flash. Zukar gets there for the trade, and it's more than that. It's a double kill.
The numbers punched in. HE is damaging. Molly's keeping this defense at bay. And a man advantage still maintained here for this T side all the while. Halen on forward on the site. Takes care of business on the first. And now Frizzy just left into the 1v2. 2 players left in the back. Deep position of A main. Possibility for this to go wrong, unlikely. And stepping forward, running it around with the corner with the P250. Dirk ready to end this one off, and Regain will be able to hang on to their position in the Swiss stage. They move forward 2-2. Chicken Coop sadly means that they are eliminated here. We will say goodbye to them here, and hello to the bright future of Regain trying to fight back.
I mean, Regain making their own luck and making a what I think technically you could consider an upset here, but as we talked about at the beginning of this series, a back and forth matchup that we had anticipated going exactly that way. And lots of moments to talk about difference makers, but if you zoom out a little bit, obviously Halen, an incredible map of Counter-Strike in Anubis, but winning 2 pistols certainly didn't hurt.
No, having both of those going in your favor after going 0-4 in the last 2 maps before that, being able to build up fantastic clutches on the CT side, 8-4 half, that's very hard to come back from. Knowing that you have a good T side in your bag as well, you just have so much confidence to make moves. They got to hold their default, they got to hold tight, and every mistake that the opposition there made, and it just felt like it was amplified all the more from Chicken Coop.
Think about that first half. Could have been a 6-6. It was Dirk, and I think it was Halen, Dirk on the MP9, but then another clutch up, 1v1 in the round afterward. Like, those are the clutch moments that, allowed for them to have such a strong first half, and transition that, get that early win in the second half and move on from there. All of these little things, really adding together to help Regain, and, especially moving from Mirage, where it seemed like Zukar was the only guy who was really ready to go, onto Anubis, where it was a team effort, and where we saw, Halen doing some of his best work. All of these things just, putting them into a winning stead, making this ultimately look like a Regain team that we know can provide a lot of excitement, and they sure showed it out there towards the end.
Yeah, that they did. Looking forward to seeing, again, if this is a roster that can actually, make the playoff run at this point. They're making the case more comfortably. Now 2-2, a win away from getting to that position. So a huge deal for this opportunity in this team. And obviously, again, just a win away from getting there. That being said, though, we're just a few moments and minutes away from getting on into our second map. That is going to be a little bit later down the line. We do have a short break before we hop into it. That's going live in about 27 minutes. Start time. Bad News Capybaras up against Revel, guys. Stick with us. We will be right back with that second best of 3.
Well, we've already gotten a look at who will be continuing on and who, unfortunately, is out and gone. We're going to get one more chance here tonight to see another team move forward and another one eliminated. It is our second best of three of the night as Revel and Bad News Capybaras are going to be kicking this one off. This is a best of three call that I'm actually pretty excited for. I think Revel have had a lot of chances here, but this is a CCT event that they've struggled in.
Yeah, not the greatest of results. Almost got you got a map off, and felt like on the maps that they lost, it was a little bit one-sided. But versus In Control, that is, and then Chicken Coop, obviously that's how they got their one win so far. But they bounced back with a hard-fought victory versus Lotus FE. Managed to pull that win into the mix there, and I think that's a big deal there. Good opportunity to bounce back. They take that one to 3 maps as well. So it leaves them with a Bad News Capybara roster, who I feel like has already been able to show so much impressive results in ECL at the moment. And then you also look at what they've been able to do so far in CCT. And like I had highlighted, partially the reason as to why they are entering even into this position is because they did have to forfeit one of their maps here as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that definitely is gonna, it hurts them. It's the reason they're in the 1-2. Not, I mean, I don't know that we'd be talking about a 2-1 or anything like that, but it definitely hurts. That Akimbo game wouldn't have been an easy one. I would have probably rated Akimbo to take that if I was putting odds together myself. But Bad News Capybara is definitely in that conversation regardless. And this is a team that I think as a core has shown up, has really shown that they're kind of worth what they maybe weren't quite able to prove last season of ECL, but that they're at that level. And I think that if we want to have a very real, very factual conversation about what Revel have been able to do, I don't think it's looked great. I think that they've looked like they struggled. And the fact that they pick up a win, yes, but it was a tight win over a Lotus FE team. I think that Revel have it all to prove right now.
Yeah, there is no question that they have a lot to prove here. Gonna try and set the tone right with a victory and a try to pull off an upset. When it's fight for survival, you've got nothing to lose, really. I think they know that they're coming into this one as the underdogs with that fact, so even more value to their name in that sense. But still, you got to put up a fight versus, I think, a team that's consistently proven themselves week by week and looking better and better with every step that they're taking. So that's kind of a worrisome fact at the moment.
Let's look into this Bad News Capybaras team just a little bit before we dive deep into Revel, because I mean, this is a core of the Take Flight roster that last season, Grave, CBS, J Chance, they didn't look great. I think it's fair to say. In fact, didn't even really make a splash in relegation. I think they were third, fourth in the relegation tournament, but they really got a leg up. Taking the chance to move forward with some of the spots that were given up in ECL this season. And I think, to be fair, whilst they certainly have been fighting close to a lot of those advanced squads kind of on the come up, I think that they've also proven with some of their games here in CCT that they have the capability, and an upset win even in a BO1 over Boss definitely helps out in that whole scenario. But an addition of Laffy Tees and Gabe, I think, adds some additional depth to a roster that was already, I think, strong.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're kind of taking a step in the right direction there in terms of the pickups that you've been able to bring to the table. Again, as I've highlighted, you're already seeing the fruits of their labor. It's victories over a team like Boss, who I think is pretty exciting heading into the season. They obviously have gone through a lot of changes, but they capitalize on it in a gritty overtime game versus that team. Close versus Nouns in multiple maps, which was very impressive. Making Nouns work for wins. It's all really good. And then when they're playing up against competition that they should be feeling, very confident up against, say the Chicken Coops, they're sweeping them. So for me, I expect this team to come into this matchup and play with the confidence that they deserve to have here. And I mean, we'll take a look at the other side of things here and see what their opponents are made of in Revel. This is a roster that I did really enjoy watching versus Lotus FE. Love to see what Mads was able to do in quite a bit of those maps. I mean, just felt like playing a super stable role, especially when it looked like on Nuke. Just super impressive how she was able to play out in that lobby position. But for the rest of the squad there, obviously this is a big opportunity to say, hey, I can do damage. I can fight up against some of the better rosters in the Swiss stage. And again, when you feel less pressure, when you're playing with nothing to lose here, you're the underdog. It does give you a lot of confidence.
Yeah, I'm gonna speak frankly for a moment here. In that I'm a big fan of this Revel roster, and that I'm a fan of a lot of these players. But let's just be very real. This is a ECL team that was in ECL last season, up against the main team. Like, just straight up on the docket. That's tough, and that's why you're setting it up as an uphill battle here for Revel, a difficult task. I think that is absolutely where we're at, and the other part that's kind of difficult, the changes that they made into this in and through this offseason, I think are on the whole good. I actually really liked what I saw from Brox, who I hadn't got an opportunity to see at all until that Lotus FE game. But a guy that was in IM not that long ago, but then made main and got picked up to this team. He looked good. And Toasty, who had some incredible upside that we've been able to see before in that best of three specifically. Add to that, two very reliable pieces in Mads and Penny that I already know can deliver consistently. This is a team that I like a lot, but I think that in this specific situation is in some trouble.
Yeah, and the way you put it up there, this roster currently competing in main versus a team that is competing in ECL and doing a good job of that competition. I think there's a difference in just competing in ECL and being able to, actually put up a fight. Is that it does create a bit of a tough tone. But I do think so many of these players, I mean, all of these players really advanced level at the very least when it comes down to their skill, when it comes down to knowing their capabilities. It's just about being able to bring in your level, your peak here versus this Bad News Capybara for 2 maps, enough to try and lock in a victory. And that's obviously going to be a difficult task here for this squad here, because the Bad News Capybaras on the other end of things are going to be throwing up punches constantly and looking to test the level of respect they need to even give you in this matchup.
Yeah, leads us into a veto conversation that could get interesting. It's been an Anubis type of situation for Bad News Capybaras. To be honest with you, they've really liked that, but so have Revel. So I'm curious to see who's going to pick that one out first. But I mean, let's take a look. We got Nuke actually for Bad News Capybaras to start things out. We'll give Revel a chance to start on the CT side. I think that's a little bit of a nice to have when you're talking about going up against a map like Nuke. But there's the Anubis. It's Revel who looked to pick it up. I thought, I was certain we would see Anubis. Honestly, just curious on who brought it out. And it's Mirage left as our decider. Still no train, man. I gotta look at the stats. I'll go fact checking here in a little bit. But I don't think we've seen a single train map in CCT North America.
I haven't seen it in the decider. I haven't seen it in the broadcast at all. But maybe while we were gone, someone decided to sneak it through just to spite us there. But yeah, I mean, I think it's still a little bit unpopular. And it's just going to be one of those maps that I think needs a little bit more time to develop, maybe?
Yeah. I think that's fair. I mean, and you've said this before, but also a matter of losing Vertigo. That's a map ain't nobody wanted to play, especially here in NA. So it's easy for that to like transition the new map into your ban. Even if it's a second round ban situation. But yeah, Nuke, Anubis, and Mirage, leaving us with a nice position, I think, for Bad News Capybaras specifically. Like, Nuke is a big question mark for me for Revel. I haven't really gotten the opportunity to see too much from them, but this is where I think that Bad News Capybaras have kind of proven that they can win these games against teams like Revel. That maybe they will struggle on Nuke against teams that are on the upper echelon of ECL, But when you're talking about a more reasonable matchup, then they're here to thrive.
Yeah, drive they are looking to do right there. I mean, they're looking to close out some confidence here in this matchup and show up with that same level of play. So we'll see if they can do that. I think we have a little bit of a delay in kicking off this one, so we're gonna be tossing this one to a little bit of a break. And once we do come back, we should be able to start this series off smooth sailing on Nuke here. Bad News Capybaras.
It took a moment, but we're gonna get there. Bad News Capybaras get their start. T-side on their map pick of Nuke. We'll see what Rebel have on offer. Cole, it is an uphill battle as we kind of set up in that pre-show. Now we get to see exactly how that goes.
See what they're made of. I mean, this was honestly one of the better maps that Revel put up here. I was really impressed with their Nuke in the mix. So we'll see if they can replicate that same sort of impressive nature against some fierce competition here that have picked into this map, but are not scared about maybe playing up against their opponent's strengths here. As they wrap into the A side. No utility dispense, just gonna look to take a dry contact. Mads hit a headshot there before dipping out there.
That's incredible. I can't believe she's got a kill and gets away. How swift that date comes in. It's a completion onto Penny, and Crave gets 2. So Toasty dismissed, as is Mads and Brox. It's Jackro 1v4. Attempt made, but not very far into it before Bad News Capybaras will put him on notice. This is wonderful stuff for Mads. Great shot. Can't believe it's on target considering the aim punch.
Yeah, I mean, that was very impressive opening campaign there from Mads, but afterwards, Bad News Capybaras just power and muscle their way on into that bomb site pretty quickly. Didn't throw any utility either, just kind of taking that drive run of approach. Preemptive molly. Gabe, making sure that there's not 5-7s around that corner chasing him down. Always a good idea, I feel like. Instead, it's a 5-stack. High and even higher, what we call this one.
To the moon, even, one might say.
Now you're getting crazy.
Alright. It's pretty high up, so I've been told. I'd have to go outside to look up, and we don't do that, so. Tough for me. Well, sticking to what they got, and it is that stack. But seeing nothing. At what point, past the 1 minute mark now, did they move out of this thing?
Ultra careful. They are wondering where on earth these defenders are. Wait, they're not on A, J Chance says. I think he's gonna go out there and wait, they're not on B. So that means there's only one place they can be. Seabass is about to find that out. Perfect flash. And hello. Got him.
Well, there we go.
Got him.
That was the whole idea. But Seabass, I mean, his careful approach really rewarded there, huh? 4 kills. Has any other gun, too? I mean, AK would have worked, but, you know, Galil pretty strong, tapping at that range against USPs. That's something you can really always rely on Jackro-led teams to do well, is just have some ideas for their eco rounds. You know, very rarely are you going to see them, you know, sort of just send it somewhere. There's usually some sort of plan. Now, whether that goes well or not, always to be seen, but usually something there. Something that Jackro brings.
Bring a little flank, though, and does succeed there. 2 quick kills to keep the numbers even. That's a huge relief. Otherwise, they would have been losing space outside and would have had nothing to retake it. There goes Penny now fighting for the other side of the map. But Toasty, I think, got a little surprised. Now they have an idea of where the last 2 remaining players are, but not certainty. Jackro's still positioned lower. Flashbang gonna try and bounce it up the vents, but that flashbang bounced off of the Tetris boxes and right back to no man's land here now is Penny.
Wow.
And he gets blasted, bursted out of the round here from the Laffy Keys.
A little UMP enjoyer over there, it seems. Well, you just got back into the competitive space, but we aren't in the past. You didn't deserve that, but I was also way further back than when Laffy T's last competed before this squad. Another pistol round. Another different look. Doubled up rafters. Mad's down lower. Fortunately for Revel, it's looking likely that it's a pop towards the ramp side. It's not even a pop. It's just the walk out slow and steady. Jacker will look to investigate. Spots one. Start to call into question what's going down.
Very cautious. Again, Bandus Capybars playing the exact same approach they did last Eco. With precision and caution. You're going to walk the way down into the B side with bomb. Brave is going to get surprised. Mads with a quick shot. They move forward with an AK in hand and probably a save at the end of the day, but AK Richard's always nice. Maybe two. No, maybe four that actually hits the floor. But
that'll do. Don't think that that's going to be so easy to grab up, though. Laffy T's is trying to make sure of that. Jackro somehow getting into the back line there. 250 almost betrays Penny.
Terrorists win.
But it's all in the attempt to ensure Mads can save, and she's good. Safe as can be back in CT spawn. So, I mean, Rebel, they'll take that. Give Brock's an early AWP.
AWP always nice there. Brock and a little bit of energy back into this fight for the defense, but the execution's quick and swift. And the headshot is instant from Laffy T's. Now there's that Brock off. They have forced someone down the vents instead of holding off that A side there. As you can see, Tosi has fled the scene. That's going to be another situation here. I mean, how interested are you on a retake realistically?
Would have been very interested a couple of seconds ago, but with no more teammates other than Penny, who's sort of disjointed out of the round already, the answer is not at all for Toasty. It's just an instant dismissal, and Brock's with a phenomenal first frag. That trade when Mads goes down is wonderful to see, but really forces himself forward in a position against a against a smoke that he really can't afford to be in. J-Chance died so hard he got knocked out of the server. At least that's what it looked like for a second.
Banished.
He's back, or maybe never left. It just looks like it.
A nice shot from Mads to open it all up there. A little give and take. Unfortunately, Mads had the USP, but all things considered here, Bandus Capybara is not fearing the resistance just yet. still looking as strong as can be. Shutting down his defense with their powerful executions and that quick headshot. I think this is the entry. Look at that. Burst onto the head of Mads before they can react to the execution. Before they can even get up the ladder.
And that's through the CT Molotov as well, where she hopes that she can get a little bit of coverage there, but just absolutely no respect given. Provide some time to maybe get Brox involved, but no. See that op continue on. Alongside the rifles. Position for Penny over on ramp. And it's about the opposite for Revel on the A-bomb site. A little bit more passive. Ooh, that cross. Wow. Wonderful stuff from Jackro, who's on target. Mads gets hers. Gate with the 2. To get into the A-bomb site. Jay Chancel try and work this back.
Gonna put it into a clutch here. Molly as well. Doesn't throw it. Just gets the bomb down. Well, tries to rely on the hesitancy here, but Brock has enough health. Goes down to 19, but wins his quick flick. Revel are on the board. Jacker with a massive defense of that initial prong.
I mean, that's the type of moves, by the way, that I'm referring to when I talked about Brox as well. You know, a guy that I hadn't seen and had the privilege to watch yet before this CCT tournament, but he's hit some impressive shots like that make me feel very confident about his future. Quite the being, I think, the least experienced player on this roster by a pretty significant margin. He said a lot of experience across the board. I think this is what is it, four times Jacro's made advance qualified.
It's crazy. He's the most qualified advanced player then in that case.
I think he's got to be.
There you go. I actually don't know if that's true. I just thought that'd be a little funny zing as Mads aggresses in. And they spot out nothing. It's all clear, but the bomb is dropped all the while.
Seabass.
Cut off in the vents.
Well, that's devastating for Seabass. He's like sitting in main thinking he's got the perfect location. No, nobody goes his way.
Oh my god, though. They're just getting knocked out headshots right now. Brock on the op does get the peek he was looking for, though. The smoke down might make things a little bit more tricky for the CT side. Smoke through single door.
I'm taking.
That's a great read. Fantastic read right there. Bomb gonna be tapped. You're gonna look to play body block protection onto the diffuser. 3 kills lined up, not before the defuse takes place. But Grave got them all. Grave made them pay. But Rev will find the round.
I mean, you said it yourself. Gotta play the body block, and body block they do. Everybody falls in front of the diffuser first and foremost, but ultimately he's the president that you're protecting. Huge awareness there from Brox. I mean, that's a great patience play from him, but yeah, look at that, man. Got a lot of bodies to rip through at your grave. Jackro up in the mix. He's having a game already. Jackro with another double kill. That's his 3rd multi of this map.
Creates a 3rd kill in the lobby as well as they chase down that trade. Now it's able to sideline one more. Dust settles 2v3. A chance made last round incredibly pricey. You gotta win for it to matter here, and Jacker just continues to take that option away from them, it seems.
B3 not undoable, though. Mads down onto the B site. Penny deep into Squeak. And Brock's about to be targeted. There's 50 seconds here for Bad News Capybaras to take their time about this approach up into heaven.
Jumping out there. Oh, and he scanned over his opposition. Nice kill from Brock to finish it off there. Keep it nice and tidy. Reads into where the last is coming in from. And Revel bouncing right back on this CT side. Not falling victim to the scary triple kill that came through from Grave right there. Being able to show up like this, Jacker with another multi-kill. And like you said, those multis are really just changing the way that these rounds are played out.
I mean, that's oftentimes, you know, a weakness, I think, of this Rebel team is that sometimes Jackro on an individual level can struggle to find the impact. That's just not true right now. This is wonderful to see. Got everybody firing, and it's an eco for Bad News Capybaras. Don't have a flash, rather. Get this off. That's a difficult shot. Great pathing. And another nade drop. The finishing touch as Brox will grab one more with his scope weapon and the utility. Rebel handle business.
Shot there from Brock. Cap it all off. Like I said, using his weapon. A choice. Using a cheese. Just skedaddle out of those rough positions. Whatever it takes. It'll do the trick.
Stalwart hold out of Rebel against pistols. Now it's back to the real guns. Have an off for J chance, but go rifles. It is J Chance who's handling any sort of yard aggression though. Angle will help out.
Good kill, but now how do you escape comfortably there? Penny able to dodge out in the fight there, and Jackro again, sneaky as can be, playing out in this outer yard. He's all over the map, catching him by surprise. Penny didn't fade away either. Speaking of sneaky, Gabe has the jump on him. Doesn't last long though. Jackro will trade. Penny will step forward. It's a full house between that duo. Closing out the round there. 3 kills from Penny on the ramp anchoring. Jacker's got the other 2.
And this is where you really talk about Rebel as, you know, putting together a solid squad after the changes from last season. We saw how reliable Mats can be, particularly on this map. We know her experience. Penny has been phenomenal, quite consistent. You bring in a bit of an unknown, I think, in Brox. He's showing up. Rebel equalize. Another chunky nade to open proceedings. Bad News Capybaras will start from a deficit. Again, Jackro is automatic with this thing.
They gotta be careful here around, not yet secured. Couple headshots get sent back in return. J Chance, oh boy. Still hanging in there. Surviving a lot of peaks given to him. So many opportunities. And he finally capitalizes on a kill, putting it into a 1v2. Gabe in a manageable position with an AK and armor.
Crucially, the bomb. Just a very approachable 1v2. Mads and Toasty trying to keep it together. Playing a back-to-back setup towards door. But ultimately, Gabe sidesteps them both. down towards the Bravo base, where he'll, of course, be heard as soon as he opens any door, breaks the glass. That'll be so much time for him to get the bomb on the ground.
Toasty and Mads joining up here, backstern. Oh, and he just moonwalks right into the Toasty flank. Slams the door in his face. And Revel claim a lead now.
So hard to read what's going on there for Gabe, to be fair. He's thinking that, you know, in response to doubling up, they're just going to take lobby control, especially considering that's where I think he was last seen. Maybe half towards ramp, but in reality, Rebel just turtle up, play it together, and don't move a muscle. So both down the vent, as you said, he walks back, turned into their crosshair. Ultimately, that round wasn't one of the big ones, though. This one is. Rebel tight lead now, and they could make it lead into the half with this win.
If they can do it. Stringing a lot of rounds in a row here. As they now look to hold down this A site. Jackro with another multi-kill. Helped up by Toasty and Mads. They lock down this bomb site. Multi for Mads as well. J-Chance. Trio right around the corner. And while they may be lined up, over the shoulder, Brock's up. We'll put it to rest. And Revel, was that 7 rounds in a row right there? Did they lose any in the mix?
No, I don't think so, actually.
I think they just swept the rest of that half there after going down 0-5.
I mean, and it's Jackro who is the biggest factor for it. Like, I mean, this is just a good example. These are ecos, but, like, dude, so swift on some of those. Absolutely stunning, and Bad News Capybaras with no real bad half out of him, but Rebel really bring it back out of nowhere. Brock's consistently too. That'll make it difficult. Gabe and Seabass get up into the mix. On door, Lively Tees has gotten all the space that is given up. Get a back turn, head looking the wrong direction. Toasty 1v5 just started before it falls.
Knocked out right there in the end. Nice attempt. Start conversation, but so devastatingly shut down there in the beginning stages of that. Couldn't really leave the floor. Both pistols now converted by the News Capybaras, and like you said, you know, at the end of the day, you're looking at the scoreline. It's not a bad half. It's more so the way that they got there, which is the bigger concern, but being able to get 5 rounds on a CT side, the T side is always pretty valuable here. Deck 9 rush straight into the ramp player, though. Brave put to the task, threads a kill before falling further back, staying alive, bringing in rotates, and that'll come through just in time for the finishing blow from Gabe.
Yeah, that looks okay until you realize that Rebel fully got into that. They went all the way with the money. So, can't really keep up that pressure anymore. Should be an eco round. Though, a couple of deagles picked up. In that scenario. Bad News Capybaras, though, with an equalizer. Putting a little bit more together.
Oh. As I highlighted right there, that's what Mads does best. Such an effective lobby lurk on this team. So good at punishing, you know, that exact position. Jackro, what? You just owned him. P250 versus A1S.
That range, too.
Who would win? The answer might surprise you.
Look now to find out. Nice care though by Seabass. I mean, that's taking the extra time to get all of those little angles, those pesky ideas cleared out. Grave. He did it last round, and it's an off angle further back. Catches Mads, and he goes back into the same location. So successful for him last time out. Jacro and Co. will reroute. Where's the upper bomb site?
Oh, giving this one a good try here. I'm gonna be planted. That's already a bit of a win. That's a huge win right there. Penny sidelines Gabe up the fence. Crazy shot. Trying to get his teammate involved here, Seabass. Gotta be careful, and he loses out the head-to-head. Now Penny, mobility on that ladder is pretty decent. And Grave will still be able to be accurate enough to land both kills. The ladder shenanigans save him, and Bad News Capybaras take the lead.
I mean, that's a massive clutch for Grave, and an attempted 1v3 that barely didn't go his way. It's a 1v2 that he wins after he stays alive, holding off the ramp aggression. But still, another multi-kill out of Jacro. And Revel stay very competitive in this thing. All those rebuys forced up on the Bad News Capybaras. The dream of an eco for Revel. Too much success initially, but Seabass comes in for the late swing. Oh, and that's nasty out of Gabe.
Yeah, just so sneaky around these smokes, catches one off guard. Lobby control contained. There's not a great option to route away from this here as Laffy Tees protects his teammate just in time. They've evacuated out a yard in the meantime. That's going to be called clear by Seabass now. And I don't know how much more of an effort we're going to even see out of this round. Oh, both spotted each other. Still Brock comes out on top, but yeah, it's not to the A side, it's straight up the ladder so that they can save.
Now when the round is no more, escape, survive. That's at the front door of Revel and their thinking. Bad News Capybara still making some moves, but honestly, I think they could leave this where it lies. They don't have a ton of money, so 4 surviving would be a nice find. They are gonna push the issue. Flashbang. They can't close the distance fast enough, I don't believe. Just as the round expires, they will not be able to turn the corner. Tactical bot's taken and cleared away by Revel now. Something down the road of recovery.
Ramp side feels a little bit They're stabbed here at the moment. And Grave does not give up on the fight. Wanted to hold down the line, but loses one of those ramp rotates, or other lower rotates right there. The lower side they will go. Seabass is offering up resistance, but turns the corner into a death trap. The chance is low. Lafayette is mollied out. Gonna hang around here for too long there. Brock was just decided for them, I'd imagine.
Thinking a chance maybe if a little bit more could have been done via Grave, but he, like you said, he sticks around so long in that initial fight towards the Ram side. News Capybaras, I mean, J Chance has one avenue out, and I don't think he's got time to get there. Oh, he did survive. I guess, to be fair, it depends on where the bomb's planted. But he doesn't get out with his life. Fortunately, Mads does lose her life to the bomb. It's Rebel, though. We pick up a massive win. Look at the money situation. It ain't great. Seabass the only one with cash. He'll invest, but everybody else is going to save around it, maybe. Got 2 rifles. Pardon me. And they'll go in behind it.
An investment, but this has another chance for a lead swing in favor of Revel. And as I highlighted, Mad's not one to test lightly. Over towards that lobby side, able to get a kill and get out. Rest of the roster scales very quickly into B. There's a rifle that's trying to beat him down in the vents, but that's just a nightmare position to find yourself in as you hear footsteps rattling off. So now Grave is back against the wall. Door swings open on single. There's the reveal. And there's the trade. It had to be quick. It sure was.
I mean, a really nice attempt actually from the CT side. Lots of moments to try and catch Rebel off guard, but Rebel had their number on every single turn. Read like a book, actually. Anticipating everything but the position from Grave. But as soon as that happens, they're looking for the ramp player to play off of Grave's position. He goes down. Even the fake on the plant to pull Gabe out of double. Tied scoreline. Rebel looking to get a lead here because they are up against pistols.
They dancing around these duels. Confident in his approach so far. I'll lock down that spray long range. There's one opening duel, there's another. Picking these pistols to pieces. Letting the fights come to them. Ghosty will hold down the line. Grave gonna be the next to challenge. Somehow manages to get that kill and get out. I don't know if that's gonna have grand implications on how this round's looking. Will be handled eventually there. Hard work. Hard work paying off for the side of Revel. As they're going to enter into double digits now. Going to get there first.
There's a lot of pressure on this next round for Bad News Capybaras because they're out of time and out of rounds, to be honest. Let Revel come back into, a lead, a big deal. But I don't think Bad News Capybaras are going to be too worried about it right now. It's that next gun round that's the worrying signs if things go wrong for the CTs. Nice find, though, for Seabass. I think Maz has just locked in some information that is been collected. Now, she leads the charge with Jack Bro in tow. Seabass selects the low HP target first, and Jackro already low will be removed.
It's just some nice damage there to hold on to the AK as well. Reward. But he's not crazy built up for this T side either, so that's a lot of exit value. Obviously, a lot more resistance up in the measure. Right back into the fight, up against the gun rounds. Day chance this time with an op.
Yeah, that save lets him have this op. That's the key, and oh, here we go.
Ooh. Really goes back in that peak right there. Wants to double dip, and that's an easy pluck for Brock.
And that's J-Chance honestly just not showing a lot of respect to his opposing opper.
Not the time for that either right now. You're losing and on the brink of letting this slip entirely. Teammates start to pull it back. Gonna save the day there. Mads caught on the heels. Jumped down was a lot closer than Laffy T's ever anticipated. That's an open bomb site right there. They take initiation off the back of that victory. And they've got them boxed in on ladders right now. Oh, not sneaky enough there for Seabass. Caught out. Mads will finish the job. Revel are now just 2 rounds away from capping off this mission.
I mean, this is such an incredible showing right now from Revel. And, I mean, powering up on the T side as well. I think CT side wasn't an amazing half. Very solid out of Revel. Huge reliance, though, on Jackro's multi-kills. And I think there was a question that I had in my head. Would that continue? We haven't necessarily had that stay the same, but the effectiveness has. Watch tag low. That's a big brawl out in yard. Toasty, though. I mean, that's the... should be your insurance policy, is your top marsh guy in that sort of aggressive yard play.
Oh. This time, though, Brave able to come out on top in that head-to-head. And that's a scary duel there. Laffy T's, it would be crazy to continue to face. Brave is here, outside of Mini. Looking to swing forward. That's a bit of a tough angle, but he manages to collect both kills. And bad news, Capybaras come alive when they need it most.
That's a painful one to lose, not because it's, you know, economically devastating for Rebel, but it's the one that should have been the easiest. And the run out in yard. Toasty does his job up on Silo, but nominal from the 5-7, and then Grave puts it to bed. Grave been a massive factor. Over in ramp mostly, but there at the end of the round. That's him in. J-Chance now with an op that's got no opposition.
Oh, Grave able to offer up 2 more. Try and keep this thing level, but Jackro steps forward onto A. Playing with maximum confidence. Calls that bomb back over. Seabass has slipped his way into Tetris area. Smoke. Provide some interesting coverage right now. Seabass is playing on top of it. Oh, okay. Goes for the smoke spam. Went for the smoke spam, trying to deny the bomb, I believe, instead of trying to just get on top of a hut. That decision is going to cost them. Alongside losing out on some big opportunities. This round has to go sideways here, and Gabe left picking up the pieces, trying to save now. Because they're not bringing a whole lot of pieces into this next one.
I think those pieces actually broken on the floor. It's Gabe just standing over them, taking what he can recover. Which is this gun. Yeah, I mean, seems like a questionable move from Seabass. So difficult, though. know, what to do. Trying to get up top of hut. Obviously the move from our perspective, but a lot of question marks for Seabass in that moment. But it'll give Revel 2 chances to close. 2 chances on their opponent's map pick, and this is the danger. When you pick into a map that your opponent is still strong on.
Yeah, that was definitely the thing I was noticing. Penny steps forward with the opening duel. Bad News Capybaras should be able to play to their strength in this matchup. As for all of the reasons we highlighted heading into this one, being a whole division in between these two teams, but look who's coming out up to play on their map that's so comfortable for them. That they looked so good on earlier in this Swiss stage. And it feels like Bad News Capybaras walking right into the trap here. Just hold this lobby default. Just keep on letting them run it down into your location. Speeding it up a little bit, though, could be costly. A lineup here for Seabass as well. Job's not finished yet. You can't smile. As Toasty's now last man standing. Quickly turned around here. Bad News Capybaras able to stay afloat.
That's the look that Jacro's actually been really taking advantage of in those yard plays later into the round. He's gotten a lot of space there in the position that Seabass was located. Seabass taking that position in order to play off of that. He gets the lineup. Little unlucky for Penny, who's on the other side of that. But final tack being taken by Rebel, which, on retrospect here, point to think about, Bad News Capybaras not actually taking a single one of their pauses, despite the ones being up against map point. But way, I do wonder. I don't know for this team if they do have a coach. Dust2 reported that MDS, who of course you'll know from that same roster that Gabe was on, was acting as their coach, but it's not reported on HTV or anything else. So interested
Acting
to see.
coach.
Yeah, it was in the Dust2 report, but nothing else. Could be overtime here.
Looking for it. Angle Seabass doesn't fall away too far. Has to try and buy time here. He does escape with his life, but he tries to hold his ground, and that's the lower sight. A little bit vulnerable now. Molly, they just need a smoke here, but that's such a quick headshot. And the smoke follows where the molly goes. Now the rotation's on the scene. Matt's trying to sneak her way down the vent. Has managed to evade contact for now, but not for too long. It's just Toasty on 1 HP. As Bad News Capybaras fight hard. They'll hang in there. And they take it into OT.
I mean, it's a fight that Gray's been working on for a long time. I just want to highlight another great decision-making moment from him in that last round of regulation where, he gets his, absolutely confident to take that swing, but then just doesn't go back for more. Lets the rest of his team get back into location. Seabass with a phenomenal hold. Even though he gets traded eventually. This is what I'm talking about. Great confidence and then hold, wait, for the rest of his team to creep back into position. That's been a big factor, I think, for Bad News Capybaras' victories is grave and decision-making. Yeah, overtime treats the Bad News Capybaras. It's not treating them well to start. Wipe out though for Mads is punished after Jackro gets the opener.
I heard that rush down in towards the secret side, but again, it's just limited success. Quick trade available. J-Chance. Forward facing. Oh my goodness. That shot as quick as can be. Brock walked straight into it. And again, Toasty left into another clutch. Live. Oh well. And not alive either. Anymore.
Yeah, that's a unenviable position to be in for Toasty. Another 1vx. He's asked to bring back from the brink. Incredible shot out of J-Chance, who's not had a lot of opportunity, and the ones that he has had, I don't think has been taken too strong advantage of on the AWP, but that's one to remember for him. Absolutely swift with it. There it is again. Gets heated up. It's J-Chance. He's right back in business.
Great shot to open up the round here. Seabass struggles with his kill. He has a teammate, but Penny deals with the teammate quickly enough. Now it's a goose chase to try and go and hunt this kill down. Penny handles it. And just flush him out with utility, but the rest of the reaction comes through with a lot of rotations and information. This is a great ramp scale off the back of that. Toasty moves to the left. J-Chance is up, going to be seen first. Hello, Big Barrel. Nice to meet you. And he walked into that peak as soon as he crouched. He could have missed. But instead, he's on the money, and he ain't missing nothing right now. Mads can now route comfortably in towards the lower side, but is also going to be met with Gabe going around the town.
He's taking his time, though. So Mads, no information on where he's located, how he's maneuvering. Looking off the single door, but she's going to go through it.
She's hitting a wall right now.
Yeah, I think so.
Uh-oh. What is the move here? Smoke fades away, and she doesn't get spotted, so there's still an unknown factor.
Door closed. Now opened up. Position. Oh, Gabe is DC'd.
I think he was sticking the bomb.
Was he?
Yeah. I would assume so. I don't know. I think he was. I think 90% sure.
I was looking at the crosshair, if I'm going to be honest. So
Yeah. I mean, the
I'll take your word.
count was going up, so.
Yeah, that'll do it. Pretty equivalent right now on the overtime look, but J-Chance, I mean, Brock's wanted it bad. And he's been, I would call him the more consistent, the better opper over the course of Nuke, but this is the time where it matters the most. Surely Toasty's not going in for this. Surely you don't test him again.
Oh, he tested him.
He lived to tell the tale. Shows what I know.
Big trade from Penny. Been very precise on these tough angles, but Brave just constantly in motion. Going in and out of these angles. Mads, who has been ever patient, as you remember, throughout this half. Regulation and into overtime, waiting for lobby aggression. That'll come through from ramp just to put the thorn on their side.
Toasty may have tested the AWP earlier and lived, but it's not a long-term victory. J-Chance, I mean, big activation for him. We're talking when it matters most. He's right there. 5 kills for him over the last 2 rounds of the first half of OT to ensure that Bad News Capybaras have 2 rounds to just the 1 of Revel.
Outside selection swap. Back to the T side here. Bad News Capybaras. Lost 7 in a row on this T side. We'll see if that streak lives on. It's financial issues to worry about when you're on this side at least, so something positive. Trying to fake an A play.
Seemed like too much.
Moving, but no one's down lower.
Yeah, that's what I was
Or
just about
Jackra's
to
there.
say. I mean, he's in vent, but a lot of pressure that Brox is under. Penny working off of him well.
It's a huge win. And Jackra's good with the multis again. Stepping into the CT side, they win the ramp fight. Beautiful trade on the last. And Revel worked that round to perfection. I mean, it's about as fundamentally good as you can get.
I think Jackra might have had like 3 kills on the T side. And he comes out and dominates in the first round of OT on the CT. That is crazy consistency. Find out of your in-game leader.
Yeah, that's crazy impact there. Late into a game to all tied up at 14s because of covering off one full prong of approach.
Oh, what? Say
Now he
oops.
can do no wrong. He can do no wrong now. After a shot like that, Ghosty will fall. And Jackro, just the same. Start to break into this bomb site here. So desperation push through that smoke. And Heaven does not work out. The op is well spotted. So Bad News Capybaras have given themselves one shot here in OT1 to lock themselves in map point on their own map pick, really.
Yeah, I mean, first chance for Bad News Capybaras to actually win this one out. They had staved off 2 of those chances that Revel let fly by in regulation. 10-12 before Bad News Capybaras pumped it into overtime. They can take advantage. Revel, strong start to that last round, and it didn't matter. Pick up the pace a little bit. Bad News Capybaras, it's just the same. Brock's aggressive. And that is a hand, all that's seen, but all that's needed.
There's a trade back there. Vent dive. Instead of continuing to fight on that A side, they route downward. J-Chance is lurking about here. Jackro wins his fight. The 3v3, we go back to evens. They've yet to make it through B, though. They still got resistance here on the B side of things. They're going to confidently plant the digits in. And look at this. Gabe's looking for a gut punch right now. Gabe's fighting forward instead of hanging back. And he might have just found it. The killing blow. So all systems go now for Jackro. J-Chance will deny any sort of retake effort right there. Bad News Capybaras snatched that from the jaws of defeat right there. Nearly on the edge, the brink, with multiple chances in regulation for Revel to finish the job. But at the end of the day, they come up clutch when they need to. And Bad News Capybaras close it out 16-14.
That they do, man. I mean, that's incredible stuff from Gabe at the end, too, who's on 15 HP and is searching for a fight, looking to get up in the mix there. A 40 bomb out of Grave as well, who I think we talked about a lot, but, you know, just to reiterate, man, he consistently was looking good there on the ramp side, and it is not 1-1. It is 1-0 currently, but an incredible nuke performance. You know, transitioned that into an overtime for Bad News Capybaras that I think, you know, Revel really lost their chance in regulation. That's where they looked like they had the biggest opportunity, and unfortunately, they just couldn't take advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, you think back to, I think obviously around that kept them alive was that 4v5 where they were waiting so patiently in for that lobby re-aggression. They were landing these kills consistently. And then it still just doesn't come up their way at the end of the day when they're trying to push out on towards A. After they actually have to initiate into the site, they end up getting locked out. And that's just one of those huge swing rounds where sometimes as an underdog team, you can just see it collapse and then you see that doesn't work. And then like you're watching as a spectator from far away and you're knowing like that was their chance right there. It's slowly blowing away. And felt like that for Revel just a little bit in that moment right there. But obviously, again, a great result, a great attempt, and they can do this on Nuke. If they can take them to the brink like this, I think there's still opportunities here on other maps that they can do damage again.
Yeah, certainly a strong Anubis team. We know that to be true. An incredible CT performance from Jackro. If that's to be continued, I think sky's the limit here for Revel, but we're going to have to wait and see on that one with Anubis coming up next. We'll see if that is the map that Revel can bring it back on. We'll be taking a break, and when we return, Anubis will get started.
track, can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
see what Rebel can do. Bad News Capybaras weathered the storm, able to bring it back in overtime, but still, a victory is a victory, even if it was a tight goal. I mean, where do you see this going? Is this Rebel finding success on the road map pick, or are we looking at a 2-0?
I mean, I was definitely really pleasantly surprised with what they were able to do, and I think for heading into Anubis, if they can keep up what they left off there and continue to show that same fight, I think they kind of collapsed only to themselves, really, towards the tail end. If they can mentally get over those hurdles, if you still see Jackro play as well as he was right there in that last game, all these big factors that maybe are tough to replicate but are possible, I think they can certainly get back into Anubis and try and fight into a tough matchup here.
Yeah, as tough as it is, though, I think that that Jackroof performance probably the toughest of them all to replicate. I feel like that's a level of consistency that we very rarely see from him. That being said, I think Toasty had a little bit of an off game with regard to the CT side. I do think that Anubis, a space that he was actually incredible on last time we saw this Rebel team out on Anubis. I think that's a space where, yeah, maybe I don't expect to see that from Jackro again, but I think that Toasty could absolutely pick up the slack that might be left in that situation. So I've got a little bit of confidence. Won't say a ton, because there is a couple of other things on the other side. We talked about Bad News Capybaras. They've been putting in work, man. Like, this is a map over the last little bit that they've been able to take some wins on, and this core especially is one that they are super comfy on. They played this all of last season of ECL as well. Like, this is going to be difficult to beat that core of players on.
Yeah, I think that is kind of the bigger challenge here, is that you are dealing with a level of strength. I was kind of surprised to see them pick into Duke to open it up, but obviously they also are pretty happy that Revel pick into Ancient or Anubis afterwards. So we'll see how things shape up. We'll see if Bad News Capybaras can show us that same strength that we know, like you said, from last season with the core here of this roster being so successful. Already also into the action.
A bit of a specialist map, I feel, for Gabe and for J-Chance. I don't know. I hadn't asked them, but I just can recall many a time seeing that both of them really finding a lot of success on this map specifically. Well, this ain't looking good for Revel. They got 4 players on B, and nobody's looking at B. Not a single one. Bad News Capybaras with the exact towards A, and unfortunately, Toasty is the only one in defense.
Toasty just got a couple mollies thrown their way. Bomb will be planted. Full execution into an empty bomb site. And on a long trek back into reaction. Looking to fight forward here, though. Lack Keys gives it one peek too many. And this post plant comes crumbling down. With quickness. Seabass has no armor, no real chance. You're going to get chased. There you go. Revel, despite a scary look out of the gates, they do hold down the line very comfortably.
I mean, talking about Toasty and how good he's looked on this map, mentioning some of the individuals that can be strong here for Bad News Capybaras. Bro, Toasty stays alive against the entire execute, holds space for his teammates to get rotated back in. He's on a 4-1 split, and he stays alive, holds down his position, gets a kill, and then continues forward with a triple in totality. That's incredible out of Toasty. Revel really put a lot on his shoulders if a hit came through, and he delivers.
It's going to lead into a force buy here. They're going to try and keep the pressure on these defenders. Got Raku's hiding inside the smoke. They're towards middle. I think a couple players looking in towards A at the moment, off to the back of that flashbang. Info cleared on A main. Now they start to inch their way into rotating towards this B side, helping out this B side. And that's going to come through just in time.
Back row in defense. Seen this so many times, though, already. And wow, Toasty, so aggressive. He swings forward in 3 kills in that one magazine for the MP9. He'll get 4 on the trot with that one. Rebel really putting Toasty on display. 7-0. Quad kill will stop Bad News Capybara's force in their tracks.
That's an unbelievably deadly look right there. And that's what I highlighted right there. Having that rotation, having the information. It felt like just the right time in those positions. Mads will step forward for a kill, but trade is eventually there. Laffy tease. Will be able to bring that through.
Another?
Oh my god. Right on the money there. Benny will strike, though, at least to keep the numbers even, but it's devastating.
Guess who is in the way, though? And hold on, the bomb is about to get caught. They won't even get there. Never mind. Laffy got to grab the bomb, actually. Hasn't picked that up just yet.
Got the package at Penny's doorstep.
And Penny, no porch pirate. He's
Not
just
gonna give it back,
wondering.
though.
Yeah, he's just wondering who left it. You know, he's searching for a name.
Oh,
He's doing his due diligence.
I just wanted to see who it was.
Well, you know, it's at his doorstep. I think
Fair, that's valid.
you earned that right, no? Sitting on your property.
Get off my lawn.
I see. Love to get Brox involved. He's waiting for a flash? No, just on a timing. It was a flash earlier. I think actually just waiting in retrospect for Toasty to get up close. But, I mean, he's a guy that was really explosive at the outset of Nuke. We kind of lost a little bit of that on the backside of it. And look at how swift he's moving from A to B around the world in about 25 seconds for Brox.
Happy and healthy on the CT side, but always exploring, see it feels like. Seabass. Identified there towards middle, but has teammates and extra help. Smoke goes in. They don't wait for it to bloom, though. That's a costly decision. Cost him his life. Toasty still holding down the line as well. Look at this very fast reposition. Brock is already on the scene, and Laffy Tease is having none of it. Has no idea. Penny close by alongside it. They're way too quick for them to realize.
Revel just so comfortable in their CT side rotations on this map. I think we saw some of that, saw how effective they were previously, and they're showing it off again. Brox is always making a move. Constant rotations from A over to B, and then back towards mid. As you mentioned, it was a big mistake not letting that smoke bloom in time. Giving Brox a visual where he comes back in from mid over to A side again. It was in every single location. OC seeing nothing over on A. He's pushed all the way through. Are they gonna check him? These capybaras, they're careful. Oh, but that might, yeah, let him get away with one. That's a trade, though. Mads forced back. She might get caught. Caught indeed by J Chance. Picked apart by Bad News Capybaras one by one or Revel.
Gonna head in the right direction. He is wide open and clean. He is full of deadly opping presence. That's not your answer. Then I don't know what it is. Missed op shot this time though. Laffy Tees will punish. And now they know for sure. But it's opened up the window. No of opportunity here for Jackro to come up clutch. Here's the run across the bridge. He's gonna run as well.
How's this for? Is this for a chance to get that impact we were talking about for Jackro? Chance gonna have to start sprinting. Location though is Seabass. And that lurk smoke not really gonna give Jackro the vision that he hoped. And his Capybaras will break off a victory after 4 rounds. And money's still tight here for Rebel as well. Jackro's got the extra cash, but he's sort of the only one.
Go all in on this. Not necessarily all in, but a lot in. Definitely pushing his chips up here as he look to enter on into this bomb site. Headshots. There's someone not a wall bang.
I think it was Brave actually who found that through the smoke.
Maybe. Could have read it. That'd make more sense though, to be honest with you. I thought that was 100% a wall bang from that point of view. It'll be save called in for Jackro likely if he can get away with it. And Toasty not gonna sneak away any presents.
Now it's a question of can he get away with it? No. I mean, Jackro, you might think, you know, really interested in taking a fight there, but he had to fight his way out. There was no clear avenue of escape for him. Didn't know necessarily that nobody was temple side, so needed to make some space with the rifle. Couldn't do it. This is a little bit awkward the way that this purchase has gone. Oh, wait, Mads is full invested? This is so questionable. The economic management here is up for debate, to be honest, from Revel. Jackro invests last round. Now Mads is in this round. Team. But they have the A-bomb site. Guess it's no big deal if Mads can save. She will get a chance to, I would presume. Well, something to try and grab. Brock doesn't realize, though, how much there is still defending that drop gun.
Terrorists win.
Actually, don't even try to look for it. I've been sought into this next round, and so I guess all my questions not super relevant as Mads gets the guns saved over.
Maintain some fight into this next one. Couple MP9s still being brought. Good to see what the game plan is here with these MP9s. Diving into the canals is the exact sort of mobility, but then, hey, you left mid open. And hearing the footsteps right above them, it's going to put Mads on high notice right now. Walk in. Chase is coming through. 1 and 2 kills there. Mads able to come up big time and still keep it. favorable here for Revel.
Seabass has one smoke. That's going to be placed over on camera. Revel take their time about this, though. They're really respectful of an aggressive maneuver in a game ender. Eventually, that move is made. Penny on HP low already. Seabass won't even get a chance to start off that conversation. Revel retaking with some ease.
That's a fantastic bit of impact. I mean, I think a pretty fun and interesting move there from Bad News Capybaras after witnessing the dive out mid. But then when your solo A defender completely removed on a half of a map, then finds a multi-kill, it turns that scary start of a round there into a favorable situation for you very quickly.
Especially when she's on a FAMAS, too.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's some incredible individual moments there from Penny. It's a duel I back J-Chance in more often than not. What's another one? Let's go again, says Penny. But not given the opportunity, HE into the smoke doesn't fully clear it away. So it's a spam battle instead that nobody comes away any different for. Really lost, no big deal. And get down to the 4-on-4.
Showed some previous patience, but as the execute comes in, that's when Mads finally decides to use the Molotov. Well placed. HE's dunked down. Mads will take one, but also send one out as well. Laffy T is looking for entries. And Mads still hanging alive in the back of the site. It ends up closing out a 3K there with the utility with the time buying measures. Finds so much impact in this round.
I mean, just incredibly reliable. We saw her over at A. We talked about that impact with the double spray down on the FAMAS, but now, I mean, just dancing around in that long position feels like she should have probably been down a couple of times. But perfect timing on the Molotov. Then you follow it up with a nade, dunks on one, and then just plays life from there. Always a threat, but never able to be nailed down. A kill out of the back of B-side from her. It's one that J-Chance had a real chance at, but missing the mark. Revel already at 6 rounds. This feels so good for them.
Yeah, it's a fantastic CT side already. Still room for more to grow. Smoke goes in towards heaven. FET's looking to do a lot more than just one entry. Puts the pressure on himself. He needs to have some impact now as Flashman comes through. Mads gets jumps on him. And Mads will just chase this kill down, now calling it clear. The rest of the team is not in a position to react towards B, so now they're still beating them to the punch here. Revel are always on the move, and they're always a step ahead of Bad News Capybaras.
And Brox gets into position. Penny's already got the angle. And J-Chance will creep it out with an op, but I mean, how far can he make it? Not very. Revel never perturbed, never seem bothered. Whether it's dialing up CT aggression, taking space, or holding stance, it's good for Revel. And his Capybaras approaching the full loss bonus, but doesn't mean that they're able to buy. Eco, try and get a purchase into the last round.
Tech nines are in. Flash is so well placed. The op shots just break down. Molly will go in from a teammate, I believe, but just pull Brock off and make sure that they don't overextend on these pistols. They're just dwindling the HP bars. Toasty eventually connects a headshot. Mads has coverage in this bait and switch. And Revel will remain just clean as could be.
How do you break through Revel right now? Brox is automatic on this AWP. Mads win in location, delivering. Toasty on 12 and 4. I mean, I said that that wasn't a performance that I expected to see, you know, continue from Jackro, as incredible as it was, but the Toasty could be the one to step up, and sure has. 8 rounds on the CT side. What an insane first half already. And it could be better. This could be 9.
Very possible. Mads! Always on location, it seems. 3 kills, spraying them down. Always where she needs to be. And now Grave just a moment before he falls into one. Burns? No. Stays alive. HP still a little bit healthy. But that Molly will flush him into the open. Trying to find safety in the canals, but that is not safe at all. And there's a stellar half from Revel to try and fight forward here.
I mean, 12 for Toasty and Mads. That's the 2 heroes that you want to talk about. Rocks with a great half as well. So reliable, as was Penny, but this is absolutely stupendous. And it's on the site holds more than anything. And then you dial this up. I mean, to be honest, I don't know if there was the flash, but usually there will be a flash for that position, but she's looking into the wall. I think more often than not, Bad News Capybara is just, you know, with it mollied and presumably flashed, not even thinking that will be a threat initially. Sends us into the second half pistol.
See if that sends them into a spiral at all. Such a statement half. Toasty will open up proceedings. And into A side they go. Laffy T's overwhelmed for sure. They're trying to pull through on this Canals flank. They know Penny's involved, so they're slowing down the Canals flank, and Penny's still offering up to be a thorn on their side. J-Chance, though, to bail them out of this round. And again, that flank is formulating. It's putting this on a timer. Jackro will be wise enough to turn around and dance behind the cake now. A man advantage held on to. J-Chance is denying every sort of aspect as much as possible, but is there enough that he can do? Not quite. When it comes to Maz, shut down. Grave trying to fight forward there. Mads with the last as well. Revel with the pistol. And comes straight back into that second half swinging as well.
I mean, I don't think there's any stopping him now. This is just Bad News Capybaras, the way they're playing. I mean, look how Laffy Tees is so very scared there on Pillar. He's letting Toasty just sprint at him, run him down. And he's just not willing to take that swing. Because they've been on a tear, and it's hard to build that confidence when it's so dominant. I'm going to be honest. This buy from J-Chance smells Chi-Chi go next. Maybe the Negev is the way.
Finding themselves out of their depth versus Revel. Not a position I expected this to go. I thought it would have to be gritty, it'd have to be close, but they're making it look so incredibly easy. Mats goes 1 for 1, still.
Jacker's playing the fade on the smoke. I think J Chance is dead. R.I.P. Negev.
No.
Maybe he doesn't clear it. Hold on. They passed each other. Jacker's through mid. J Chance up mid, thinking it's clear. The flank's gonna come through.
They just need to stay alive here, and that smoke's gonna help.
It's got a Mac 10 though.
Oh. And
no
way, Gabe comes aware. Low on HP,
What?
Gabe just looking in that general direction. I don't know if Gabe believed what he saw there, because he still runs out and puts a scare on him like he was never known.
Dude, what is Gabe looking at there? I mean, he looks like a genius, but genuinely. J Chance is like fully through mid, unless J Chance just said, coulda timing me.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, jeez. What a crazy maneuver. He doesn't even check it. He, like, jiggles it, too. I'm mad on Jacker's behalf. Because you know he's saying, I got 2. I got at least 2. He ain't got nothing now.
Lefty Keys mows them down. This one nice and tidy, and Negev gets to rev up.
Oh, they didn't know about it until right then.
But you have to let them know when you buy the Negev.
Yeah, that Molotov not doing a lot of damage when nobody can get through the smoke at the front of A main. To be honest with you, Bad News Capybaras have kind of found themselves back into this game a little bit in a way that I really didn't expect. And they might have memed it into reality a little bit with this Negev.
And like, there's nothing to lose here. They're gonna move quickly up. Despite all the frustration that they've faced here, like you said, it's not over at all. So things have looked a little bit rough. You can't bounce back from here, and knowing now that as well, I mean, just that extra little benefit, but you know in your mind that Bad News Capybara squad is fought back before on just last map, so it's fresh in their minds.
I mean, they were by no means out to this extent of last map, but he's struggling. Great flashbang, catches Toasty. He's good for his one. And there's a trade, but it's even. They're gonna have to work the B site without Gabe. Over towards A. Rebel set their play. Jacker about to join.
Lovely line. Being held there, catches the re-aggression. Keeps it steady in favor of Revel. Rock's opping here when it comes to these pretty flicks. It's so impressive.
No way. BNC have gotten themselves doubled at B. J Chance has a Negev backside.
It's gonna work. There's no way all of those things are gonna all happen.
Couldn't happen.
It gets one. And there's Grave there that needs to play off the contact. Stop shot. But Mads will not miss.
Mats is evacuated. This opens up chances here for Laffy Tees. Mats takes a peek in. Doesn't see anything. When does the smoke fade? Well, it doesn't matter now. Position known. But a kit in hand. And a bit of a Molotov as well.
Terrorists win.
Oh my goodness. Terrifying. Mark's looking front sight, but he gets the flick off. And drops the Molotov. Don't need that. I'll get a better one. A little bit questionable, I think, from Seabass. I mean, they really do need information there. I did hear a flash pop, so maybe that was maybe there was a flash for that, but just ineffective. Really looks a little silly when Brox is unblinded.
Some decisive canals control being taken. Gonna try and fade away though, and gotta be careful because Toshi's in a position to cut him off. He gets spotted out first, big time. Gabe will claim that kill, but oh my goodness, Spinny appears on the screen there, and a little fear factor hits Capybaras, but us will still settle and still be a pretty challenging clutch ahead of Brock here.
Getting some flashbacks over to Nuke, man. J-Chance, a real late activation, but big impact. This round is one of them. Kind of feels similar. Well, Gabe, or rather Grave. Give him a chance. Ooh, double swing. Okay. A lot of missed shots there, but covers the op. They're going double up? No, we'll toss a second away. Sigh of relief, maybe. His Reveler back into pistols at best.
Having a sort of late activation up against you, knowing that lingers in kind of the back of your mind here, that last map's loss. Sort of avoid it as much frustration as you can. Jeez. Real opportunity there to put more damage down range. First of it avoided for now here, and see they continue to cut forward on this deficit that they face. Hold that, Toasty. 1, 2.
That's one that Rebel served up cold last half, so these Capybaras just get a chance to give him that give back. Flash ineffective for both Laffy T and for Heaven.
Counter-terrorists win.
And it hitting the Deagle shots that Jackro was hoping for. Unaffected are B and C with regard to damage in that round. 8-11. Another gun round upcoming though.
Interesting. Old mid peak right there from J-Chance.
I feel like J-Chance just constantly not respecting some of these fights.
Yeah, that one's a wild decision right there, I can't lie. And he further punishes him to try and pull back to that deficit. Graves out in the open. All of this proactivity punished big time. Gonna pieces there. It's a single loss there for Mads, but that's not going to be too concerning. You can shrug that off pretty comfortably.
Bomb has been planted.
Look towards 12 now locked in.
Additionally, with the dink, you know, that's a confirmation that Live VTs really can't go for this. You wouldn't want to fight forward with that. That sort of lack of health. He's hoping to grab the op at the end here, though. Looking for more than that. Looking for damage on the outbound. Not even going to look for the op.
Terrorists win.
High risk, but can he survive? Seems like it. Revel on 12. I have seen this before, but it's 4 chances to close and attack for Revel again as soon as they hit that 12 mark. Don't wait till it's the final round of regulation to take this pause.
Also, a lot on their T side, these pushes that they were getting down range. The lobby aggression that was being punished pretty frequently, but J-Chance still remains confident. And we'll be able to step forward for that quick kill.
There's the J chance that, I mean, we really been missing a little bit, but you know, it's those types of activations that love to see. 2 early picks to lead the charge. And as we pass the 1 minute mark, Revel are really left scratching their head. Mads is getting investigative, exploratory over on the A-bomb site, but she goes down, as is Brox, and Penny's gone too. It's a quick way to find another round. And here's Capybaras, 1 step closer, and yeah, Rebel's money still isn't great. Jackro got lots for utility, and he got a little bit too, but there's a lot less to work with than they would have liked to see, even on a pistol value.
See what they can make happen here. J-Chance still forward facing with the op up against these pistols. They're right underneath him. Getting more help on this B side. Those Tech 9s close range though can be scary out of E-box. Mads does find a kill. Toasty does collapse into chaos as well. There's a connection with that op shot. J-Chance. Right in his face. Surprise, surprise. Jackro now with an op instead of just a Tech 9. Clutch, but he's going to get double swarmed here. And that's enough to do the trick. Nice idea coming through to capitalize from Bad News Capybaras. They will stay alive here a little while longer.
Yeah, and with the op saved, that, you know, any sort of fallback of like good economic damage, not that relevant for them. Up against 12, overtime is the promised land. What does this prove, though? Means it's nothing if Rebel can't close. type maps won't be remembered if you can't find a way to the third. Mirage, what we'd be talking about. If Revel can find this 13th.
You're gonna get there. Take us into a third. And honestly, put them in a position that could build so much confidence. This is a team that almost had the job done on last map as well, so. It's in a position of power, it seems, for this team, but can he close it? It's a whole nother story for this squad. They're going to try and sneak out E-Box again. This time with a lot more effectiveness here as the op gets blasted. Mads punishes the op instantly and then goes and trades. Mads all the way through this map has been playing unbelievable. And now a 2v4. This is potentially how they close the job. They lean on Mads. Flashbang goes in. Mads still connects.
What?
It doesn't matter. She can do no wrong. Capitalizes with a 4K. Closes out for Revel. And dominates here all the way through Anubis.
That will do. That will certainly do to get the close. And it is indeed a 1-1 scoreline on this series. Revel make it work on Anubis. And beyond that, have that big step up that we were talking about. Toasty in the beginning, and then Mads' consistency all the way through, helping power them to a victory. Incredible stuff, and a consistency that I think Revel have been searching for here in this CCT event. But I gotta say as well, there's two sides to this coin. I think Revel played a really good game. I'm a little bit concerned by how little Bad News Capybaras were like worried about any of that. Even as Revel got to 12, it seemed like they were taking some of those swings like it was them who was up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm equally surprised at some point, the sort of reality has to hit, and they've got to maybe look towards a different game plan, but obviously that didn't seem like it was the case. And again, this time around compared to last, they had someone that could drag them across the finish line. I think that's a really difficult thing to do after just kind of choking out last map and not really having anyone to be able to call upon consistently to perform there and show up. But this time they had Mads in that late game, finding a lot of impact, and especially having a person who can close when you hit 12 rounds and bring home a round like that. I mean, just phenomenal work. They were struggling to get on that B side, and then bam, 2 entries come through from Mads. You break into the bomb site, and it's a different story right there than what we saw from Nuke.
Exactly, and that different story looking to continue it, because a reverse sweep is what they would need. Despite having a chance to close on Nuke, it's Bad News Capybaras that got it done there. Rev will come back on Anubis, so we go to Mirage. That's coming up next. That is after this break, so we'll see you then. Well, it is all the way back in here for Revel. Off the back of some incredible rifling, really. I mean, a dynamic duo, Toasty towards the beginning of the game especially, but then Mad's consistency in defense and then in the clutch there towards the end. We got a fantastic third map. Actually, 3 maps for both of our series, which, I think comes down to show where we're at in the Swiss stage right now. This is Swiss round 4, and we are looking to see who survives. This is an elimination game.
Yeah, I mean, it's fighting for your life here, so you play with your heart out right there, and I think we definitely saw that out of the side of Revel, and fighting tooth and nail to close that one out, showing up in a big way there. Capybara is running a little bit out of steam. With their map advantage, it doesn't cost them here, but now we head into a decider, and no matter what the case is, Bad News Capybara is forced to work for this win, and that's a huge credit to Revel and what they're doing. And I think after what I've seen out of the first 2 maps, man, what's to say it's not going to be another competitive third map decider now here.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to like about what Revel have been doing. We talked a lot about Brock's. I think he's been incredibly consistent. Again, I just want to keep harkening back because this is a guy that we didn't necessarily know coming into this event. But Rebel picked him up, and he's not got the most experience, but he's shown a lot of really impressive looks already for me. Just a couple of games I've gotten to see. So I think that's definitely one on Mirage, especially, that you can lean on a little bit. But for the Bad News Capybara side of things, they have been getting the reps in here on Mirage, and one of those reps, a big win too. A tight loss and then a big win against Nouns that they lost, but then against Boss as well, they took eventually as they pulled it into overtime. Like, those are 2 massive games. Even that loss, I think, to Nouns tells the story. Oh, he's muted.
Sorry. It tells a story that this roster right now can remain competitive versus some of the best rosters, and I've highlighted with Revel, despite, like we've mentioned, sometimes a deeper run in main playoffs it's very impressive. You can build a map pool, but that was kind of last season's roster as well, which is a little bit different than the season's roster. So they're having to rely on maybe maps that they're not super comfortable on as we head into a decider. They got the fortune of having Nuke picked for them, I feel like, which was a huge luxury in this series. And then obviously having the chance to pick like their second favorite map in Anubis, or at least one of their second favorite maps, whether that's ranked 1 or 2. Now we head into Mirage. Are they still going to be able to bring that same strength? For my question here is for Rebels, can they show that same sort of resolve as map 1, as map 2?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question, and especially as well, like the staying power. How much can we see that continue? I think that was a conversation point even going from map 1 to map 2, just because it was an overtime loss for them after they had the chance to close. That's also quite impressive when you talk about like map points available that Revel have had the opportunity to. They've had far more the Bad News Capybaras, despite Bad News Capybaras winning map 1. So as we look into Mirage, that's the other side of it too, though, of that battle, though, that I was kind of teeing up with Brock, was J Chance. I felt like was not exactly taking a lot of those fights with care on Anubis. He felt really confident, despite I don't know what that confidence was built on. A tight win on Nuke was not exactly the confidence inspired that I thought I saw, but J Chance seemed to have that flowing. And so onto Mirage, I think that's a scary place to have J Chance with that mindset.
Yeah, I mean, at least, confidence to make these plays here. It's better than just watching a team like passively lose a game. And I wouldn't necessarily say that's how Bad News Capybaras lost map 2. They fought their way all the way through. They just did get punished on some of their aggressive moves, and some of their defaults on Revel held up, and they held up well. And so I'm right there with you. A lot of the, trust and proactivity coming through from this Bad News Capybara roster, like they can maybe just run through this opposition, is not the case here. At this point, definitely figured out, but are they going to keep that same game plan up? Or are they going to continue to test the default like they have been here throughout the last 2 maps?
It's a question that we have to answer, but we're going to get answers as the map is good to go. So we'll jump in to Mirage as Rebel get the chance on this reverse sweep. We've had a couple of almost reverse sweeps, but not quite the completion. I don't think we've had any of those come to fruition to the end of that one. There is another question though about starting on which side. Obviously a knife round to come about that, but do you think it like is a big deal for either side that are coming into this starting preference?
I mean, I think probably like to start on CT side if I had to guess. So if you can get that going, it'll be for the best. I think even Bad News Capybaras maybe would like to avoid CT side because I think we got our news though because Revel did win and they picked CT side, but yeah, it's interesting because Bad News Capybaras have struggled a little bit on their defensive with how well the defaults have held together. You know, sometimes they get a little overzealous, a little overextensions, and it might be nice for them to start on the T side here, being the reality in which they will start out on.
Yeah, I mean, it can also let you kind of define the pace, define where you want to be. Rival also picking up some big pistol rounds in that Anubis game, so we'll be jumping into that one. But yeah, a big map, a defining one as this series is for the tournament live of both Revel and Bad News Capybaras, with elimination on the line. We got Revel on that CT side as we had teed up quite a bit of utility for B and C. Off the rip, they got the window smoke and the top connector smoke as well.
See already an opening duel there. Winning these pistols means a lot. Starting off with the opening duel helps you get them. Seabass, a lot of catwalk action heading his way, and he cuts off too. Got Jackro kind of pinned in on CT spawn. He's got to fight his way out of this one, but sidelined by long range Penny. And that was smoke on top of that bomb with a kit as well. They are going to panic here as soon as they hear that tap. There it is. J-Chance trying to tap away there, but Penny's still fighting for his life, and through connector has caused such a thorn in their side. Gabe's just not going to have any say in this round, whether he wins or loses. He might be able to stay alive, but no. All the while, Jackro's sticking that defuse and winning the round for Revel.
I'm blown away that Jackro doesn't stick it the first time, actually jumps off to try and fight forward otherwise, but this all starts with such an incredible opening duel by J-Chance, and then Seabass does so much work and more than you would ever expect, only for Penny and Jackro to claw back one by one. Penny is the distraction that he needs to be long enough to allow Jackro that defuse. That is huge for Revel.
Frustrating kickoff to a run that felt all but secured, but best way to relieve some of that frustration by winning this force buy. That way it's all forgiven.
Good point. Quick way to turn the tide.
4v2. Get a 5v2 here soon as Jackro back up to his antics from Nuke, it seems. Fighting on all fronts and coming out on top in every last one of them.
Seems like this one's destined for the end. Gravel at least trade Seabass out, but I don't think there is all that much more to be done. Mads will ensure that. AK recovery as well. So force buy pretty well handled, actually. Penny getting the first contact, and there's more to be had.
Yeah, they just continue to prove to be scrappy here. Revel looking, putting so much pressure on these capybaras at the moment. Certainly is the case here. A execution, off spawn call, being brought to the table. And immediately Jackro steps forward inside of the smoke to just disrupt that early play. Flash is being tossed in to help out the teammates, but Mad's always going for that retake setup there. Burning in the molly here. Grave goes down to 36, but you stay alive.
Well, they're dropping into sandwich as well.
Ooh.
At least I thought so. Notice he tried. Didn't quite get that far. And the issue, how is J-Chance alive? This is falling apart so quickly.
Oh my god.
I mean, nasty work. Penny, he's already lost this round. It's just a matter of time. Can he get out, even? And with the walls closing in, the flank that didn't need to be, form of Gabe. Bad news Capybaras, they don't win the initial force buy, but they come in with a win afterward.
Yeah, I mean, that one felt like a little bit of a, maybe, overextension. I'm going to highlight it just because it was them pushing through that jungle and stairs smoke off the back of a flashbang that maybe didn't really catch as well as they hoped, but they try and jump the gun on that retake while they're in a 4v5, and I feel like just wait those smokes out is
not wrong.
a more
I will
experienced decision would be.
come at it from maybe a slightly different angle too. You know, slightly faster on that flash maneuver through the smoke, and I mean they're winning. It's just that Baddies Capybaras were so far scaled. Hold on a second. Jackro and Toasty have got one apiece. These Deagles still available. Oh, Toasty grabbing another one, but back's turned. Gabe gets two, and Grave from the other side continues to step in a Molotov, and with low HP, got a little bit scary, but not fully dead. It's Mads. Is she available for a clutch?
So available all the way through this series. Sidelines the first. Unknown of where Gabe's location is, but a Molotov.
Smoke.
Oh, he's gonna clear it. He's gonna just barely not clear it. Oh, he was running right towards the location. But turns around just when she thinks it's safe. Gabe springs into action and closes out the round.
This is great work from Gabe, though. Sometimes it's about taking your hands off the keyboard a little bit, as opposed to putting them on. He just plays the time. Mad's starting to feel that time pressure, looking to smoke on the bomb without a kit. She'll have a kit this time, one of only... Actually, she's the only one here for Rebel to have a kit. Big threats, 2-2, and the econ is just as tight as that scoreline suggests. Rebel with the save last round in order to get the guns out this time. Get 4 kills against BNC. And so, there ain't that much left in the tank here. The Bad News Capybaras. Clear difference as well, I think, in Rebels' usage of their tac timeouts over the course of this series already. Between them and their opponents. Both usage and effectiveness. I guess you can't be effective with them if you don't use them. But maybe that's unfair.
That's fair. It is true. You gotta use what you're given in order to be effective here, but Brock's effectively saving this round from a disadvantage here for now, but quickly traded out. Penny rather will keep it safe, but they are just playing with so much confidence now. Laffy Keys tears through and catches Penny a little bit surprised. To dive out into the bottom of connector.
Bomb's down.
Oh, just doesn't have the health for pushing through that smoke. Does anyways. Let's get blasted.
I mean, if Penny knew that the bomb was down, I think it's a whole different story, because he's pushing thinking that, you know, they're getting the bomb down. But he's got no idea that that's dropped without recovery. So, a little different for Penny if that's a different story, but no dice. And Rebel, who really managed themselves well despite what was an unfortunate force by frustration, where they not even a force by just lose to the pistols alone for B and C. Rebel get back in there fast, keep the economic pressure up, only to lose the gun round. Oh, that swing, Penny's health, all of it set up Toasty. Unfortunately, he gets seen. Somebody got robbed. The Deagle connects, but the headshot means nothing to Gabe. He shrugs it off.
Trouble shrugging this one off.
Look at the HP, man.
Low HP bars there, but these capybaras walking away smiling. They can close this one out. Serious damage done though. Out back into the gun rounds and see if they can start to finish those kills this time around.
Little oopsie right there. You don't maul your team once or twice a game, they don't know you love them.
That's how they know.
Yeah, you gotta remind them. That nade that Toasty threw didn't quite go as deep as I thought it would. Bomb is towards A. Will they rotate off? Mads is about to get caught in transition, surely, but as she is, Rev will hold down the B push. Confirmation of the A play, though. J Chance is deep. Needed a big moment from Jackro, but he can't shoot when he's blinded.
There's Brock. Able to shoot there with full vision. Still gonna
Way they're going in.
Yeah, it's running a little low on time. That probably answered the question for you. Gets another kill on his way out. We'll be able to escape through the underpass.
Just hate to see Toasty going in there losing his life when there's no kit available. That retake never was happening. Just a little bit of wishful thinking on the CT side. A simple call, though, when you're looking from the outside. Sometimes there's an avenue that maybe it isn't there, but is a mirage. Pun definitely intended.
Holy smokes, I get it.
Wait, this
We're
guy's
playing
cooking.
Mirage. That's the map. Wow.
Nothing gets by you, my friend. Nothing gets by you.
Wow. Well, look at that.
That was one of those happy little accidents I just fell into.
Love those.
Those Bob Ross.
Bob Rush definitely loves those as well.
5, an attack into sort of this pistol buy behind the save dot. Rebel getting into these early, and they're leaving Brox with it all to do versus the A exec. So difficult without any support.
Here's Brock trying to do it without support. Trying to make it happen. Spam down. J-Chance is shooting straight through that pretty hefty box. And that's how they trade him out, making sure that he can't get away with too much multi-frag and madness.
And it's a slaughter for J-Chance. He's the one who gets that kill through the triple box, but it's even more than that. On the top of stairs. Nice shot out of Jackro, but where will this lead? He's eyeing the AK. That's the goal. But a lot of fights, not a lot of time. will lead him to death. Bad News Capybaras are finding solace in the fact that they have picked up a whole bunch of T rounds despite losing a pistol.
See them trying to make it up to the middle. Brock back with his op again. He misses out initially. Gabe catches him by surprise. It's not without punishment, though. Penny and Jackro, quickly as can be, step forward into the fight there. But Laffy teases out Palace. Laffy tease. Have none of it. Feels into the CT spawn. Laffy tease continuing to just fight through this round, looking to win it for him entirely. Flashbang looked good. There's damage to be done. And he has to dance away from the flames, and he's boxed in a connector.
Laffy actually had a nade. He had tossed that onto stairs. That's a death for Penny, but at this point, rounds of the utmost importance, and Penny sticks his nose in and keeps a look at it for that reason alone, I would imagine. Op even recovered to give Jay chance it. Don't have to invest that. Feels like Mads is really getting targeted on this site sometimes as well. That mid-aggression, they know that she's probably isolated in this location. And taking advantage of it are Bad News Capybaras. That ain't the lineup. As they smoke despawn.
That'll be good punishment. Right there from Rifle Presence. Nicely handled from Gabe. Smoke T-spawn and all. Ground though. Good planted P. Gonna lose some access on A. J-Chance has it off. And does he run away? No.
Nah. I don't think you would want him to think he's scared, so gotta face with your whole chest.
Terrorists win.
Pretty obvious flashbang, but it does the job. Pulls Penny's crosshair away. Allows Grave the access that he needs. 8 rounds straight here for Bad News Capybaras. Cole, where does it stop? Is there a stop?
I don't know, but this isn't following our storybook timeline of how this game was supposed to go here. Watching all 3 maps remain competitive, but you know, as I highlighted in the pregame, maybe there's a little bit of discomfort on Mirage still yet. Revel. 3rd map Decider not looking as competitive as the amazing first 2 maps, and J-Chance a big reason as to why that is the case. That is a devastating shot.
Extra damage on the headshot. Just for style points. And it's so swift. Look at this. Off the back of that, Bad News Capybaras are straight back into their A exec. They've got Seabass ready for the mid-prong if it needs to be happening. The late up connector, likely the move for him. And as I mentioned before, struggling Mads at the moment. Targeted so many times, isolated, without a ton of support. But she's got the full kit of utility. Invested the Molotov already.
Towards this A side they go. Brock, chance with his op there. Does strike for 2. Looking to keep it in the realm of possibility here. And another one. Brock is doing it all right now. He goes for 4. And it looked on the money. But now it's on Penny's shoulders instead. Up against Grave here, and the bomb. Be able to plant it pretty comfortably. Oh, Grave doesn't hesitate. Reposition. I thought he was going to head CT, but now he knows. Oh, man. What a read. He knows because he sees what's around connector. He turns
Or
away,
not.
though, just in time for Penny to slide on through. Plays himself there in a battle of the minds. And Penny comes out on top.
Ooh, that's a big sigh of relief. Brock's making it work with the AWP. Again and again, we talking about the AWP play leading into this map. J-Chance with a wonderful opener. This, for all intents and purposes, should have been the round, but it's Brock to stop absolutely everyone on the A-bomb site. None of these are, I mean, none of those are like gimme shots either necessarily. Fast and precise. All three tacks here in the first. And Rebel, I think they know that they would really, really like one more round. 4 to 8 is a whole different storyline. We can see if the competitive mirage that we were building up and anticipated can come to fruition. Brock's doing it once again. A lot of damage done, but how can you make your way through this? That's one way to do it. Penny. Get it back in. He's got support in the form of Toasty, but it's a scout only. And J-Chance in a phenomenal position to hold that back. Spotted in both directions, and both of the CTs go down. It is 9-3. And it is a commanding lead taken by Bad News Capybaras.
Commanding is exactly right there. What a fantastic finish. Despite Brock, again, looking deadly with that AWP. I've been very impressed with him throughout this matchup. That's one thing to guarantee. Gonna be shut down quickly with the advantages. Swinging in the way of the T side. Now, hopping into a second half. See what sort of T side Revel can bring to the table.
Well, Revel looking B side. First contact over to A. If Laughing Tease goes down, there might be some worry, some question, but he doesn't. Weathers in the instant dink out of Toasty. So it's the B hit coming. Grave not blinded on the initial move. That's Mads dismissed. And pinning on the drop. It's a lot more done. A double kill for him. Still job not done. And he's got so much space, but Penny, a couple of missed shots. Jackro will fall, and it's all up to Penny. But he's got them both in position, but he can't find the headshots. His Laughing T's the one to open and close the round in the favor of Bad News Capybaras.
Just a lot of resistance ready to go here. And despite a nice try, finding themselves fighting forward through that 1v2. Penny finds the first and then so close to taking the round away from him, but can't quite close it. We're seeing the discipline from Revel at this point in time, which has got to be frustrating. Because they're not going all in on an investment. They're kind of calling it playing a safe game.
They just don't have the money to really work that. If they, oh, that's so very fortunate. That's actually massive. Grave running out of bullets right there gets them the bomb plant. What a huge moment that is not at all going to be talked about at the end, but Rebel have a very real purchase these days in round 3 because of that. I mean, talking though of some individuals, man, get Penny and Brox a little bit of help right now. They are doing what they can.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, the fight all the way through this one for Brock. Had a couple of situations with Penny as well, can come through and capitalize as well. I'm right there with you. Need that support there. Mads, after a phenomenal Anubis, struggling a little bit comparatively. Like you said, was a point of target. Right now, though, again, the default holds together like glue on this T side. Gabe fearless on the elevated angle. Need to find more, but that's Toasty. Staying, keeping this one in good stead.
Important one for Toasty to find. Couldn't really afford to miss that mark. But Gabe, this is a move. Somebody who thinks he's in this. He knows he can do this. Jackro, solo. And Brox, it's so quick, man. I think that's, regardless of the outcome of this game, this CCT, though, for Rebel, I think, you know, my takeaway definitely to watch a lot more of Brox play.
Yeah, absolutely. He's looking, you know, nothing but class right now. Zoppin, it's been unbelievably impressive here for their squad. It's so flashy.
He was in IM just like 2 seasons ago, season 49. Made
Real
main.
gyms in IM. In main, they were kind of quickly being discovered. A lot of impact. That's what Brock looks to do. I mean, he looks so incredibly impressive. He just doesn't seem like he misses all that often.
No, and I mean, with how he plays, you could even forgive that a little bit. Little fancy flicky style. But all that style is hopefully leading Revel to the comeback. That's the plan, at least. Chakra making the calls behind it. As you mentioned, methodical approach is something that Revel usually can rely on, but Mads does it check. Great trade. Once again, swiftness at its key for the victory here. They have missed a gap. Taking space into CT is Penny, but there's still J-Chance. And J-Chance might just deny this bomb. Gonna deny first player, and again, Brox is fast. Lightning quick. And Penny gets his. It's 2-on-2, both from CT.
Can do, try and shut this retake down. Brock will hold the line, and he does not miss all that often. Won't start now. Jackro capitalize as well. Cut things off. Finish the job right then and there. Put themselves, or at least I would say more so, instead of putting themselves on a 5 here, keeping Bad News Cafe Bars away from putting themselves on a map point.
Yeah, stave them off for a little bit. Back on another important round. Penny with openers. Brox with trades. He should have stuck around a little bit longer, but the presence towards mid kind of giving away that they want to go elsewhere. I think Mads is going to start to hear something, though. Never mind. It's she who will see rather than hear. J-Chance is MP9 ringing true. Seabass swift on the flank, but this shouldn't be too big a deal as Revel sprint towards a B-bomb site that's rid of any CTs.
Trying to put up resistance there. Oh, gets a headshot there. Brock will be cleared out of his palace position. So now it puts this flank up into the air. Still a bit of an unknown quantity. Sees one but doesn't react to it. And it will be eventually closed out. Toasty will react in time. Revel. Again, keep on fighting forward.
One round at a time. That's all you can do. I don't know if we can see another almost reverse sweep. Going back denial. It'll be the third for us, if that's what happens. Dismissal. Chance. Brox, who's in trouble. That's the bomb dropped as well. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Gabe. Are you serious? Bomb dropped, up, recovered. And over to J Chance now at long haul. This is so difficult to best. It's Jack Rowe to fall. Mads and Toasty. If there's time to step up, it's now. The duo needs to find their value, find their impact for Revel. And they're just walking by Grave. He unknown. Now back's turned. It's free. Toasty gone. And it's all up to Mads.
Mads trying to desperately fight for control. What a headshot or kill coming through either way. Mads will not clear. Does not have time to clear. Does not have time to do the due diligence. As a chase down has to proceed. The bomb recovery mission had to come through, and the round, of course, has to go in the way of Bad News Capybars in that sort of fashion, because as you highlighted, one more devastating comeback denial. Not going to happen here. So it gets shut down, and we'll move forward here. Bad News Capybars looking to close things out.
Realized that was J Chance who died somehow. I'm mad if I'm J Chance there, but
Oh my god, yeah.
all good. You win the round. Oh, but this is maybe not going to be the round. J Chance is the one to stand in the way. Dude, I just saw this. The auto sniper headshot onto Jack Rowe. And that is going to be the end. Well, that's Brox. Pick up this 1v1. Gabe had the line. Brox getting the old reliable big green. Says you can have the auto sniper. I've got the better of the two.
One shotgun versus Rat-a-tat. Oh. And they're gonna meet. A head-on collision. He's going for no-scope. He hasn't zoomed in. And Brock will still punish. The shot rattles off. It connects to him. But guess what? You need to hit too.
Yeah. If anybody ever says that the auto sniper is broken, I submit to you this.
Please watch.
Please view.
Take notes.
Or your viewing pleasure.
Or displeasure.
I guess that's fair. Maybe you don't take a lot of pleasure in Counter-Strike if that's what
Anyone who a fan of the auto sniper. He's definitely a Counter-Strike enjoyer.
That's a good point, actually. Well, I thought that should be the end. Based on the eco round bounce back for Bad News Capybars. They had it all locked down. And yet, now the aggressive move for Seabass up to underpass doesn't go correctly. Revel have the better weaponry. J-Chance is at the A-bomb site. Gabe has fallen away in the meantime. Will this AWP enough? Oh, absolutely not. Finney's about to get the easy return fire. The back turn. Gabe is low as well.
Bomb has been planted.
Hold on a minute. Honestly, Bad News Capybars falling into the same trap they did on Anubis. Playing like the game is done before it is.
That job not finished yet. Jump the gun on some A aggression. You delay it a little longer. by 13 and 8 now. Not quite 12, but getting there. I have to call it eco here, most likely around. Tools that they have left, but Laffy Teach goes straight into the okay.
I was gonna say, that's only if you're not a UMP believer.
Forgot. You can always afford a UMP.
You know, I vehemently disagree, but the problem is you're kind of right a lot of times. Thing is just so cheap.
What's the harm in a little ump action? See, now if you had the ump, you'd be in great position.
You mean they're not in a great position now?
Better
Without
position, though.
Okay.
An even greater position. One with an ump.
Which is by default a greater position. I agree. I understand. We're on the same page.
Making sure you know. Is Gabe gonna be boosted? They're in ladder though. Right underneath you. Shadow. Oh, that's a tall person. Or is it just someone on boxes? A phony. Seabass will look to keep it nice and level, but it is an open access B site. They will take full control.
With Brox, allowed the availability to get into the post plant. I would have said should have been there, but it's not. It's another one of these half by pistol rounds that Revel can't close on the comeback trail. We count this one? Is this the almost, but not quite reverse sweep? I'll let you decide. But it's 13-8, and it's a victory for Bad News Capybaras as they show Revel the door here in CCT North America.
Yeah, fantastic job closing things out. A little bit messy over the grand scheme of things for this team that I thought would come through and show a little bit more confidence. But 3-mapper, Revel made him work for it. And realistically, again, like I had said, it just could have been a 2-0. Could have been a different story here for the side of Revel if they were able to finish the job that they started on Nuke. And obviously a little bit of a disappointment that they didn't get to do that for them. But I think despite what this roster showed up kind of finding themselves eliminated, they made a couple of different, very good teams work for their wins that are still fighting forward. Bad News Capybaras is one of them. And I think there's some value to that there as a main roster that's just looking to build in and probably just look to qualify for advance next season.
Yeah, I mean, definitely about that. I think more to say. But on this Bad News Capybara side, I think that they show out here. I don't think this is the best form that they've been in here recently, but it's all about getting those wins. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if they're tight victories or dominant victories. Victory is a victory. So they move on 2-2. But I think that what Revel have sort of proven throughout this Swiss stage, even as they go out, is that they're a team that certainly deserve to be kind of at least in towards that advanced conversation. We already knew that, but this is another prove it moment where, they come out and honestly, they do show up against teams that, on paper, most teams in Maine wouldn't have any business being in this series. I think that those labels are just that, labels that may or may not mean what we're talking about, but as a starting location, I think it's a really important thing to keep in mind when you're talking about Revel and the way that they performed here.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking way above the pay grade of Maine at the moment, right? But like you said, on the other side of things here, Bad News Capybaras, they get by with this win. They've been showing good results in ECL. I think the next step for them is now making playoffs, getting one more victory underneath their belt. And, for a team that unfortunately had to take a forfeit loss, it is going to be doing it the hard way. You got to do it here, next matchup that they play, whoever they're going to be playing. I believe that's going to happen tomorrow. But, whoever they end up playing, it's going to be a decider for who's going to be making it into the playoffs and who's going to be exiting in a tough fashion. So, it's a very important matchup that they got to set their focus on, and we'll have to see them likely more so than anything in tip-top shape, as opposed to maybe a little bit of a team that has to, survive in this best of three like they did today. And I want to see them gain that strength here.
Yeah, just one more lower side matchup to go in this Swiss round 4, but we move up and forward. We got Mythic and Akimbo that is going to be coming up next, though. That is going to be not with us, but we got Toon and Dio coming in to take over. So we're gonna let you guys handle that one, and we're gonna step away, a short break before we get Mythic and Akimbo underway. We'll see you then.
Bring it on, everybody! It's time for the final match of the evening here in the Champion of Champions Tour North American Region Series number 4 in its second season. We've got Mythic versus Akimbo, a couple of squads that have shown a lot of promise but have not quite managed to reach the playoffs just yet. Here, we're gonna see the fight for another ticket into set position. I'm Tune and I welcome you guys all to the stream. How you doing, Dio, my partner?
Hello, I'm not doing that well, not gonna lie, I'm a bit sick right here, but never ever will I miss out on an opportunity like this one for today. We will be seeing in store what seems to be a very decisive match today, right? It is going to be two teams, unfortunately one that doesn't have the best experience within what we've seen. Akimbo, you know, they had to unfortunately forfeit within the previous match that they played. However, we do have two teams that are coming off very, very strong, only being held, you know, a little bit accountable for their actions at this point. We already had Regain against Chicken Coop. We already had Bad News Capybaras against Revel. Regain and Bad News Capybaras already claiming one within their name. And of course, this is going to be the last one for the day. Mythic, a very, very prominent team. If I do say so myself, I think it's one of those teams that the name really tends to have a huge impact on it. Simply because it has so many players that are very good and very well very well renowned, right? Like, you got Flom, you got Austin, you know, all these players that are really, really good. But I mean, on the other side, I mean, Akimbo, they're also pretty good, simply based off of the fact that they have names that, even though they may not be as well known, they are still very, very strong.
And how about we go into the rosters? I mean, I think this is about as good a time as any. Well, now before a little recap, we saw Regain and Bad News Capybaras winning their respective matches, meaning that they are still in competition. Their opponents, though, Chicken Coop and Revel, are now out of the competition. But with that being said, let's take a look at the players who compose these teams. Let's take a look at the rosters and who will be playing tonight, because we already saw these players in action, mostly Mythic, starting with Flom, Austin, Isaac, Cooper, and Truck Lover 86. Cooper in particular was the MVP when we saw him play here with Mythic, and of course Truck Lover getting some amazing kills, so I would tell you to keep an eye out for those two. Austin as well, he has been a super solid player, but I really can't say that any of these guys performed poorly. Every time that we saw them, they definitely put up quite a fight, and actually the match that I commentated of them was against Regain. It was a 13-3 victory on Train, and then 13-9, but we still need to see who Akimbo is composed of. So, Dio, will you please tell us the players of the roster over there by Akimbo?
Of course, let me just go ahead and pull everything up, because we're going to be seeing Obi, Brawls, we're going to be seeing Cameron as well, Laxi, and N2O. The only player that I do not recognize at this moment, you know, from the previous compositions is, of course, Krawls, but I say that I do not recognize him within the composition. However, I have seen him before. So, of course, this is going to be one very, very heated match. I do have to bring attention to the fact that previously Akimbo, they're not within like the best streak available. They did lose against, within the off-season shenanigans season 6, they actually lost against Chill Guys. And then they were able to win twice against In Control, right? Another team that is very prominent here within the CCT. And not only that, but they also beat In Control within the start of this series, right? So they actually beat them 13-2 and then 13-11 on Anubis and Nuke respectively. So that speaks well about the caliber that both of these teams has at this moment, and you know that the potential is there, and they are of course going to start bringing it to what it could be the final extent of their journey, or the next step to it.
Yes, indeed, it could be the door opening towards the playoffs. Reminder, whoever wins it tonight is headed right there into those playoffs, which will become, of course, single elimination, so you don't want to miss your chance. Now, let's take a look-see at where these guys are headed to play tonight, because the vetoes are a pretty crucial part. We have seen a little bit of Train being played lately, but it seems like it won't be here today. A little spoiler alert, but let's take a look at what they've banned first and foremost, because the first map is a very interesting one. Inferno has not been played in quite some time, at least from what I've seen. It seems like Ancient and Anubis are a bit more popular picks, but yeah, Inferno is the first ban, followed by Train, like I said, and now Nuke is the first selection, made by Mythic, in which Akimbo is going to start out on CT, followed by Mirage, selected by Akimbo, and Mythic on CT. Of course, we just saw Mirage at the end of Bad News Capybara's match against Ravel, so you already know what to expect. A bit more standard. Dust 2 and Anubis are banned, and Ancient will be the decider. Ancient has come in clutch as one of the most played maps in recent history here in this series.
Yeah, definitely one of the maps that really tends to lead a little bit forward to a different type of play, right? We got two maps, specifically Mirage and Nuke, that are very easy to play on once you are able to get that defensive play style locked down. While as Ancient, it's a little bit of a toss-up, right? You got a little bit of a smaller map. Mirage is like the perfect combination between the two. I think that Nuke is like this really big map, and then you got Mirage, a little bit slightly smaller one, and then you got Ancient that's really small right here. So the fact that the smaller the map, the more it favors offensive playstyle, I think it's going to be quite interesting to see. But speaking of seeing it, it seems like we're just going to have to wait a little bit more, give or take around 10 minutes, in order for us to be able to get this match rolling, ladies and gentlemen. So if you can bear with us, we'll be right back with you with some more action. So don't go anywhere.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
finally heading into a DL. It's time for the first map of this match, the final one of the evening, between Akimbo and Mythic. Like we said before, whoever wins it here is going to qualify into the playoffs, meaning that there's a lot at stake here. Of course, if you were to lose, you're not eliminated yet. You still have to play one more match, but you want to get to those playoffs as soon as possible to get a better matchup at the beginning, and of course, to just be a little bit more calm at it. And that's the first kill already. N2O delivers a headshot onto Austin, one of the better pieces of Mythic's squad. But Akimbo is going to be no slouch, man. I think this is going to be a very competed match.
Oh yeah, definitely. I really like the fact that right now Akimbo, even though they're what can consider an underdog, right? They're still not taking any chances, making sure their angles are very well covered. And this is just off of the first round. That first round can really start to give a huge leadway into what could be a bit of a comeback situation, especially since Laxi is able to get the upper hand right there on Giza. And now that is going to give them a little bit more of an opportunity to be able to make their way inside, or at least that's what I would say, and if not for the fact that Krause already took down Cooper. Flom already got one kill right there, and look at that, what a shot. Everybody was able to get at least a piece of something for Cameron within that round, man. Akimbo is looking mighty strong here within the defending side, which is of course to be expected given how Nuke works. I mean, still a very, very good overall job from this team. Simply taking it a little bit slower than late gives you that opportunity to be able to read your opponent and be able to analyze them a little bit more and bring home these wins that generally tend to give you that upper hand.
It will be a very interesting development. The fact that Akimbo just took pistol should represent success in the near future, but it seems like we're gonna have to wait for that near future to come. Won't be quite as near, it seems, as there is another slight pause. We did start a little bit later than usual because of an issue that needed to be resolved, but it appears that it's not quite as pristine just yet. We do still need to wait a little bit longer. Now, what I expect from Mythic in particular, I do expect Cooper to really pop off once he gets access to the AWP once again. That's kind of where he shined last time that we saw him play against... Let me just check my notes real quick. Yeah, against Regain. Cooper was for sure the MVP against Regain. They did not play Nuke, however. They will play Mirage again, in which Mythic did show up, but had a bit of a harder time. And as far as Akimbo goes, well, it's kind of hard to tell, as the last two matches were forfeits for them, whether winning or losing. And even then, when they played against In Control, they forfeited their first map, and then proceeded to win on both Anubis and Nuke, 13-2 at first, and then 13-11 on Nuke. So yeah, these guys are a coin toss, man. I really cannot go in and make a big read about Akimbo knowing that they are so, well, such a mystery of what might happen here. But still, we're going to follow them early on, and look at that. The M4A1S is going to deliver 2 kills immediately and make that a third from the... Okay, almost a third from the MP9. But it was a very quick round at that. Akimbo is going to claim the second.
Yeah, definitely one of those very fast-paced rounds. You saw just Mythic go completely all in right there. Unfortunately for them, they were met with a lot of lead, simply based on the fact that right there, Squeaky is super simple to get the funneling into the players, right? And whenever you are able to get that the automatic rifle, it really just leads into the bullets just penetrating constantly throughout. And even if you don't hit a headshot, sometimes just one headshot into a body shot, that's generally what you want to do whenever they do not have any sort of armor or anything like that. Holy crap, how many HEs were those? Oh, a little bit late on the reaction right there. OB struggling a little bit to see exactly where they are. Truck Club are able to get the kill, and then Austin claims one more with the Tech 9. Do we have the MP9? Yes, we do. That's within the hands of Krause. I don't know what's going on with the reaction time right there, but Krause is definitely making up for what was lost early on within the map. We do see a couple players, to say at least, Cameron able to get the kill on Austin right there. And then towards the other side, the immediate reaction. Oh my goodness gracious, he already claimed 2. Now they know exactly where the last player is, and it's Flom. Will he try to claim the M4? Yes, he does. Gonna simply play a little bit back right here. Did they hear him? Yes, they do. Flom able to get the kill right there on Krause. Now it's all up to N2O.
Saw him. No, sorry. I meant that Flom saw N2O within the smoke.
Oh, I didn't see that.
There was the slightest glimpse of N2O through that smoke, and Flom was able to catch that probably, and that's why he decided on just going up Of course, given the situation, N2O was bound to be there within B-side as well. But there you go. What a fast way to end it. Good on Flom for catching that little piece of intel. And good on him for also planting the bomb and carrying an M41S with himself. I just love this execution, man. I mean, check out what Truck Lover did. That was a fantastic headshot.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an issue right there coming in from Obi, right? You saw him get the glimpse first, and you actually saw Truck Lover had to retaliate a little bit later on while he repositioned. So it definitely begs a question like, okay, what caused Obi to struggle a little bit to be able to get that kill there? So let's see if that is going to repeat itself later on within the match. Because as of this moment, we actually see the bullets fly by. I mean, you can't really see the tracers, but you really know exactly where it's coming from simply based off of how Nuke generally tends to work. And speaking of working, you said it yourself, Cooper is one that really gets the job done whenever he's able to claim the AWP in his hands. And apparently he does have it at this point. We're going to see the sole defender of this area, Laxi, going to have to take a little bit of time in order for him to be able to get the shots right there. Perfect double kill. Ooh, actually able to get a double kill right there is huge because now he places his team within an advantage soon.
But this advantage seems to be quite fragile either way, as it's all about the intel, and I don't think that Akimbo has that much more. They will have to redistribute their pieces to go and fetch some players, and in the process, they're going to lose the AWP. That's why I meant that it was so fragile. They did not have the proper escape routes. And now Mythic's still not looking super strong, but they might be able to catch an extra kill here as Kratz! Oh no, it's actually Kralls who finds that kill on Isa. Of course, the intel is in as to where Kralls is, but now it's a 2v3 once more. Oh, make that a 2v2 almost? No way! Kralls actually surviving for most of it. Austin almost floundering that, but you know what? He's still alive. They can still make a run for it and plant the bomb on B. Problem is that they're bound to meet with Cameron real soon, and Austin being as lit as he is, I don't think he's going to get to plant the bomb in time. There you have it. He is going to fall, and with 5 seconds on the clock, this is Akimbo's round. With a very, it's a bit of a technicality how they won, and it seems like they're not even gonna let them carry over the AWP. Oh no, we're just barely. No, Cooper is going to lose it. Man, a heartbreaker of a round that was.
Yeah, Mythic is struggling a lot for them to be able to get those rounds in their name. They were able to stop the streak within the 3rd round, but I mean, simply based off of how Akimbo is playing with the precision and the proper positioning, we actually saw Laxi able to get 2 kills previously, just simply waiting off of the area towards the B side, right? The ramp over on Big Box. He was able to simply get 2 just right there. So it really starts to add up slowly but surely because of how well they're playing with their decisiveness mostly, right? Their confidence is there and they're feeling really good about it. So I mean, if you really want to play things safe, you open the door up right there and you're almost able to get the okay, just playing a little bit with the door right there. Cameron able to get the kill on Flom, but he's on the other hand able to get one on N2O. Obi once again a little bit slower within that behalf, but I mean, he's still able to get that kill. I think right now it's definitely a connectivity issue, the one that I'm seeing right here too, and I think it's regarding his connection rather than anything, because he reacts, but he reacts, just a little bit slow, and even like that, I mean, they're still winning.
Yep, even after all those issues, there is a good percentage of win rate. Oh, dang, son. Careful there, because you can lose those exchanges against Kralls. You definitely had the time to aim towards that head. But man, it is what it is. And Cameron, dude, barely, just last frame, is able to pick up that M41S. Super clutch from Cameron, who has been all around the most clutch player so far. 8 kills for him versus 2 deaths only after 5 rounds of gameplay. A very good beginning for Cameron, and I think that there's usually that one hero. There's usually that one player who's really separating himself from the bunch and gives his team a lot of hope and a lot of good numbers to play with. Of course, he's not the only one. Shouts to Kralls, the Chinese player who has been putting in some solid numbers as well, with 6 kills so far, and N2O with 5. Whereas Mythic does not have anyone popping off. I was talking wonders about Cooper, and unfortunately, even with the AWP in play last round, or a couple of rounds ago, he was not really delivering those bullets where we expected them. So you know, it's a matter of getting the rhythm going, but so far so good for Akimbo as they were able to get their mojo on real fast. But it seems that Mythic still has a fighting chance here as Flom is able to take care of Krauls in the very beginning. It still takes a ton of punishment there from N2O's bullets, but at least there's a chance for him to move along and maybe get some intel into A site, whereas Cameron is ready to defend B, and there you go, Flom! Oh, careful there. He does eventually get the kill on N2O.
Yeah, still hanging back, right? Which is definitely what you want to do whenever you have what could be an approach right there. Ooh, what a shot right there coming from Cameron. Understands that there could be a player trying to approach right there from Squeaky. Oh, barely able to see them. Doesn't really quite want to react too much to it. Given the fact that he has no information coming in from his back, he has to opt to play for this. He doesn't want to shark for that kill, simply because that smoke does not give him the security that he much so wants. So I think that's a very smart play, letting the player go in order to secure that that duel is not lost. However, that also secures a bomb plant over there within the A site, and it's going to be a hell of a travesty in order to be able to get up there. You see the shots being fired off. That's Cooper with the kill. Laxi no longer within contention, at least for now, even though we actually saw Cooper get hit with a couple of shots right there within the wall bank. Sees him able to get a shot. Yes, finally says, you know what, Toon, you're right. I have been acting a little bit weird lately. Let me just go ahead and claim my double kill and almost secure the round for my team, because right now Akimbo only has one player left, and that is going to be Cameron. Does get the kill on Giza, but with little to no time left, this is definitely going to be a save, unless we can see one of these players actually take him down.
Appears that indeed Austin is going to be taken down, but Cameron will also die from the bomb explosion, giving Mythic another extra breathing room. This was round number 6 that they just won, the second overall in the map, and through the bomb explosion, no less. But hey, Mythic does still show a fighting chance, which is very nice. It's the very beginning of the map, so don't count them out just yet. What I do like from Akimbo, though, is that they seem to get a lot of reads going. It's only a matter of aiming properly to really get that, you know, that win on your side, because I see Mythic whiffing a lot more. They definitely need to, yeah, you know, consistently they're having to re-aim and maybe shoot through a little few more bullets to get the kills that they want to get. It's not quite as easy for them to find those. Whereas, of course, Akimbo at least gets the read, gets the positioning to really do some damage at first. And there you go. This is kind of what I'm talking about. Flom swings here, finds Laxi. After a few exchanges, Laxi was not quite able to get that kill, but still, the intel is in. And now you've got a couple of players destroying the windows of Ops. And here we go. Cameron still popping off as the team leader for Akimbo in kills, and also, it seems like, in decisions. So, 4v3, still doable for Akimbo to make a comeback. The bomb is not, you know, not doing them any favors as it keeps on ticking, but you've got a battle about to start, and you do have a very good coverage from Mythic. If they find one kill, I think that's curtains.
Could be. The thing is, clock is ticking against them, as Mythic is forced into, Akimbo is getting forced into that back foot position where they really have to start understanding a little bit more of how the process of elimination is working against them, right? You saw Laxi and Obi go down early on within the round. Only one player was able to claim a kill right there, and that was Cameron. So the fact right now that Mythic is starting to close things out a little bit more slowly but surely means that Akimbo is starting to lack a little bit of what I think is coordination, definitely coordination. However, with this next upcoming round about to go out, I mean, you only have 2 rifles, Cameron with the AK and Krauls with the M4. Everybody else has only pistols. I mean, you do see the Deagles within the hand of N2O and Laxi. You know, those sometimes they can be very, very decisive. We actually saw it once within the hands of Truck Lover that he was able to get the upper hand right there on Obi. So, given the case right here, they do lack firepower, but if they can make it up with strategy, it's definitely going to be a bit of a change within the tide, Toon, because we saw that sometimes they're having a little bit of an issue with their coordination, right? If they're able to mend that right now, just simply start calling out your plays, making sure you're listening to your RGL, and not only that, but the information that is being given to you based off of the sound cues, I think that this definitely could start to rule a little bit better right now for Akimbo, as Mythic is slowly but surely trying to catch up. But I do think that right now they are struggling a little bit. They want to claim a little bit of an advantage here within this map, but I mean, once again, the utility usage is what's limiting them ever so slightly, right? You're going to see the setups. You're going to see everything right here. Yep, the lineup, going in with the running throw, and that is going to be the first kill on the hands of He's, and that's a really, really good one too to him, because that's going to start leading the path towards their approach.
The leadership does turn into a very important role right here, as it will be the person who tells them, hey, buddy, calm down. We can still find some easy intel over here to maybe get a combat going. And I think that Cameron is the one to take on that role right here for Akimbo. Look at that, a good strafing from Cameron. I liked the AD movement, but unfortunately not quite enough for him to do it on his own. You've still got Alaxi with his deagle trying to find maybe one last bullet, but it's looking complicated. He does have two opponents super lit. Eventually he has to back down, and he does not quite find the kill on Cooper. He was getting caught from both angles, so a very difficult position to be in for him. And that's a tied score, Dio. We've got a 4-4 situation in which I think the guys over at Mythic are feeling much better as time goes on, but they still need to worry about that one man, Cameron. The one thing about Mythic, too, is that nobody is really popping up in the numbers. I think they're actually quite balanced. But maybe someone needs to start popping up. And also, Truck needs to catch up. We were talking wonders about Truck a few days ago. You know, how he has not been playing for that long, and yet he has reached some very interesting heights. But I think this is about time for him to really get those numbers racking up, because you need to land the kills, buddy. You need to actually shoot people if you want to win.
And this is such an important round to be able to do it too, right? Because you know that these players are within the brink of potentially being bankrupt, right? The players coming in from Akimbo. So the fact that you're able to get those kills, it's definitely going to start working out within your favor. Now, you already see Austin able to claim one kill, actually able to claim two, giving them a bit of a leadway towards the B site. Or if they want to, they could even try to rotate over there towards A, which is only being guarded by Flom at this point. Sorry, not guarded by Flom. It's only guarded by one player, and that's Krauls. It is going to be contested by Flom, or rather, to see if there's anybody that maybe he can catch off guard. Essentially, he does. That's Cooper with the kill. Krauls is no longer within contention tune, and that essentially leaves the A site good and up for grabs to whoever wants to claim it first, and it's definitely going to be Mythic right here, the ones that are just going to clear everything out, say, hey, like, you guys can come through right here, no problem. And even then, it's still one site for whoever wants it at this point, right? Because, I mean, they already made visual contact with where Laxi is. Now they're all going to go on a prowl for him to be able to take him down. And yeah, that's it. That's a triple kill right there within the hands of Austin. Very good stuff. Very chilled out round, to say the least. We just saw players make one mistake, and that essentially started to snowball within the hands of Mythic.
For sure. I mean, it was just you know, a bit of a snowball effect eventually when they found out that that Laxi was way too far for any kind of contention. And yep, just answering to the call, answering to the intel. I love how fast Mythic can get something going when one player sees one little visual cue. And of course, now with the good loadout that they've put together, this should be a walk in the park, as unfortunately Akimbo does not really have the proper equipment to handle this, except for M2O, who with his deagle found an initial kill, so the damage has been done. Thing is, will that deagle do everything? I don't think that's the most optimal thing. M2O is gonna have to be the one to also fetch some intel. He is willing to go fight beneath. He picked up the AK-47 of the player that he just killed, which was Flom. And Mythic is taking their time. They know that the AK-47 is now within control of Akimbo. If Cameron were to be holding that, it would be even more dangerous, but N2O already showed that in this round he might start popping off. But still, Mythic is going to take their time. They're going to go for the intel first, and it seems like they have decided to push A sites. You've also got Cooper on way back, almost on T-spawn, making darn sure that nobody is getting across from that area. Checking the outside, now entering the facility, only now. And of course, they're soon going to check for the fence as well, as players from B site might be emerging real soon. Extra little smoke to make sure that nobody enters from mini. And that should probably do it, Dio. There isn't really much of a fight to be held here from Akimbo. They're only going to guard themselves on secret and wait for the timer to run out, it seems. but there is a little bit of a crossfire exchange. They have been located, meaning that the cavalry is gonna come in, and oops. Well, not only is that grenade gonna explode on you, it's also going to be no good at first, but N2O eventually falls, and that is one more round for Mythic, who have now won 5 in a row, and they're feeling swell going into the second half. Already the first 6 rounds, meaning that this is a guaranteed tie at the very least. If Mythic were to win one more, that's a lead.
So I want to bring attention to something, Toon, and I think it's a pivotal factor, right? First and foremost, they're killing Cameron first, which has been a huge factor within this. But not only that, but look at Cooper. Cooper's actually he turned on his monitor, bro. Like, he was like, okay, yeah, you know what? I am underperforming. Let me go ahead and make things right. And the moment that he started getting everything really, really well wound up, it started to dawn on him that maybe he was making a mistake right there. But I do have to bring it to attention the questionable decision that was made by not crossing secret with smokes. You lost 3 of your teammates right there straight up, and now you're left with exclusively the Opera right there. So I was about to bring attention to the fact that Mythic was making really, really good decisions, but then they go ahead and do that. Or is it that they just want to give protagonism over here to Cooper? It could be a little bit of both. Let's see if by climbing up right there on secret, no, Cameron able to get the kill. So yeah, I definitely have to question the fact that they crossed outside with no utility within their hands, right? They just wanted to book it towards secret, and I mean, you know that these players, given the default positions that they tend to go for, they're never going to leave that out unguarded.
For sure, it is going to be a very swift one as well, and thankfully for Akimbo, they are waking up just in time before that side switch. Mythic, though, mostly, well, actually everybody seems to be having the best load possible, with the exception of the fact that Akimbo does not have an AWP with them, but it is once again Cooper who is going to be feeding util from the backside, almost serving as more so the support role. Of course, that's kind of what the Opera does at the very beginning, but still carrying a ton of util with him, and this is going to put Mythic, you know, not quite yet on a disadvantage or anything, but it is a bit of a complicated push that they will go for if they want to get some easy intel. Truck Lover already taking care of N2O, one of the more dangerous players from Akimbo's side, and unfortunately he's not able to take care of Krawls later on where he is emerging from heaven. But he does have the intel, he knows about the guarding of A side. B side might be a little bit easier to get through, but the wall of smokes is now gone, meaning that their movement routes have to be switched around. And careful there, Cooper, a little too much damage for good, but they do find Krawls eventually, and that leaves the door wide open.
Yeah, definitely something. Oh, okay, just a little bit of a contention shot. It's really, really all adding up to the fact that Mythic likes their momentum, and they really tend to keep it, right? Even though they're set back a little bit, they understand, like, yeah, we can, sometimes we can have our flubs. It's definitely doable right there. Oh, we're gonna see the shot. Of course, it's Cooper, the one with the pristine aim, and it's all up to Obi, who is right there stuck within the vents, looking mighty suspicious, but within the crossfire, quite literally gets hit on both angles. That's Hiza and Truck Lover with the kills. Truck Lover, you know, able to make a little bit more of an impact within the latter half of the first half, but still underperforming. And I say underperforming not to bring attention like, oh, he's doing bad or something like that, but I say this because he's really, really good, and I'm excited to see how he's going to start playing off right now, because you know for a fact, Toon, that whenever these players tend to switch sides, you know, there's always a side where you're better on, whenever you're doing something right, and there's always a side where you're not as good. So I think that right now this was a very good T side for Mythic, and given the fact that this is a CT sided map, I think it's a good indication that Mythic is feeling themselves quite well, given that this is their pick.
Even if it's just a 2-round lead, I do expect them to keep pushing this forward, and if they win this pistol, even more so, it should be a small little omen to their future success if they're able to claim this one. But it is all about the aim, and we have talked about how some players have not quite delivered on that killing department, namely Truck Lover, but I think that's more true for Akimbo, where only Cameron can really claim those numbers! Well, unfortunately for the guys over at Mythic, they do lose 2 players, but it's a 3v3 showdown in which Austin can still set himself up to defend, and he does catch Obi. Not quite going to stop the bomb plant, but it's a 3v2, and the final push is going to be the crucial one. There you go, fantastic swing by Krawls to take care of Austin, and that's a 2v2 now. Dio, man. Just one bullet flies and the other gets injured immediately after. Cameron on the high ground. They know where he is. They also know about Krawls, so you can try and force a defusal, but they just bait it out in hopes to get Krawls to merge. I don't know if there's enough time for a defusal now either, so it is a very complicated position to be in if you are Mythic. They are going to lose the pistol, not from the bomb explosion, but from the simple headshot, or rather the bullets that Krause delivered. Good on Krause, fantastic movement, and fantastic bait and switch as well. Akimbo is not that far away from making a comeback.
Yeah, like the bomb placement as well was super, super good, right? Because even if the player within Rafters went down, which he did, we saw the final player all the way within the entryway towards B side. So he had the opportunity in order for him to be able to simply wait it out. And not only that, but just give him the movement that he had, which is absolutely phenomenal. So it was all a bit of a winning strategy that was given right there. So looking very smart within that round, and playing smart gave them that win. Now, speaking of playing smart, will we be seeing that? Oh, I love the pistol right there. Oh, that's so cute. The P50 right there. Oh, is that gonna help them out? No, it's actually the 5.7 right there. Simply gonna wait back a little bit within this area. Truck Lover taken down. No, man with the nice gun is now out of play. And not only that, but Obi is also out of contention. He's finally putting a stop to him with those kills. The bomb being planted right here. I mean, he could pick up a very good weapon at this point. However, will it be enough in order for him to be able to take down the 4 remaining Ts? We're about to find out as conflict is about to be ensured right here. Cameron actually backing out, very smart. Waiting for his teammate, knows that he doesn't really have to approach right there. Oh, and he's going to get the kill right there. Crossfire, perfect stuff. That is a 2v3 situation. They can make it happen. They can definitely make it happen, especially that since they now know that there's only one player left within there. Oh no, they're not going to be able to make it happen. They're not going to stick to the fuse or anything like that. They're actually just going to claim weapons and go. I think that's smart, Toon, yes. At the same time, I wish we could have seen, you know, a little bit of an earlier execute rather than a retake. But I mean, Akimbo played that really well because they knew that time was on their side and they took their sweet time with it. However, I think that this is also a bit of a win right here for Mythic because of the fact that they were able to claim weapons, and not only that, but deter the economy for the Akimbo team a lot more, because look at the money. It is definitely not on their side.
Yep, the kills definitely make a dent on Akimbo's side, and you are always kind of thinking about the future, right? Counter-Strike is a game of strategizing. It's a game where you don't really have all the information to your name at your disposal. So you definitely need to keep an eye out for the future, and the future ain't looking good if Akimbo loses this round here. Also, if you don't have the intel of where a player is, you do have the intel of where they aren't, of where the player isn't. And that can also help you cover certain ground. But in the meantime, there seems to be no intel as for pretty much anything besides this wall of smokes. We do see a couple of members of Akimbo going through into secret, and it seems like the push is going to be all in on B side. It's all about the defense now. Good on Laxi for checking for any possible flanks as well. Cooper already sees one. Oh man, a little bit of trigger discipline could have maybe giving him an extra chance to take care of Laxi, but in the meantime, 2 players from Mythic are already taken down, and also Flom. Not the greatest turn of events for Mythic as they are down by 2. And Austin seems to have a read here. Yeah, he does find Obi. And if N2O emerges, oh, I think they might have heard the move. Heiza is also going to take care of Laxi. That leaves 2 and 2. Make that 2v1. Will this be a clutch? Will Cameron be able to pull one off for the team? He already did before. He's about to swing. He does find Austin. And that read pays off big time as only Heiza remains. He does have a molly too to check for another entryway. But at this point, the time is no good. That time is going to run out. The bomb is going to explode. And Cameron seems to be ready to eat lead as well. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, will he get far enough? He did. Alright, so another run for Akimbo. That's 3 in a row. They have not let Mythic get on the scoreboard on the side switch quite yet. And it's another bomb explosion to put themselves on the lead.
Yep, that tiebreaker was crucial because both of the teams were actually, after analysis, after I said, like, look at the economy, actually looked to other side, and it wasn't that good either. So right now, it doesn't seem like this is going to be the best showing within the firepower right here for Mythic, because they are going to go for a bit of a semi-bias situation. Yeah, definitely. If they are to lose this round, they're going to be completely back to the brim within firepower within the next one. But he does have an AK-47, man, and you know for a fact that he is one of the top fragging players within Mythic's squad. And even though they do have a lot of firepower, they don't have the best arsenal regarding utility right there. What a perfect flash. That's an amazing flash in order to give Heiza and Flom an opportunity right there. Krause is now taking one. I'm sorry, that's Cooper with the kill on Obi. and then he's up with one on N2O. And Laxi hesitating a little bit more. If we were to see very confident pushes, I think that this would be a completely different story to him, because look at the fact that how they're playing is just riddled with hesitation every single step of the way. They're not committing too much. Now, I do understand why that's coming. You just saw your teammates die essentially right within your face, right? So you know that there could be somebody there. But I think that that hesitation is the one that Cameron lacks. That confidence is more so what he has, and that's what's giving him these opportunities to be able to snatch kills from where what normally would be considered a bit of an unorthodox peak.
Speaking of a peak, man. I mean, kind of a dirty spray at the end of it, but Heisa does find the kill on Laxi, and now Cameron is going to eat lead from Austin as well. But dang, son, a bunch of peaks that aren't really responded with the accuracy that I'm expecting from CTs. Given how you should be favored in most of these situations, I do expect Mythic to eventually pick it up a little bit more. As these first rounds, I do think a lot of the reason, a big reason why they were consistently losing was because of the aim. And even then, they are, for the most part, really well distributed in the killing department. Akimbo still has not managed to put most of their players to that same standard. In terms of kills alone, Mythic should be winning this by like 4 rounds, but given the situation, they are going to have to wait a little bit longer. They will, however, probably retake the lead in this here round because, yeah, the loadout just does not give Akimbo time to work with. There is one AK-47 on N2O's hands, but the rest of them can't really speak for the same there. Truck Lover takes a ton of damage in the attempt to take care of Obi, who is still alive. And that's what I'm telling you, Dio. A lot of these exchanges feel like they should have resulted in a death much sooner. But you know, it is what it is. Sometimes your hands are just a little bit nervous and everything. They're shaking a little bit. And, well, the result is in. Careful there, though. Truck Lover is eventually able to take care of Obi. And, of course, he goes down. But there is a couple of paybacks either way. And that leaves only Cameron once more with a Tech 9. But at that distance and in the stairs, I don't think there was much for him to do. Mythic is back on the lead just like that. And, yeah, I mean, this is just a never-ending story, Dio. One team takes the lead, the other comes back right around, but it seems like Mythic is going to get another victory, it appears, due to the money. I think that Akimbo wants to save. There's no reason to force buy here.
Yeah, exactly that. There's absolutely no reason to try to go in for a force buy. I think that even so, that being the case, I still think they should go with the aggressive push, you know, that just full hauled, make it to A, burst in, a gunslinging type of approach that is very, very well known to happen and to give very good results occasionally. 80% of the time works every time, right? So it doesn't seem that that is going to be the case, given the fact that outside is very well covered within the hands of Cooper and his AWP. Will we be seeing it happen is the question. He has already rallied the information right there. It's just like, hey, there are people outside. Maybe they could be making their way towards A, but still don't need your coverage quite yet. Oh, Krause with the headshot. This is what I was talking about. That Deagle, man. That Deagle is so good. We'll be seeing him making his way inside. Once again, the hot verticality being an FPS player's worst nightmare. Once again, and then he peeks towards the other side. What a switch up. That is a great switch up right there from Hiza. Laxi said, like, okay, he might be waiting there, so I'm going to just turn around. And then he just did not see him based off the area where he was. And look at what a round right there from Hiza. 3 kills in a row, not only baiting and switching, but also forcing exactly when he had to. Claiming double digits right now for Mythic. And this is looking like a very splendid approach from what we saw beforehand. I would dare say that Mythic was a bit with having a little bit of a cold feet whenever they tried to make their approach whenever they were on the T side, but now it's a completely different story. It's as if they really tend to favor the CT side.
Like, that should be the round to give them the confidence they needed and eventually claim not just this round here, but just one more to secure overtime as well. And it seems like Akimbo, even with this loadout, might have a bit of a harder time not only interrupting movement, but also finding the kills themselves. You do have somebody from Mythic staying close to the action. That's Austin, who generally covers that same area in Garage, making sure to get the intel. And unfortunately, this is what I'm telling you, man. Truck Lover with not the cleanest of sprays there. He does find a kill and can win a bit more time for himself, as he does know that there's at least one more person bound to be on secret approaching. And if he finds one more kill, I think that should be enough intel for the rest of Mythic to go down into B side and defend to maybe get a kill or two extra, but it seems like they have backed down. It's definitely not a winning strat. Even if they get the kill on Austin, the intel will be relayed, so it's a very complicated approach into B side, sorry. if they decide to insist upon it. Now, Austin has stayed way back here. All the time he has spent on Garage seems to be unforgiven. He actually does not win that big from it, even if the intel has been relayed. Heiza got a kill on Laxi, but Cooper a little bit careless on his approach towards Hell. But here we go, it's about time for Heiza to defend, and unfortunately, yeah, it seems like it's just trade after trade after trade, and A side is wide open, the bomb is about to be planted, and Flom needs to respond pronto. He does emerge, they see them on the ramp, sorry, on the vents, and now they're approaching A side. Here comes the swing, Carls gets the kill on Flom, and that leaves only Truck Lover alive, unfortunately the one with the lowest KD for Mythic. Does he clutch it out? He does find one, but unfortunately, once again, a lot of time to get your aim through, and just no bullets landing. Akimbo wins again.
This has been a very, very close match overall, Toon. I think that regardless of the fact that Mythic is feeling very comfortable here within Nuke, Akimbo has just been on a completely different level, right? On the T side, they took the advantage early on, only to be rebutted within Mythics and their arsenal. And what we have at this point, Akimbo is looking to keep that coordination going forward, and I'm gonna be real with you right now. It's definitely N2O Crawls and Cameron doing all the heavy work, right? Of course, we still see the setups and the utility coming from Laxi and Obi, but sometimes they're just not within the same level right now as we see from the other three players. And that being said, the reason why Mythic has that upper hand is because all of their team, oh my goodness gracious, what a shot right there from Cooper. All the teammates from Mythic, bar one, are struggling a little bit, right? Oh, how did he just get past there? Only one player was very ready to be able to get those shots right there. Obi gets the kill on Austin. Flom takes Cameron, and that is a huge impact right now from the TT side. Simply based off of how much they want to play, he's able to get that kill on Krauls, and now they both abandon the site because, yeah, Truck Lover with the perfect angle right there. Both abandoning the site because they know that they could be seeing a little bit of a better opportunity. Yep, and that's Hiza with the kill. Already securing a double. Look at Hiza, man. He is on fire.
If you want anyone to be on fire right now, it's both your Opper and your pristine rifler. In this case, Heiza and Cooper. Especially being so close to securing overtime, you just need one more for that to happen. Akimbo, of course, is going to try their hardest with this semi-buy of Tech 9s galore, but I don't know about the success rate of this loadout alone. If they do find an AK or an M4, there might be a good chance. Given the fact that Mythic, of course, has 3 AKs to their name, well, even more power to Akimbo if they're able to actually claim those kills. And here we go, Cooper takes a ton of damage from the util alone. They're forcing Truck Lover back, and yeah, good that they're forcing Truck Lover specifically, but look at that! The grenade that Truck Lover left behind is going to deliver a kill on Obi, and now the final spray from Truck Lover, 3 kills this round! That puts Mythic with secured overtime and just one more round away from taking victory in this first map of Nuke, their own map selection, reminder of that too. And Akimbo, yeah, the loadout just did not give you too much to work with, but at least they did go in as a team. That's what I appreciate. The coordination effort was definitely there, even if the result was not the success they expected.
I am very sorry. Once again, I'm speaking on mute. But it was a crucial round enough for them to be able to win. Oh, but the thing is, right now, Akimbo seems to start to play a little bit reckless, and that is not the way that you want it to go down. However, Cooper, you got to make sure somebody's covering from behind you, because that is Cameron, the one that could approach right here. However, he's already made his way into coverage of Hut. And he gets the shot right there. Not only that, but that is also the bomb. Austin gets a kill on Cameron. One of the top fraggers. Laxi with the double kill, though. Oh, and he's all that's left alive. He has the bomb, though. So that's already a good omen. However, this could spell danger right here. He needs to get this ace. He needs to dominate the opposing team. If he's able to make it happen, this is going to go down within the history books, ladies and gentlemen. But the thing is, he's looking at the incorrect angle. Yes, he is. That's Hiza with the kill. Just barely missing the 30 frags within the first map. That is absolutely insane, dude.
A fantastic number to end on, and yes, it could have been made even better but for what it's worth, you still have one more map to test your luck. And with how highs it just played here, I think that Mirage is looking great going forward, but we cannot get ahead of ourselves. Akimbo selected Mirage. This is going to be their home ground, technically. But given the experience that everybody must have on this map, I am not too sure how much I'm going to give it to them automatically. Mythic does still have the upper hand, and with how good of a synergy they just found, I'm hoping that they're going to continue it. And, you know, again, the big problem, I think, is that the sprays were just a little too dirty. A few times you could have gotten the read and everything, but it still took you a couple of seconds to find the kills, if you got it at all, because there was always a chance for your opponent to reply back. But it is what it is, Dio. That's only the first map of the match. We've still got at least one more to go. So everybody, we're going to take a short break before we come back. Stay tuned for the possible final map of the evening. We will come back real soon.
After what was looking to be very close within Nuke, it seems like Mythic was able to pick their really just their momentum up and run with the win. Not only picking up the win, but also on their own map. We will be heading towards Mirage, where this map pick will determine whether Akimbo is able to play one more, or if they're going to fall within the middle echelon of things in order for them to try to get their way towards the playoffs. Hello everybody and welcome back to the second map here within this match, Mythic against Akimbo. We saw a spectacular display of skill coming in from both of these teams. However, it seems like Mythic was able to come out on top with 13-9, which is something that we've actually seen within their records beforehand on Nuke.
Yes, indeed. This is a repeat of what's happened before. What's interesting for Mythic, though, is that they're now headed to Mirage, and last time they won there, or last time they played there, they also won 13-9. So I would take it that maybe they have the upper hand given the recent success. Akimbo, once more, it's a bit hard to tell, as these guys have not really played all of their matches, not even all of their maps in the matches that they did play. They forfeited the first map against In Control of Ancient, and then they proceeded to win the next two. But they also won Nuke 13-11, and this time they lost it, so it appears that the recent history will not really favor them that much, given what we just saw coming through from Mythic. And of course, this is Mirage. This is a map in which you will usually see T-sites actually kind of popping off. It's not that easy. Or rather, it shouldn't be the hardest map to retake per se. I think that still falls to Inferno, for instance. It's very complicated to retake Inferno, but for what it's worth, given the fact that you've played Mirage for so long, it's very complicated to catch your opponents off guard, if you know what I'm saying. They usually get a very quick read of how the map is going to be played, of how the opponents are going to try to take things, but it appears, Dio, that we can only hope that time will tell us what's going to happen. The match is now live, so we will soon jump into the action, everybody. Stick around, because today we're gonna find out who's the third team invited into those playoffs. It could be either of these two, but Mythic is ever so slightly closer, as they did take the first map off Nuke. And here we go, DL. It's about time to start. They are getting through. Mythic on CT side to start.
Yeah, this is a very important start for Mythic, right? Because this is the map that they were forced to be on, since this is Akimbo's pick. So getting an early lead within the CT side of Mirage is super, super important right there. We actually going to see the shots. Yep, just simply playing right there beneath Palace. And the fact that Austin was able to get the kill as well without having to give away his information on where he is. Of course, super, super important right there. Ooh, Truck Lover able to scrape by with his life. But not only that, but leaves him off a guard for him to be able to get the kill on Cooper. And all the way from Jungle, Flom is able to make up for what was lost within the hands of Truck Lover. But speak of the devil right there, Obi able to get one more, gets two, and still gets a little bit more of information right there with that jumping peak. Able to fight back, but he's up, finally puts him down. That was a very well contested round by both of these teams, but the CT side is the one that is able to come out on top tune. That was a very good display of skill right there, but I think that it wouldn't have been as close if Truck Lover could have at least gotten one of those kills on one of the players over there within Connector.
I think we have been repeating that a bunch of times now. Unfortunately, tonight is not really Truck Lover's best performance, and it's going to repeat on Mirage for what it seems. Granted, he did not die, so at least there is that. There was always hope for Mythic to still have one more ace under the sleeve, but it's better to just go on and show up and play from the very beginning instead of being the eyes in the eyes on the sleeve. Now it seems though that this very beginning of the round will not really go the way of Akimbo, as they do lose two players in exchange for just one, make that three. And Cooper, of course, being the one to play window, he is not yet using a scoped weapon, he's just using the FAMAS, but you know, better to get accustomed already in the very beginning of the map instead of waiting for the AWP to come through. Of course, they have the intel of where those two are located, so they're not probably expecting somebody to come through and try to flank them, but there's Truck Lover finally approaching and getting that kill against Laxi. There's one player remaining, and it's Cameron. We talked about how much he popped off last time on Nuke, so hoping to see some similar success, but unfortunately, right as he brings out the bomb, he meets Cooper, who came through after defending the window, and that is going to put Mythic on a 2-0 lead. Again, the expected success after taking the pistol round, of course, but now we will see rapid fire versus rapid fire, and the loadout is looking better for Akimbo.
Definitely very good, to say the least. I think that within what Mythic's generally, whenever they play with the advantage state, right, they can start to milk that advantage state up until a point where they hinder their opponent's mentality, right? They're mind gaming them a little bit more within that, affecting their mentality, and not only making sure that they are forced behind, but also simply taking things ever so slowly right there. We actually see Cooper try to get the kill. It's Laxi with the shot. However, they've already made their way through. Cameron able to get the kill on Trucklover, though, once again, and it seems like this attempt of a take on mid is no longer going to go within the way of Mythic. It seems like they bit off a little bit more than what they can chew. They haven't attacked the mental enough to in order to be able to make that happen, make that work. And now they paid the most extreme consequences for it, because not only did they lose 3 teammates, but look at their money. Even if they are to win this next upcoming round, it's definitely going to be a bit of a toll within the next one too. And I'm not just saying this because, I mean, like, look at this. Cameron able to get the shot all the way from behind. Oh my goodness gracious, everybody just goes down. Once again, looking absolutely phenomenal. Not only did they get a flawless victory, as, oh my goodness gracious, Cameron almost died of his teammate shots right there, but this was a devastating blow to the economy that Mythic has.
Indeed. Unfortunately for Mythic, that lead that they'd built up was still a bit fragile. You always know that it's going to be a complicated spot to be in if one round is going to destroy you like this. You've still got some rapid fire to boot, of course, and the MP9 is not really anything to write home about, but it could deliver some solid kills, as we already saw from Truck Lover before. But Akimbo is going to apparently prioritize just getting some solid states in mid. If you control mid, you definitely have a lot more avenues of movement to choose from, and it seems now that they're going to build on some pressure on the stairs. Careful there, you're about to take your teammate down. I think that Cooper might have hurt Flom a little bit with those bullets too, so dang, a very complicated lineup to play with right there. Now you do have somebody in cat here, and it's Austin, unfortunately a little too exposed, and it will lead to, again, an even matchup here. A 4v4. Truck Lover, though, has a chance to deliver some big damage, only taking down Obi and losing the M4A1S in the process, but his teammates have picked up some solid weaponry, and namely Flom seems to be very close to taking at least one player down. They lit up both N2O and Laxi, but the bomb is ticking, and it's now a race against the clock, quite literally. Heiza forced to stand back on ticket, and there's nowhere for him to go for now as the fire's still lit up, and Mythic is going to have to take their time before going in for a retake, but nobody is looking into connector just yet, until now that Laxi does emerge, and he finds Cooper. So I think this is pretty much done for. There's only Flom with very little HP. He would need to bank it on 3 headshots, and at this point it's better to just keep your AK. Does he find a kill or two? He finds one. Almost a second, but still another victory for Akimbo. Round number 4 goes to them before the bomb explodes, right before that actually. And even though they lost a few players, the economy speaks for itself. They're still doing so well and are able to buy all their AKs, whereas Mythic is going to have to wait a little bit longer and play this one with just pistols. No reason to force any purchases. If you want a 5-stack, that might go well on your side. If that were me, I would go to B side maybe. But we'll see. Still, Akimbo looking great at tying this one up. And, you know, even though they are behind on the score, I don't think they're that behind on the mental aspect. They might have lost the first map, but they definitely still have some solid ideas here on Mirage. It's their pick for a reason.
Yeah, simply understanding how these maps work, and generally whenever you go to your comfort picks is how these teams decide where they want to attack from, right? Which is something that a lot of these players are keen on understanding right there. Oh, Cameron actually getting the kill on Cooper within that smoke. Looking mighty fine. We actually have Truck Lover right here with the Zeus. Is it gonna happen right there though? No, it's definitely not, especially since Obi is able to claim those doubles. It seems like Obi within an instant guys actually trying to go for the knife right there, gets immediately gunned down. I have to respect it though. But I mean, in the end, it seemed like it was definitely a lost round for what it's worth. We're actually going to see the instant buy on the AWP right here for Cooper within this round, as Akimbo is claiming the advantage. 3 rounds in a row. Mythic has only been able to claim the pistol, and then the round after that tune. So it really begs the question, like, yes, this is your side to pick. This is your side to win, more so since you're on CT. But Akimbo, given the stats, they look mighty, mighty fine on Mirage.
Oh, buddy, but now I really want to see the show of Cooper. This is the beginning of the Cooper show, everybody! Welcome! This is the third call. Oh, never mind. Well, it seems to have been cut a little bit close, a little bit sooner. But still, Laxi on his way. Oh no, he actually does not find the kill on Heisa. Heisa with the clutches of kills with only 31 HP left. Leaves the door wide open for Flom to take care of Obi as well. And Cameron still holding the bomb. He is able to protect himself a little bit. Does not control jungle, but at least he does force. Oh! The player who potentially would be there to stand back a little bit. Cameron does also see the player on ticket. Flush thrown in from Truck Lover. I think that was a little too announced, and unfortunately Flom is not able to survive that next exchange. Truck Lover is not going to interrupt the bomb plant either. He will stand back there on ticket, ready for the swing. Oh no, he sees the cannon. Yeah, man, very unfortunate peek here from Truck Lover. Again, not quite his day. But for the most part, his teammates have been able to pick up the slack where he has not really shown up. And the problem here is that when they start gaining momentum, they do meet their demise after someone from Akimbo delivers the proper intel and the proper call. Shout out to Heisa, though. I mean, I think that if anybody's going to still be popping off, it's going to be Heisa. I'm hoping to see a 30-kill map from him. 5 so far, almost a kill per round, but yeah, not quite it.
Yeah, almost. And not only that, but we're forced once back to the drawing board, essentially, with this really, really difficult situation coming in right here from Mythic, as they have little to no firepower right there. Do we see the double frag? Yes, we do, coming in from Laxi. Great stuff, and even throws out a molly back there in order to cover up for his traces of somebody that could be flanking from Palace. But no, it doesn't seem like it's going to work out too much with at all. We see that SSG within the hands of Flom. I think that's exactly why he wanted to go for it, because those headshots can be devastating. Able to get that kill on N2O. And the thing is, his teammates know that with that information being rallied at this point, it seems like A isn't the area where you want to be. Cooper does claim that AK-47 for himself. We've seen him with the sniper a little bit better, man, but with the rifles, let's see how well he's going to fare. It is going to be Truck Lover's site defense on his own, and fortunately for him, he does go down, unable to get that redemption arc quite yet. I think it's been more so down in the dumps for both Austin and Truck Lover, and that's really what's been causing them an issue.
Consistent problems indeed. Even more so now that only Cooper remains. He is going to have to stand back all the way in carts to at least help and bring the AK with him. But really, after only one kill in this round, I can't help but feel that Mythic's gas has started to run a little bit low. Even when they were playing on Nuke and losing rounds, they were still delivering some big damage. You might recall one of those rounds in which they got so many kills that regardless of the victory from Akimbo, they still had to make such a big investment that it felt like a loss. But now, in comes Cooper. He does hear the movement. He does hear the steps being taken in. No need for trigger discipline. He does find one kill. Now the wallbang might deliver a kill onto him too. He survives just barely. Brings over the AK. And thankfully for him, his teammates have gathered enough money to make a pretty big investment, but still a very fragile one at that, given how, frankly, not too pristine of an aim they have been showing up here on Mirage. Those 2 rounds that they won initially, well, they were kind of circumstantial, as they were the pistol round, and the one right after, you were kind of expected to win those, but as soon as Akimbo got their true loadout, their rapid fire, well, you can see the results. And of course, Akimbo is playing T-side. Eventually, when Mythic gets to play T-side, they might just start showing up a little bit more. Lately, T-side has been fantastic for teams, specifically on Mirage. So, yeah, a lot of new strategies developed around it, and namely the util control as well. I mean, earlier, or before, protecting connector was like the pristine spot, but lately teams have been finding a lot of ways to play around that, emerging from T-ramp and such. And speaking of which, you've got 3 people from Akimbo there on T-ramp.
Yeah, and just simply based off of the stats, you know for a fact that these players really, from Mythic, they favor playing on CT a little bit more than anything else. Obi actually claiming the kill right there on Austin, and Kisa, though, nearly puts him down right there. But with the AWP, Cooper ties things up a little bit more. Laxi, though, oh my god, Flom barely able to scrape away with his life. Could have been forfeit within the Molly's hands, or rather the Flames. Now it's all up to Akimbo to continue with the site defense. They have no utility, so they're susceptible to anything that could come their way. Speak of the devil, it seems like the flash goes off right there, and it's Flom, the one who was unable to get that kill. Yep, that's Cooper with the shot. And now given the little information that they have, they could start ruling out where these players are. And it is really just the fact that Cameron is playing super well around this high pillar, so he does not really have to commit too much to what is being given off right here. Cameron with the clutch 1v2, and with the great decision making, staying behind the high barrels within the bomb site is definitely the way that you can counteract an upper that is coming from connector or from jungle overall. So I think that was a very smart play by him, and definitely a 6th round in their name that is very well deserved.
Seems right that he went for when he was playing against Truck Lover and Heiza, and Flom. So yeah, good decision making overall from Cameron. I think there's a reason why he was also the highest KD on the side of Akimbo in the last map. Not quite that for now in this map, as Laxi is doing a little bit better, but you know what? Everybody has their own specialty of a map, and it appears that Laxi's is for sure Mirage. Now, you do have Obi here emerging a little bit dangerously as he tries to find an extra kill or two, and it's a 3v3 situation, but you do have a little bit extra intel on Mythic side as to where that player from Akimbo is. Oh no! But they decide to take a step back from it. Flom tries to check the back side of it. Does not go according to plan, and now you've got Krauls still stuck behind the carts. But in the meantime, it's N2O who has tried to merge into B, and unfortunately, that means that you have lost your AWP, but Cameron immediately after takes care of Austin. I love the back and forth, but it seems like Truck Lover is once again on his own. He does have the intel as to where Cameron is. Is Cameron ever going to emerge from market? You do know that the bomb is up there in the apartments as well. And here we go, the Truck Lover winning. Oh no, he was so close! But those millimetrical exchanges are going to cost you big time. Krauls with the AWP picked up is going to claim the round for his team.
Yeah, and it was, like you said, it was just a millimetrical adjustment, the one that he had to do right there. But just a bit of a wider swing than normal, and we actually see him lose that interaction. So now Akimbo has a secured advantage within the halftime, ladies and gentlemen, with 7 rounds in his name. I just once again want to apologize because I am a bit sick, and unfortunately I didn't have enough time to be able to get myself a little bit better. Try to drink as many teas as possible, just did not work. But what is a little bit sicker than me, and that's already saying something, is the fact that Akimbo has been playing with their advantage state within the maps to a great extent, right? Even sometimes where they're just completely unarmed. Oh, what a drop down right there from Cameron. Absolutely no hesitation. Just catch him off guard right there. He's able to get the kill though. That MP9 doing work. Not only is it going to claim an AK-47 for his team, but it's also going to get at least a little bit more money before he's taken down right there. And Cooper is now out for the count as Laxi. I'm sorry, it's actually Cooper the one that gets the kill on Laxi though. And then from the other side, Flom gets the kill on N2O. Is this going to be a clutch round? Let's see how this starts to work out. You saw his shoulder right there. You know where he is. Get your utility. Yeah, get your hands off of your utility, man. Gotta make sure that you're going for everything when it spells out to be danger. Cameron with the triple kill, looking to make it a quadra. He knows that he has to approach, or does he? That is the question.
Time.
Yeah, and no time left at this point. You know, played it a little bit too close for comfort, and now being forced into that interaction. Not even going to be able to get that kill at this point. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter. You do get a little bit of extra money, but you lose your AK-47. So you lose some, you lose some. In this case, not you win some, you lose some, you lose some, you lose some. And now it's Akimbo with 8 rounds in their name. 2 rounds left within the half. And Akimbo, ever since they lost those first 2 rounds, dude, it's been a completely different story.
Yep, unfortunately for Mythic, they're just not showing up to play tonight on Mirage. They still have a chance, though, to make it a bit of a closer side switch if they were to win the next 2, but honestly, easier said than done, given what we have seen from them so far. Oh, yeah, that was looking like a bit of a choppy connection, so hopefully it's not affecting the players too much, but we do have some struggles here. Still, Plum's going to feed a, honestly, kind of odd flash, but still does not really affect anyone in the moment. Akimbo with N2O leading the pack over there with the AWP, does take a little bit of damage initially, and I'm not sure about these pushes, Dio. What a weird round. We first have a flash just to signal that there's somebody approaching from Catwalk. Then Laxi decides to tank damage and not deliver much against Flom. Die right after. I don't know, the intel reads are not really reading that well, at least for me, and you lost control of jungle now. You have lost control almost of the side too, and look at Obi from the high ground, takes care of Heiza as well. N2O ready to step into the fray, and it seems like A-side belongs to the team of Akimbo now. Even if Flom just took care of Cameron and Cooper took care of Obi, you've still got to take the you still got to try for the retake, and it's not looking that easy, especially now when you've got somebody from Connector, that being Trunk Lover, quite far away, to be honest. Dude, what a weird round this was. Either way, it's not over, and yet it's still getting weirder by the second. Truck Lover has not really made his way through. He's the last one standing. I'm not sure if playing from that far away is really going to help you out, but the bomb has not been planted yet. You've still got a while to go, and unfortunately, he brings up this knife. Dude, what was this round?
Definitely was around. I can't let you know that right now. The thing is, like, Mythic made too many mistakes, right? Even towards the end where it was just Truck Lover, the fact that he just got so into the fact that he wanted that AK-47 for himself, and when the moment that you know that they register that there's been a kill there, so weapons are going to be obviously something that they can probably try to scavenge, so you know that that area is going to be covered, especially when you know that that site is being contested. So just doing it like that, I would dare say, is something that I would even consider foolish, especially since you actually see Heiza just going with the peek right there. We see N2O get a double one, and then that's 3 players down right here, just in the middle of Tetris, and we're right there with the player of mid that is gonna beat Truck Lover with the kill. Laxi with the kill on Cooper from all the way from downtown, unable to see where he was. Truck Lover claims the AK-47, unable to get much off of it though. The double HE, and then Laxi puts the final nail within the coffin right here for Truck Lover. This is looking like a round once more for Akimbo, and if I do say so myself, this 10-2 victory within the first half is, and on the T side, mind you, like, and on the T side, because this is something that Akimbo generally tends to be favored on the T side. Here on oh my god, what was Mirage? Here on Mirage, CTs, they don't play that well, but I mean, Mythic, they have an overwhelming 52.29% of times won over on the CT side, and they just got curb stomped. There is no other way to say it than this.
For sure. Yeah, there's no other way to describe it. It's a curb stomp, it's destruction, it's just dominance coming through from Akimbo. For them to have not only a 10-2 score, but a 10-round win streak. Need to remind you of that. The only 2 rounds that Mythic won were Pistol and the one right after. If they lost Pistol, who knows if we would have seen a 12-0 score right now. Definitely a humbling lesson for the team of Mythic, who were definitely feeling a lot better going into this map after they won Nuke 13-9, but it seems almost imminent, Dio, that we're going to see a third map tonight off Ancient. We just need to wait and see if Akimbo is going to clutch it in the next 3, or maybe take a little bit longer. Mythic can still also make a comeback, all things considered. T-side has become a bit of a good omen for multiple teams, but Mythic is about to show us if that is also the case for them, or if they're gonna have to just start thinking about Ancient. Either way, I think this is a good time to try to go for some maybe unorthodox strats. You really don't have much to lose, given the record so far. You could put up something amazing, but Akimbo seems to be doing a pretty solid job in the distribution so far. They prioritize B-side a little bit more, and Mythic has not quite yet decided on where they're going to push.
Not quite yet. Of course, taking their sweet, sweet time. But I mean, they have more than that in order for them to be able to make their way through right here. Simply waiting things out. You actually see Austin with the crouching pick because he knows that his head is, of course, very, very available for somebody to be able to claim it off of his body. Heiza, though, immediately retaliates. Obi taken out. Flom gets a kill right there on Laxi with a little bit of a help from Truck Lover, but Cameron does have the dual Berettas within his hand. The dualies are ever so lethal, but Flom puts an end to his rampage early on. And the bomb now being planted off right here. Cooper gets a kill on Krause. Cooper gets a double kill as well. And Mythic finally puts a stop to that 10-round win streak. 10 is all you get, ladies and gentlemen. But I mean, nobody beats Mythic for 11 rounds in a row is what I'm seeing at this point. But I mean, still, a victory is a victory. What could have gone definitely wrong, man? If Akimbo were to win this first pistol round, it would have essentially guaranteed overtime. And not only that, but maybe even secured a win for Akimbo.
I mean, thankfully for Mythic, they're still showing signs of life, right? Like I told you, if you're going to try some unorthodox things, it might as well be now. So yeah, good for them for maybe taking their time a little too long at first, but it seems to have paid off big time. And of course, shoutouts to Cooper for landing those final bullets too. I think the big problem though is that once again, there is one player who stays way behind the pack, and that's Austin, only now finding his second and now third kills in the entire map. So good round for Austin. Finally, if he wakes up, I think that Mythic is now going to be playing with 5 team members. Truck Lover, we have said that it's not his night. He is doing slightly better than he did on Nuke, but still, not too much to write home about. The bomb is ticking though, and this is where Akimbo might actually put up quite the effort, as they are fighting against not the greatest loadout, particularly from Heiza, who is playing with the MAC-10, but he does have the backup. 2 AKs defending him, and that is 2 kills from Truck Lover. So tonight, or in this round, the 2 more disappointing players of the team of Mythic are actually showing up. Let's hope that they can continue that same momentum going forward, because the team needs it.
Yeah, definitely. Those 2 rounds in their name. They would have to win a total of, what was it, 11 rounds in a row in order to stop Akimbo from even thinking about overtime, right? That's a huge toll, but I mean, they're already 2 rounds in. Only 9 rounds left within this, and it's definitely doable too, and that's the thing. So important for them to be able to even consider a third map. They still have to go through this one. So if you're Akimbo, you want to make sure that you stop this team dead within their tracks within these upcoming rounds, because if you do not, that momentum is really going to start hurting off a little bit more. I really haven't seen a lot of bomb placement right here within Mythic, or the way that their players are being distributed, but right now it seems like mid control is all up in Akimbo's business. They have everything essentially laid down for them, but the fact that they relinquish mid control means that Mythic is going to make their way through towards the A site. Essentially free take for them, but regardless of what happens right here, I mean, they still have to play for the retake. Do we see Cooper get a kill on N2O right here? Yes, we do. He just completely caught off guard. He gets a kill on Laxi as well. So his retake is looking mighty difficult if you're on Akimbo's side, especially with the headshot right there. Truck Lover finally starts to put a little bit more on the table. Growls and Camera are gonna book it. Gonna run for the hills soon. I definitely agree with this. Will they be intercepted by Cooper? That is the question. It seems like they will not. Actually, just heading back right there. But then Cameron takes the unfortunate fall. The top fragger for the team, tied for top fragger for the team, is now taken out by Cooper. Seems like Cooper really started to wake up towards the end right there. And everybody's gonna try to gun him down at this point. Yep, does get the kill on Flan though. Krause gets Austin as well. But I mean, at that point, you already lost 2 players. I think you stop at that point.
Ooh. Do you? Do you?
Okay.
Do you want to stop? It seems like Mythic's like, nah, let's give him 1 more. We have money. Might as well. Let's invest. I mean, it can get a little bit careless. Unfortunately, you don't want to be that careless in this kind of position. I mean, you're building up to something big. You already won 3 in a row, and you're not letting your foot off the gas, which is nice, because last time they won 2, and then the big 10-round win streak started for Akimbo. But it seems like T-side is actually what it's all about here in Mirage lately. And yeah, Mythic is for sure feeling like a very different team. Mainly Truck Lover. Buddy is actually popping off lately, which is, again, what they needed. Mythic just needed to play with 5 players, you know? They needed to play with all 5 of them, really awake, really ready to take care of business. And for what it seems, the entire action of this round is going to be on the southern side of the map. Oh, and that's a horrible one. Horrible way to go out if you're a Laxi. Completely scorched to death. And unfortunately for the guys who are at Akimbo, it seems like they don't have much of a shot here. Oh, wait a minute, it's a 1v1 actually, with Truck Lover reloading as he falls. Goodness gracious, what a spaghetti of a round. Does he plant? No, he does not. He would rather just grab the AWP. Still, Truck Lover, do it for the trucks.
So good too. Like, it's so well. The fact that Mythic is now 4 rounds into their win streak, and finally Truck Lover's like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm into this. I'm still into this. Austin has just been having a bit of a issue right here, but this is what I was talking about. When you have 2 players that are underperforming, that's when things really start to not look good. But Truck Lover waking up and says, yeah, I mean, he fell asleep on the drive wheel right there. Oh my goodness gracious, Flom, get out of here. No contest at all. N2O with the ballsiest of peaks right there, goes in, gets the kill as well. And not only that, but he sees a foot right there. Austin able to get the kill on Obi, tying things up though. Very smart kill right there, just taking it very slow too. Speaking of, oh my god, he's able to see him right there, but through the ladder room, Growls is able to get the kill on him though. Tying things up almost immediately. That HE is gonna hit very close. Almost half of his HP gone. And then Cameron, he's just not regarding where they could be. Gets taken out. Unfortunate for them. Mythic is looking not too good. Yep, that's Cooper with the unfortunate demise. N2O is looking absolutely ballistic. Oh my goodness, I thought that he was the one that had gotten the kill. I thought that for a moment he was gonna get that wallbang kill, but no, it was actually Cameron all the way from jungle, the one to come in and make that kill for Akimbo, stopping Mythic dead within their tracks. What was looking like a ferocious comeback for an 11-round win streak is now cut short.
It seems so, and Mythic is going for a tactical pause. If they don't win it here, that means that they're going to have to play for overtime, and it's getting harder and harder by the second. If you could win it in the regular 24, that's amazing, but it seems like those chances are slowly dwindling away, and again, that third map is looking all but imminent right now. Ancient seems to be opening its gates as we speak. La zona arqueológica, the archaeological site, is getting ready to receive its first visitors of the day. And of course, Mythic, not feeling great about that particular loss, but they will try and force by. At this point, not much of a choice, really. With 2 Tech 9s, a Deagle, an AK, and a single Galil for Cooper. Now, I'm a Galil believer. I do think it can perform amazingly given the right hands. Of course, the AK is a lot more lethal, but given the circumstances, this is about the best that you can hope for, and it's a Rush B, buddy! Rush B, like the good old days! Actually, no, there will be some util being thrown in, but in the meantime, Mythic simply coordinating their effort because they will attack B site no matter what, and in comes the cavalry, and everybody from Akimbo is also getting ready to go and defend. Mythic decides to play the switcheroo, though. Go back, go back, go back! Let's attack mid!
Yeah, and that mid control is super important too. However, the thing is, all that in order to try to bait them out so they can take mid, but they didn't relinquish it at all. And even though you see Laxi able to get only 1 kill, Truck Lover finally puts him down. I mean, it's still not really much of an advantage because they essentially try to force them towards the site, but I mean, the force really didn't happen. Oh, Cooper with the shots right there on Obi, that's huge. However, you do see 2 players, Truck Lover and Austin, both lit up. This could be dangerous for them. You see N2O with that smoke over there on T-Ramp. Oh, but then towards the other side, that's Austin. And the fact that he almost got his teammate as well, that could have been lethal. Cooper able to get that kill on Crawls. Everybody lit up with the exception of Hiza. Hiza has not been performing the best within this map tune as well. That's also an issue that we've been having with this team. Hiza within the previous round was very, very close to those 30 kills. But now, Truck Lover 86 being taken down. That's Cameron with the kill. Hiza does get the kill on N2O though. Ooh, that's an AWP that he's going to be able to claim for himself. And he's full health. So, yeah, somebody should be expecting him right there. Is Cooper going to try to play for time? Does he peek? Does he want to? Not at all. Will we be seeing a player? Yes, we do. He's trying to go in for the refrag right here. He's actually going to try to go in for the defusal. Gonna stick it. He's sticking it. He stuck it.
No!
What a shot right there. What an impressive round. Even though Cameron was able to get the kill. Oh my, Cooper was able to get the kill on Cameron. It's still a round that's won. A very important one at that. Map point right now for Akimbo.
What a terrible way to go out if you're Mythic. This close. All you needed to do was peek. But you didn't believe it. You thought it was fake. And Mythic is going for another tactical plus, but at this point, what difference does it make? You're going to have to play for overtime if you want to take this map. 6 round victories is what you need. And the loss bonus did give you a little bit of money to invest here, but it's close to the last load that you went with. An AK, actually 2 AKs, 2 Tech 9s and a Deagle. But dang, son, what a heartbreaker of a round if you're a Mythic fan right now. And Akimbo, more power to you. More power to these 5 guys who have made it this far. And still with a 6-round lead, by the way, which might turn into a final score of 13-6 if they're able to win it big here. even if the AWP did not really come into play that much in the last round or in the final exchange, it's still good to see that they were able to carry forward with it. And yeah, shoutouts to Kimbo for that particular round victory. They're able to make their full investment once again, and in comes the cavalry from Mythic side, but already Flom goes down, and he was carrying a Tech 9, so that's one semi-rapid fire weapon gone, leaving 4 players to go. And Mythic's going to charge in a bit of a divided effort, actually, as 2 players are emerging from the apartments, but they're about to come across Cameron and Kralls, 2 players who have actually been doing pretty good, especially Cameron, and goodbye Cooper. Kralls is gone, but in comes Cameron, ready to defend. That's 1 player down, almost a second. He lights up 2 of them. So whatever happens now, Dio, they're both already super lit. They have taken a ton of damage, and it won't be that easy to go in and plant the bomb, especially not with the Utah remaining on on Akimbo side. Only 1 player remaining, and that's it. The map is down. Akimbo has won it here, 13-6, and we are headed to Ancient.
Yep, that is the third round. I'm sorry, the third map that is essentially secured right here for Akimbo. For them to be able to get there, Mythic really was not able to find their way into this map as much as they tried. They were only able to win the first 2 pistol rounds, and they won 4, and that was pretty much it, right? Nothing much left for them to do, unfortunate as it may be. For Mythic, I mean, they didn't have the best win rate, to be honest. Here on this map with the 39.4 win rate, it's not looking too good. But the thing is, they played super well. Akimbo played super well into their strengths, right? They were making sure that angles were being covered. They were making sure that the setups were proper. N2O had a phenomenal round, had phenomenal rounds as the opper, and he never really let that up. And that really speaks well of how they tend to adapt towards the areas of opportunity that are being presented to them by Mythic. You know what they say within the art of war, the opportunity to defeat your enemy will be presented by the enemy itself. And at this point, Mythic really led them on to like, hey, these are our areas of opportunity, but we're not going to tell them directly to you. It's all up to Akimbo to identify them, which they did, and they were able to capitalize properly on it.
Yes, indeed. When you're given that kind of opportunity on a golden platter, on a silver platter, whatever you want to call it, you better take it. So good on Akimbo for reading all those options, and good on them for also, whenever they lost a round, it didn't take too long for them to really get readapted. The best that Mythic did was a 4-round win streak, and then that was it. Completely cut short. The rest was history. But DL, we still have some history to make here, as we're now headed towards Ancient, the final map of the evening, and the one that will tell us who is going to get into the playoffs. So everybody, stick around for just a little bit longer. We're going to take a short break, and we will be right back with Ancient, the final map of the day, real soon. final map of the evening, everybody. Final map of the day, and tonight we're going to meet our next invited team to those so coveted playoffs of the series number 4 in North America. Honestly, I did not expect Akimbo to put up this kind of performance in Mirage, but they definitely showed up big time with a 10-round winning streak, dang son. 10 rounds. That was definitely an unexpected move from them, but super clutch to find those very early on. And really, it seemed like if that pistol round did not exist, we would have had a much earlier finale to Mirage. But for what it's worth, Dio, we still had some signs of life from Mythic, and now we're headed to Ancient, the final map of the night, in which Mythic is going to hope to maybe put up a little bit more damage early on.
Yeah, let's see how that's going to happen, because I really brought the analogy, right? The fact that Nuke is a very, very big Mac, generally very CT favored, and we saw that within the fact that Mythic chose this, and then they were able to win on that round specific on that side. Now, we head over to Mirage, a little bit more of a crowded map, and then Akimbo just completely blew them out of the water on the T side as well. Just completely unreal how they were able to claim that advantage and then just run with it, for it to be a halftime score of 10-2 regarding Akimbo's lead. Now, all that's out of the way. We're now going to be headed towards Ancient, and if I may, I want to spew a little bit of stats here, because this is one of the maps that Akimbo has played a total of 15 times, winning 6, losing 9. And one would say like, oh, nice. But the thing is, they've actually won a lot more on the T side than they've won on CT. So, of course, we're going to see who's going to start off right there, which is all the contrary from what Mythic has. They have a total of 60 times played, 23 times won, 37 times lost, and most of their wins come from the CT side. So, what will it come up from? I think it's definitely going to be Mythic on CT, Akimbo on T. That is when they're going to duke it out the best. I think that's going to give them the upper hand. Whoever's able to claim the upper hand within Mythic CT, Akimbo T, is definitely going to be the ones who are most prospect to win.
I will also say that lately T-sides have really been popping off. I mean, we just saw what happened on Mirage, right? T-side was definitely the side to be at if you wanted to claim victory. Nuke was a lot more even than I expected it to be. And of course, as for Ancient, in recent history, T-side has also been a deciding side to play on. CTs have somewhat popped off, of course, but really it's all about how T-sides play with their util that will dictate their success. But really, I think Akimbo just gave us a masterclass of how to play T-side of Mirage, and now T-side of Ancient, I think, is going to be a very interesting one, to say the least. Knife round has now started, Dio, so I will confirm that the match will very soon be live. Of course, we don't usually get to see the knife round, but this will dictate which side each team is going to play. If Akimbo starts out on T, I would almost give them a very early lead, given how well they play. It's a very different map and everything, sure, but, you know, just from the pistol alone, I would expect them to, you know, really carry forward some great momentum. I don't see how Mythic is going to build that up either way, given how they played those first 2 rounds in the last map. And also, on Nuke, Akimbo won the first 2, then they lost 1, won 2 more, and then took a while for them to get back on the board. So that was CT side. Maybe the true element of this whole thing, the true factor that you need to worry about, is how you play the remaining rounds of T right after the pistol. But really, that knife round should be over by now, and of course they're choosing sides at this point, unless they're playing an amazing neutral game in which they're just keeping runaway and everything. Shoutouts to Counter-Strike Neutral is interesting.
Yeah, definitely, right? It's one of those push and pull type of scenarios that we really don't get to see too often, especially us. I mean, yeah, we're just waiting for a bit of a moment for the knife to be taken care of, and then we can see who is going to be on what side. So, ladies and gentlemen, leave us your thoughts on what we're going to be expecting from Ancient, because like I said, this is a bit of a smaller map. We saw that Mythic was able to win on a big map, which was Nuke, and then the smaller it got, the more Akimbo was able to close out with the correct pressure. Now that Ancient is one of those maps that relies heavily on mid control, especially whenever you throw all your utility over there with an elbow and excavation, it really begs the question, like, how will these teams interact, right? Because I think it's, the more that I see it, the more that I generally tend to pan out the fact that Ancient is a very balanced map, if I do say so myself, because it's not like, for example, like Train or, sorry, it's not like Anubis, sorry, that it's T favored like 100%, right? Because CTs are essentially forced into a situation where they have to react with their utility rather than them being the ones that place the utility out that gives them the advantage to be able to attack, right? It's not an Anubis, it's not a nuke either. It's just something completely different, right? It varies from playstyle to playstyle. We've actually seen Ancient South America generally tend to be extremely aggressive, a very, very aggressive style map. I've seen Ancient in EU to be a more 50-50 type of situation as well. And like, yeah, there are some occasions where we're just going to go with completely ballistic with the rushdowns, but there are other times where we're going to wait until 20 seconds for us to be able to go with the execute. But I do see it more times than not that the aggression is generally not favored over there within EU. And now here within North America, well, this is going to be one hell of a match that we have right here, because it is now live with this match once more, man. So without further ado, Tune, take it away, because Ancient, the blood of the Aztec gods, is calling, and we're here to be able to talk about it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And speaking of that aggression, I think this is the one round that really it doesn't apply to. If anything, those pistols, maybe the aggression is truly rewarded. But I was about to say there are a couple of spots in which that aggression might definitely be punished. And I was about to say one of those being the chamber, the donut. Seems, however, that it's not going to be the case here. The other area that I don't think you want to push that hard is mid. Usually you kind of want to see if there will be some util being set up. Maybe an excavation too. Excavation always requires a very precise kind of peeking for you to work out, for the aggression to work out in your favor. And it seems here that it's a 3v1, so Mythic are going to start out with a bang as they planted the bomb and they got the full-on massacre before that explosion hit. So they have a better loadout, they start out with a bang, but will they be able to carry over with this same momentum? That's the question in everyone's mind, as they did have a lead many times very early on, but they couldn't quite hold on to it. So yeah, it's just a whole bunch of question marks right now on the side of Mythic, but they did already show up to play, and look at that, they've got 3 Mac 10s? Broskis are trying to make bank today.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what you have to do, right? Whenever you're on Ancient, it's one of those maps, once again, that really rewards early on aggression. Specifically within the second round onward. Speak of the devil right here. We're going to see the headshot. Perfect. Pristine right there. Cooper is taken out. One of the few players that did not have a Mac 10 is now outside of the round, outside of play. With the Mac 10 within the hands of these two players. Right. Gonna see it at this point. Do they expect one more? Yep, he did not expect one more, actually. Austin does get the refrag, though. And the good thing about that was that one of these players, Obi, was actually very lit up right there. Oh, not able to get the shot. Truck Lover, unfortunate. But he still is able to make it out, though, with the kill on N2O. The author of the kill on Cooper. Truck Lover already taking a heavy amount of damage, but Austin's still covering the rear guard. Let's see how they will make their front at this point, because now they've already secured their way onto the site. Still not out of the woods quite yet, especially with the shots being fired off right there within the hands of Laxi. Now the clock is ticking against the CTs.
Alright, so the sweep is in, and it's successfully completed, but not without taking a ton of damage. That's the other thing. If you recall on Nuke, one of the big problems was how dirty the shooting was initially. And of course, as time went on, it kind of got cleaned up a little bit. Eventually, Akimbo did find their success on Mirage the way they did because of good shooting, but it seems like getting readjusted to a new map is going to affect them early on. We already saw a few trades here and there that could have been a lot easier for them, but unfortunately, well, the exchange just does not go their way because of that dirty shooting. And also, a couple more question marks that raise up. Will Truck Lover deliver the numbers this time? Oh, look at that. Austin already getting some solid numbers for himself as the Mac 10 kill is in. And Austin was one of those players that was also delivering disappointing numbers early on in Mirage. He is able to at least pick up 2 kills already in 3 rounds of play. Cooper, of course, being the team leader, is going to be the one to step up to the plate and get 1. And finally, you've got Heiza, the one who really popped off on Nuke early on, and as time goes on, seems like he's losing his gas, but, you know, at least his team is showing up, and everybody is performing quite solidly. Now it's all about defending this bomb plant, and already you see 2 players emerging from the temple, and it's Heiza who delivers those 2 kills! Of course, the util, though, is going to take care of him, but they know where Kralls is coming from, and now Kralls has the 2v1 task under his belt, and I think he already saw the shadow. He knows where one of those players is, and he's going to try to force Cooper out. Does not quite go his way because of that fire, and Kralls is going to be overwhelmed. Another round for Mythic, starting out with a very, very solid game plan. I do like how they're playing these early rounds. A lot of mix-ups here and there, forcing Akimbo out of their area of comfort.
Yeah, it's just that, like, simply flushing them out with the utility as well, right? You actually saw that HE hit very, very close to home as they were able to get that kill on Heiza with the grenade, but more so it's the fact that even though both of these teams, like, this isn't anybody's comfort pick, but it definitely shines a lot more about the experience that Mythic has at this point, right? Because you see them constantly going forward, constantly pushing forward, actually trying to get mid control as soon as possible. Both Austin and Heiza claiming 1 for themselves. N2O already out of the question. Not only will that HE give them at least a little bit of leeway, but even if Trick Lover does go down, Cooper is right there to retaliate. Now it's all up to Obi and Kralls, the 2 players that are left alone right there. The thing is, Kralls able to get that kill on Flom, claims an AK-47, and even if they do lose this round, I think that it's a net gain at the best. Kralls right there. Oh, loses that AK-47, but Obi with the headshot. What a impressive marksmanship demonstration coming in from this teammate. However, marksmanship doesn't really make up for the fact that you're outnumbered too. And so what a nice round right there coming in from Mythic, even though Akimbo had an opportunity right there, the moment that they didn't check just the most obvious part that one player could come from, which is definitely going to be top mid. No, can't really forget the basics.
Sometimes it really is going back to square one and rethinking your approach, but hey, so far so good. It seems like they have left square one a while back, and so far Mythic are putting themselves in a very pristine position. Look at that, even shooting through the smoke. Unfortunately, Flom does take a little bit of damage, but he outruns the bullets either way. So yeah, he really said all the other kicks with their pumped up kicks, run better run, outrun my gun, and he definitely outran their gun. Over here now, does he see any shadows? I don't think he did. Oh, but he does see the attempted boost! Well, an eye for an eye, as now there are 2 players remaining on Mythic's side, and Laxi is the last player standing for Akimbo. And you know, Laxi did pop off on Mirage. That was definitely his comfort map. Doing a lot better here too. Truck Lover goes down, but Flom needs to take care of Laxi with just a few more points of HP remaining. It seems though that it's going to be a bit of a complicated standoff as Flom needs to pick up the bomb. It's already been located by Laxi. That smoke comes in clutch, and it's going to take a while for Laxi to find his opponent. He does leave excavation though, and here's where Flom might start to attack. Laxi has set himself up a bit further away. Here comes Flom, sets up his own smoke. And I think that Laxi, yeah, he's not going to start shooting. He's actually just going to give the impression that he might have moved out of the way, which of course he has. Instead of protecting the bomb, he will simply go in, protect the side. Oh, wait a minute. I guess he never saw the bomb, actually. Yeah, I guess he never saw the bomb. If he threw that smoke, he might not have seen it, you know, and leave it alone like that. I don't know, I can't really get too much into that kind of theory crafting, but still, we do see Flom planting easily. And now the timer restarts. It's a 10 HP battle versus Flom's 97. But Laxi did pick up some util on his way here. And here we go. About to come across Flom, and that's the victory for the guys over at Akimbo, finally!
Not really checking inside towards the site is definitely something that you're not allowed to do whenever you're alone on the bomb site, as Flom unfortunately goes down within the hands of Laxi. However, I do want to bring attention to the fact, Toon, that even if he did see the bomb, right? Like, even if he did, the fact that that smoke was there for so long didn't really guarantee the fact that he was that he got it or not. So what he did was just he played it safe. He just simply played within the middle of the map, right? So like, okay, whatever I hear, I'll be able to react in time, right? Which is why he placed himself within CT spawn. whenever he saw and heard that molly, he was like, okay, let me go back, right? Because he was about to go back towards B. So it was essentially just placing himself within a good position where he could get the best of both worlds, and it worked so well. And speak of the devil right there, speaking of the best of both worlds, what a wall bang coming in. Oh no, a double HE coming in from N2O. Laxi with the double kill, and it's all up left to Flom. What a squander of a round. Everybody went down within less than 20 seconds. My goodness. Ooh, and even though we have the shots right there, Flom's still alive. Barely able to make it happen. If he is able to, I mean, it's going to be one hell of an uphill battle. And now everybody's super well positioned. They know that they could be coming in from Waters. On the split part of it, that Molly's going to step. Ooh, what a shot right there from Obi, just with the pre-placed crosshair, able to get the shot the moment that he turns around. Great stuff. Akimbo already claiming 2 rounds in a row within their name. And not only that, but they're looking for a third tune, because look at that money on Mythic side. No hay varo.
No money. Nanay. Así como le dije yo al dude que me pidió dinero en Brasil. But hey, you know what? Still, it's just going to be a little bit longer before you get to see that dinero on your side. Eventually, Mythic is going to be on that nice position, but in the meantime, it appears that the record is going to be a bit better for Akimbo, as it's probably going to be a 4-3 difference. Look at that! Krell's getting the wallbang kill on Heiza. So it's a 3v3, sure, but besides Truck Lover, nobody has been able to pick up any good weaponry just yet. They could find one more if they locate it. Yeah, there you go. That's actually 2 AK. So looking a lot better for Mythic now as time goes on. Only Austin kind of left behind, but he will be leading the pack to get some intel there on Connector. The one to peek a little bit. And it appears that the headshots won't be coming through from Akimbo's side just yet. You do have the separation now. One person guarding B, the other A, and one on Connector seems to be joining. Actually, nobody just yet. Got to throw his own flash to make darn sure that nobody emerges from the ramp, but it seems to affect no one. It's going to be Obi on duty of protecting A sites. Soon enough, going to emerge from Temple. Make darn sure that nobody gets through from those halls. And it's Austin here leading the pack once again with the Tech 9 in hand. If anybody is disposable, it's kind of him, as he does have the least useful weapon. But the KD speaks for itself. He's actually doing a lot better than he did in Mirage, so maybe not that easy to sacrifice him, but the intel is in. This should start a rotation from Akimbo's side. You've got Austin checking mid to make darn sure that nobody is emerging from there. And now in comes the flash, but look at Flom. Look at Flom, boosted and everything. He already saw a couple of players. Unfortunately, he does not catch the second one in Krell's. But it's still a positive exchange for Mythic at first. Unfortunately, only Truck Lover remaining now, and he will get overwhelmed. Another victory for Akimbo, a very complicated one though, after an eco loadout. I mean, more power to Mythic. They got a lot of kills in this one, in a round that was looking lost at the beginning.
Yeah, definitely. Even though Akimbo played out super well towards the end, I think it was more so the fact that Mythic bit a lot more off than what they could chew, right? They try to go in with the forcing their way through towards the A site, but in the end, it's the little to no information that they were able to get. Whenever we saw Austin leading the charge over there within Temple, he saw one player, was like, okay, if there's one player playing there, there could be another one playing for Connector. He goes that way, and then whenever the smoke comes, he's unable to get out of there. So essentially, it was the fact that he was trying to scout out for extra kills, the ones that gave them the opportunity, gave Akimbo the opportunity to reposition and essentially make them play with a player less, right? And within those situations where you're a player less and you're on eco, you definitely do not want that to be happening. So that being said, right now we're going to see the wall bang right here all the way through. If there's anybody that maybe they could catch off guard, nope. Nobody right there crossing from T lower. But smoke Orama right here is essentially completely smoked, looking like a metal concert. Oh, look! Speaking of a metal concert, meet the bullets that will fly right through your head right there. Oh my God! Obi with the spray transfer, getting Truck Lover and Cooper, and not only that, but seeing if there's anybody else that maybe he could catch off guard. Once again, Flom is the last player left alive. Tune.
How many times has Flom been in this very same position? Unfortunately for him, the bomb is way out of his reach, and he's gonna have to shoot his way through if he wants to fetch it, and then achieve the even harder task of getting the plant going. N2O is the one. Actually, no, it's N2O and Laxi, the two that are doing the defensive effort at first. They already saw where Flum's coming from, and he barely took some damage. He is kind of tagged, however, and that grenade might come in clutch for him to get a kill or two. Oh my god, it's a 1v1 now. Is he really going to clutch the 3v1? Obi knows exactly where Flum should be coming from, but that smoke, man, it is going to cause some questions to arise. Flum sets up one extra. They're like right next to each other, just a wall of smokes there, covering their spaces. Does he check back? He cannot let go of that smoke. He eventually sees Obi, but he cannot win that shooting battle. And Obi delivers one more win for Akimbo. Buddy, that's a 4-4 score. Goodness gracious, Akimbo just does not let Mythic enjoy their leads. They always catch up. And this is a 4-round win streak. Could be the beginning of something very similar to what we saw in Mirage.
Oh yeah, definitely. We could be seeing an 8-round win streak just right off the bat. Akimbo has been playing super well within this half, which is something that I wanted to talk about. Right, this is the half that we said wouldn't be so much as decisive as beforehand. So really begs the question: who were the ones that won the knife round right there? To see who picked what, right? Because both of them are feeling relatively comfortable. We're on the 4-4. Oh my god, waterfalls right there everywhere. Cameron with the triple kill, tying up his KD, man. 7-7, or everything within his wake. Truck Lover does claim the AK-47 though, so at least they can try to play a little bit more within that. However, Austin, once again, only with the Tech 9, is going to be playing for the rotation. Does he have the bomb though? That is the question. Doesn't seem like he does. Oh, it's actually right smack in the middle of the site. Oh, that's very, very rough. You actually have it in front of Big Box. So, you have to make sure you try to make your way, and that's exactly what Obi is covering, actually. The fact that Austin went all the way through to try to rotate, maybe catch a couple of players off guard with his Tech 9, which is definitely something that you see quite often, and then Krause just comes out of his hiding spot, able to get the shot, and once again, that rush was completely dismantled by Akimbo with their 5th round in a row within the lead. Tune, this is looking mighty uncomfortable if you're Mythic. You had a very good lead, and then you just, I'm not saying you squander it, but you make a lot of questionable decisions within the rushes that you're making, and they are immediately called out by Akimbo because of their good positioning within the sites, and their good reads as well, simply by playing default. Like, if you're getting countered within your pushes by a team playing default, that's when it's a little bit of an issue.
You now have a good loadout too, like, you can't really blame it on the guns you have either. You've got the full loss bonus, you've never really... you're not going to struggle that much for a little bit. Mythic will be able to get at least some solid purchases here and there, and the AWP is in too. Cooper is top frag for Mythic, but I don't think that he really stepped up to the plate until now that he actually has the AWP to really show up and fight. You need to worry a lot about Kralls, who has not had the cleanest shooting, but so far he has been clutch to close out those kills when needed. And of course, if Akimbo has such a solid player on their hands, I think that they feel good about their intel gathering going forward. Cooper, though, finds a 2nd kill this round, and he might just get a 3rd, as Kralls also took a ton of damage. Make that a 3rd, yeah, on Cameron, though. Not exactly on Kralls, but finally it seems like Mythic are gonna put themselves on the tight score once more. Only Laxy's still standing. He has an AK with him. They did take down Cooper, but of course that AWP is at no risk of being lost as Austin picks it up. And yep, Akimbo's gonna kiss this round goodbye, but they did get 5-round wins in a row, meaning that they're fine on the money front. They will be able to make a reinvestment, and this bomb explosion is... Oh, careful there, Austin. Just don't pull the trigger, please. You can look at your opponent, your teammate all you want, just don't pull the trigger. Still, this victory might be an omen to what we might see in the future. Mythic is not going down without putting up a fight. But still, Dio, when come to side switch, I think that will be the true test of skill. Akimbo is already showing a lot of promise here on CT. I think their T side might just be where it really is at. You told us about it a little bit earlier. And look at that, Laxy is able to get a final kill there, but does he react to the person? Oh, never mind. Sorry, it was Flum getting the kill on Laxy. So yeah, everybody from Akimbo taken down.
Yep, very good stuff right there coming from a Mythic, finally putting a stop to that 5-round win streak that Akimbo had. And not only that, but at a crucial round as well, because what I was waiting on is the fact that Akimbo, they're going to go for a force buy right here, right? Because they want to at least ensure a tie. if they are to win this round, they are more than likely to win the next one too. If not, I mean, it's still 6-6, which is something that they definitely want. You're going to see that HE, it's going to hit both Laxi and N2O. N2O already hit heavily though. However, this rush coming in from Akimbo is nothing that short of uncharacteristic, and they seem like they are going to get hit by it right there at that point. However, Flom does get the kill on N2O before Laxi takes care of him, and it all points to the fact that Cooper with that kill is going to place his team within the advantage. It is Laxi, the last player that is left alive though. We've seen him time and time again be able to make it happen, and all that was a direct call out from the adaptation coming from Mythic is insane. Tune, you saw how many times within the previous maps it was actually Laxi the one that did not regard the smokes to be anything but safe, and they said, hey, these guys really like crossing our smokes whenever we're about to place them. They do not respect them, so let's stop respecting them doing that. And that's why Austin claimed that position over there within back calls. That is so smart and such a good sign of adaptation coming from Mythic.
Show me some respect now, buddy. I will tell you, though, there were a couple of times in which they were playing for control of Connector, for instance, and it did not go their way. But like you said, it's all about the adaptation. Mythic already laid down the pieces to try and go for that same strategy, and it pays off big time now. And it seems like Mythic is also going to secure a lead, unless Laxi can pop off here with the MP9, and they're starting to show up. Nope, it seems like they're not going to really pop off that much. Oh, wait a minute, maybe they are. Maybe they are. Nah, you've only got Obi left. He needs to bank on 2 headshots. Make that 1 headshot. It's a 1v1. He has located the bomb too, so Flom does not have an easy task ahead of him. This 1v1 is going to be so tight now. Dio, of course, Obi knows that Flom is about to approach a B site real soon. Checks for a connector first. Checks the back alleys. This is going to be a very similar situation to what happened earlier, where you were not really sure if the player picked up the bomb or not. And Obi here, about to merge. Flum has already taken control of side, it appears. Oh, does he see him? Does he see him? Oh my goodness! Just barely. Obi had a chance to deliver the headshot, but does not do it. And Flum clutches it for his team of Mythic as we go into the side switch with a lead, but a very meager one at that. It's a lead on paper, sure, but I am not sure how much I want to give it to Mythic just yet. Akimbo is still showing a lot of promise, and they're playing solidly, much more so when they don't have the best loadout, actually. That eco loadout was looking rather okay for them.
Man, this is looking very smart right there from Mythic, and a good halfway to end it too, right? So just simply keeping everything in mind, this is the round, this is the side that I wanted to see, not gonna lie. The fact that these players have been playing this super well, but then towards the end, it's actually gonna be almost a full stack over here within mid, and everybody's just gonna start to waterfall about it as well. He's able to get a double kill. Is he gonna get a triple? No, it's actually just Flump backing off right there. Actually, Obi, the one that's backing off right there. And Cooper is being riddled with holes. It's raining lead out here. But the thing is, the cavalry's coming in towards the right. Yep, and that's gonna be Truck Lover getting the kill. And then the immediate bomb plant just to be able to get at least a little bit more money towards a losing round that they did not have a lot of possibilities to be able to win off of the fact that Mythic just went ahead and contested middle with literally no problems. All of them just booked it there. The only exception being Cooper as an anchor towards the B site. Great stuff coming in from Mythic as they secure a early lead within the second half. And once again, this is what I was talking about. This is why Mythic is so good on the CT side here on Ancient.
I mean, starting out with the right foot, honestly, and of course with Mythic having this kind of lead of 3 rounds, and of course the lead on the actual loadouts, I would expect them to get this victory too. Akimbo, though, I mean, T-side has proven to be pretty good for them across all 3 of the maps so far. At least Nuke was a respectable T-side. They could not quite put off the comeback, but the pieces were there. Of course, Mirage, we saw what happened already. And now we've got the rapid fire coming in from 2-3 players. Oh, man. Unfortunately for Heiza, he is not able to do any more damage other than getting that 1 kill. And they didn't even pick up the MP9. They're like, yeah, keep your garbage, man. I don't want that. I'd rather just keep my Deagle. That's all I need. Okay, eventually Carls does pick up the MP9. But it's all about the positioning here, and Mythic still committing more than enough pieces to protecting B side. That's 2 versus 3. But of course, you know that the Deagles are going to come through. And already Obi has taken control of Connector. They're not expecting that one. I think that Akimbo is about to give Mythic a taste of their own medicine. You thought you were adapted against my playstyle, huh? Well, look at Obi. Look at Obi. He's about to deliver that headshot. That's one, baby. And he might just pick up the M4. He does. Okay, gonna lose it immediately after.
Smart
But you know
rush.
what? The intel is in, and Akimbo is going to go ahead and plant.
That was a very smart rush right there, as he knew that the player with the M4A1S could be the more dangerous one. However, I mean, that left him off guard in order for his teammates to be able to retaliate properly on that. It is Flom, the one who is barely making his way inside. Do we know where the player is? Yes, we do. That's a kill on Cameron. Smart stuff. He sees another one. Another headshot. That's Growl's out of play right now. And all he has to do is just defend. All they had to do right there was just defend. He's going to get the bomb plant. Oh, no. He's not going to be able to get the defusal. Laxi understands very well what could have happened right there. And just the fact that you go off of the 2v1, like, yeah, he should be defending me. So I'm still trying to get the stick to it. And then he says, like, yeah, I recognize that. I'm going to get the headshot regardless. What great game sense right there coming in from Laxi, understanding that those situations generally call for a very, very full of cojones play, right? And he understood that, went ahead, got the shot, and now that is Akimbo with the interruption, the immediate interruption. It was 1-1 here within this second half of the rounds, 8-6, only 2 rounds of a difference.
I was not expecting this outcome, honestly. When they started out with that trade, I thought, yeah, you know what, Mythic is just gonna keep on trying to rush them, maybe take care of the players with the deagles. It shouldn't be that big of a task, but as time went on, picking up that MP9 proved to be a definite path to victory for the guys over at Akimbo, and good on them for committing to that bomb plant as well. And shout out especially to Obi. We keep talking about the adaptation, the rotations, the flanks. The fact that you can go for successful flanks means that you've got a nice solid read on your opponent. We saw it come through from Austin earlier. He got some very good positioning, and that helped him take control of areas that that Akimbo were just not expecting. Akimbo gives them a taste of their own medicine. And now we've got this score and this loadout for Akimbo, in which they seem to be doing so well. They only need to worry about one MP9. That's the only rapid fire in place. Otherwise, you've got deals galore, sure, but still, I don't really think that's going to be your biggest worry. You need to prevent the bomb plant either way, but Akimbo has already made their way into A site. And yep, it's going to be a pretty easy task to simply shoot them all down with the headshots, make that 2 players down so far. They have already located Cooper, and I don't think the util will do that much, but still, you've got the intel as to where they are, and you've even got Flom all the way over at B, trying to save himself a little bit longer, and Cooper is able to take care of Kralls, who kind of misses the mark on checking all of his angles. But there you go, after throwing the util, he is gone, and I don't think they're going to find Flom, so at least he gets to keep his MP9, but that's another round for Akimbo.
Don't call it just yet. I mean, if they don't check excavation, that's something that that's a really, really good hiding spot, right? But at the same time, even if they don't find them, the damage has already been done. Like you said it, man. The fact that Akimbo is slowly but surely lurking up on that advantage that Mythic had is really leading towards the fact that Akimbo love how they can play their T side. And it's really evident, right? I think that one crucial mistake within the fact that they lost that first round was the fact that they actually went to fight mid, right? They went to fight mid instead of going over there, whether it be, yeah, it was B if I recall correctly, going towards B and planting. So that was a crucial mistake, the one that they made, which cost them around, which is like, yeah, we shouldn't engage whenever it's not necessary for us to be able to do that, right? And that is what's giving them these wins now. If you see, Akimbo is slowly approaching there. Whenever they see that a player has made a mistake, they overextend or something like that, that's when they start to get that rush in. And speaking of rushing in right here, it seems like it is going to be a push towards the B side as Mythic, all of them are essentially positioned over there within stairs. You do have a player that is guarding right here. That's going to be Obi. We see a shot being fired off. Are we going to get a second? No. It's just going to be the AK-47 within the hands of Flom as he seated his MP9 to Truck Lover. Will they try to approach? I don't think they try to approach any longer, right? They just grab the weapons and run with them the best that they can. And that being said, Truck Lover goes down. and 2-0 with the phenomenal play once more, avoiding any additional casualties. Not only casualties, but also, ooh, what a shot right there from Laxi through the smoke, and just stopping any sort of possible momentum for the next round. You hear it constantly, time and time again, not only within Counter-Strike, but within any sort of game that talks about resource management, right? Whether it be fighting games, whether it be mostly fighting games and FPS, not gonna lie, but you always say, like, you should buy your best build for this round, yes, but you also have to think into towards what could happen within the next one. Flom was thinking about the next round, but the thing is, Akimbo was too, and they said, yeah, I don't want to deal with a guy with an AK-47 within the next round here, especially since it's tied. I'm gonna just go ahead and take him out. What happens? Worst case scenario, I lose an AK-47. Big deal. We won the round. We can still buy another one and still have more than enough money to be able to continue within this streak, which speaks leagues about how Akimbo understands the game flow at this point, and which Mythic is actually struggling a little bit to keep up the pace that they're placing on the table.
What I do love about Akimbo is that they definitely have control of, the money. Well, that's not the greatest smoke to set if you're Cameron, but hey, you've still got a little bit more util to play with, so maybe no biggie. But I have seen a lot of util failures, specifically on Ancient, so kind of odd that it keeps happening on this map in particular. Still, we've got a trait early on, and B-side already belongs to Akimbo. That's gotta suck. If you're Mythic, you're gonna fight against an AWP, and that is the first kill that N2O gets with it. Austin about to emerge from that box to Obi. Oh, he sees him! Obi wins that trait as well! And Cooper and Flom have to make a big choice here. Flom is able to get a headshot on Cameron through the smoke, sure, but Cooper seems to be prioritizing keeping the AWP. And yep, at this point, you don't want to risk your best weapon, especially not now that your opponents are about to secure double digits and that you're gonna have such a meager money front. That's a big problem for Mythic. The money has not really shown itself to be their strength. Just managing the money it is. And yeah, well, you can see the results right here, right? Akimbo, like you said, they still had some room for error if they wanted to give up a weapon or two. Oof. Now, they are going to drop Obi in the process, but still no biggie. They can buy said weaponry. That's their margin of error. They still have a lot to work with. Look at Delaxi, man. Before the purchase, he's at above 10k. And now he has an AK. And of course, the saving is coming in from Akimbo and working wonders. 4 round victories in a row, buddy. 4 in a row, putting them at a fantastic position. 1 away from double digits, 4 away from victory and qualification into playoffs as well. In what would be a very unique situation for a team, as they didn't play 2 of their maps, and yet they're here. Technically, they would be in the playoffs after playing 2 matches, and in one of those matchups, only 2 maps out of 3.
Definitely a great start right there. Ooh, if we see the headshot coming from his, he's able to make it happen. No headshots, but still a couple of shots right there from the Deagle. And even then, still not going to help him out too much. Laxi goes and gets a kill. Cameron claims a double. I know that there's somebody within the chat that's very happy about that. However, still not enough. Obi gets the kill on Austin. 1 more kill available for Akimbo. And the bomb has not yet been planted at this point. He sees him just barely able to get that AK-47. And at this point, if you're Truck Lover, have you been rallied the information that everybody else has been lit up? That is the question, because you're going in for the fight right here. I love the fact that Cameron is positioned within an angle that if he is to go down, he can be refragged right there by Laxi, which it seems like he's not going to do it. Well, the thing is, like, he did see him, right? Like, or did he not? Because I just do not. You heard him move towards the left right there. I think that the worst case scenario, you kill Cameron and you have to take the duel against Laxi. But if you don't deal with Cameron at all, then what else is that for you to do than just take the unfortunate L within that? As Akimbo is creeping on those double digits, I see now that Mythic has been committing a lot of mistakes within that way that they're playing, and choosing and prioritizing their targets has definitely been one of them.
And I think they have also been, accidentally very smart with those targets that they've been choosing. They constantly go for the, attempted entry fragger of Heiza, who has consistently now fallen to the wayside. We talked about how good he did on the early map of Nuke. Definitely not reaching those same heights anymore. Whereas Truck Lover has been consistently kind of on the down bad today. But it would still be great to see him pop off in one of these maps eventually. But this is not going to be that instance, it appears, as he is the first one to bite the dust, and Flom too. Flom and Cooper actually were the ones putting in a very good showcase of survival, and Flom unfortunately eating his 12th death so far in the map. But still, those two are kind of like the remaining hope for Mythic in most of these rounds, as they have not died quite as much as their comrades. Cooper still, though, in a very dangerous position. You do have Cameron ready to take care of him. He sees the cannon, so yeah, that's pretty much a guaranteed kill at this point. There you go, shooting the arm, and that's going to do it. Eventually a headshot on Cooper. Goodbye to the AWP. If you wanted to pick up a second, you've got the chance here, but I think it's better to just play the rifles at this point. And Heiza and Austin, the last two remaining players hiding. Gonna dissipate that smoke. They do realize that Heiza is hiding. And finally, only Austin remains. Will they find him? They're running towards him. Nah, he's going to be safe. Oh! Well, a bit of an exchange at the very end, but Austin was safe, and he does carry forward his M4. But dang, Dio, 2 rounds away from victory and qualification into those playoffs. Akimbo feeling swell.
If you're Mythic, you go in with a bit of a semi-buy right here, and that's it. That's all you can do within this round, because for the next, you need to be very, very well prepared for the next one. This being the case specifically, this is what I was talking about, right? The problem here is that Mythic has generally always been within a situation where they can claim an advantage, right? They can claim it, but it doesn't really happen too often. This is what I was talking about. Like, yeah, they are able to get like these type of really awkward scenarios in which they force their team to be, they get the correct reads, and then with the usage of utility, they hinder them down, be able to force them into just grouping up together, and then everybody just goes down right there. Laxi already claiming a double kill right there with the kill on Cooper. And Austin is very, very lit up. Has to move away from those wall bangable areas. Very, very cautious with the approach at this point. Simply taking it slow. If you look at the position within the map, they really want to go towards B. However, you already are starting to see the rotation from them to maybe make their way towards A. And Mythic knows this, which is why they're already going back towards that site. And if you divide it within like a 1-1-1 type of scenario, even though Austin is quite lit up, you still have Flom a little bit more positioned or inclined towards the B site in case he is to bite the dust there. However, it seems like it is going to be a full-on stack on A. You gotta be awfully careful. A little bit less than 30 seconds left on the clock tune. And simply taking things down to a halt is it gonna cost them? I mean, they can still barge their way inside, but the thing is, Truck Lover with the Deagle, if he's able to get at least 1 kill, I think that's definitely something that they can capitalize off of. Oh, and 2-0. Ooh, no, never mind. Yeah, that's a rough one.
Just because the AWP was there. Otherwise, I don't think that would have been the outcome. Especially given how lit 2 of those players are. You see N2O and Laxi barely hanging on to dear life, and Cameron at 100, he is the one to probably stay behind as the last line of defense if his teammates fall. But Laxi here is actually going to go forward. He does get the intel of where Flom is coming from. They're gonna go in and check for the donut as well, and unfortunately for Akimbo, they have all fallen to the wayside. Even Cameron with 100 HP, the headshot will do it. And the AWP is going to be carried over by Mythic too. This puts Mythic still alive and kicking, but eventually, I mean, it took a while for them to show signs of life again. Thing is, Dio, even with that long of a hiatus from winning a round, they're only 2 away from tying up the score, so it's still a very tight match. It's still a very close one. And Akimbo cannot quite claim victory. I think that in the last match, you know, the one that we did not commentate, the one between the Bad News Capybaras and Ravel, the problem was that the Bad News Capybaras were feeling like they had already won the match. They stopped playing creatively very early on, thinking that they had already taken it. And things got really doozy for them later on. And this seems to be happening to Akimbo. This is not over yet, buddy.
Still a couple of shots right there within the jungle. Ooh, they did not check the pit. Oh, that's terrible. That's awful. Flom able to get that double kill right there. Not only that, but secures his AWP for his teammate for the next round, if there is one right now, because it is N2O, the player that is left alive. He hasn't had the best apparitions apparently as of late. Then Flom with the triple kill, able to simply secure that round once more. Mythic closer and closer, able to get those double digits, man. This is looking very good for them. We saw that within the start of this map, they weren't feeling like the best off of it, and this is the half that I wanted to bring attention to, because Akimbo with that offensive prowess is looking amazing. They were the ones that claimed the advantage. They still have it. However, Mythic slowly but surely has been getting inching closer towards making Akimbo uncomfortable, and we saw it within the previous round whenever we saw just the utility flying everywhere right there in front of Ruins and slowly chipping away at that health with a couple of helps with the help of the players that were right there within the lamp room swinging from there. Even though we saw that Mythic has had a little bit of a rough patch within these last couple of rounds, Akimbo has been forced back. They're not as aggressive as they were within the first couple of rounds, not even within this half, like just the entirety of the map. And that's what's giving Mythic an opportunity to be able to keep on moving forward, because even though they're taking it super slow soon, they're still able to get those wins in a slow manner. But in the end, it doesn't matter how you get it, as long as you get it.
You definitely need to clutch it out. And, you know, Akimbo was technically in control of their own destiny for a while. They had the loadout to keep fighting and keep having the lead. But unfortunately, for them, Mythic has kind of started to get some reads going as well. And, well, you can see it here. They're about to force a showdown there on Cat. And unfortunately, I don't think that's going to go too well for Akimbo. N2O was far too wide open for him to expect nobody from Mythic to come along and fight the battle alongside Austin. And there you have it. One more kill as well as Cameron goes down. Cameron, the most consistent player across all three maps, but unfortunately, not quite enough for that to represent automatic victory for his team. And Akimbo still at a very big disadvantage now. Laxi is going to come across 2 or 3 players even. But there you go, that smoke is going to give him a little bit of time to work with, or at least it appears so. But there you go, Heisa getting the read on 2 players, gets the intel. They know about the players across the smoke, and only one remaining in Carl's. But yeah, nothing to do there, buddy. You're about to be overwhelmed by 5 players. A 5v1 clutch was near impossible. And deal, the impossible has happened. We are back to even. 11 to 11. Make a wish, everybody, because this is going to get crazy at the end of it.
Last time we saw this was within the 8-round mark, right? And that was Akimbo, the ones that had to come up from the ashes. And now it's Mythic. It's an inverse story at this point. Whoever wins this next round is going to secure at least overtime. And I definitely think that this is Akimbo betting every single one of their opportunities here on this one, because look at that, they don't even they went with the full buy, yes, and this is going to be a rough patch. Yep, that HE is going to hit very close, and not only that, but it's going to give Austin the opportunity to claim at least a little bit more terrain in order to stop them right here. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They cannot advance without
Uh-oh. It appears that we have lost Dio for a second there. Now, unfortunately, Mythic has also lost Vlam. Oh, there you go. You're back. You're back.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I was just saying, it's just the fact that they are looking very good within this, and Mythic just constantly pushing forward has conditioned them into a point where they do not want to keep on with the offense, because they're going to get punished like this. We see the kill on Cameron. Austin is looking very good. However, they've already lost a good amount of teammates towards it, and Kraus, even completely Flash, is able to get the kill.
Now there goes another Flash trying to overwhelm Mr. Austin, and Austin is forced to step back. He cannot go forward just yet. That will lead to the bomb being planted securely, but careful with that grenade, buddy. That's a ton of damage that you just took. Austin goes down. The fire won't do any good. They're just forcing them back from a bomb that has already been planted. Obi takes care of 2, and now the last remaining player on Mythic side is Truck Lover. Will he actually clutch it? I don't think so. 5 HP. This is looking almost like a lost cause with 4 players to 1. Truck Lover has nowhere to run. He can't really even reach a safe spot right now. They kind of know that he's got to be there in the back alley, so that's it. Akimbo is 1 round away from victory now, and if they secure it, they go to the playoffs. If they lose this, we are going to overtime.
Definitely a possibility, ladies and gentlemen, and it seems like Akimbo, within the grasp of a death, within the grasp of a loss, are able to claw out that win, and not only that, but claim a little bit of an advantage. Toon, I definitely think that there's one player that is going to be decisive, or one role here that is going to be decisive within this round. It's definitely going to be the Oppers, because if they're able to claim at least a kill early on, that is going to be very, very good for them. H is going to get very, very close to everybody right there. N2O, is he going to be able to get the shot? Yes, he is! This is what I was talking about. The operators are so, so important, especially whenever you're stuck right there in the middle of mid. Well, that HE hits once more. Cooper with the double kill. Cooper with the triple. Is he going to get a quadra? No! He's going to be taken down right there by Lexi. And that's the end of the kill streak right there. This is a 3v2 situation. Akimbo on their last legs here within this round. This could be overtime. Oh, Cameron has such a good opportunity in order to turn things within the favor of his team. If he's able to get the shot right here from the players. No, it seems like he took a little bit too long. And now it's all up to Laxi. Can he get the shot? Yes, he does. Things are tied up. Flom no longer within contention. If Cameron is able to get one kill and one kill only, this could be all she wrote. Austin is right smack in the middle of T lowered. Oh no, this is so rough.
Bro, I don't like the way that Truck Lover did not see Cameron moving. Laxi here. Oh man, they do find Austin! Goodness gracious, it's either the kill or go rush and plant the bomb. Truck Lover is the last person standing. The one with the lowest KD for Mythic. They're going to set up their smoke. And man, you don't have much time, buddy. It's time to start running. Time to start running now and fast. You've got the bomb now. I think it's a B-side push at this point. Truck Lover may be falling for the bait, probably thinking that they were going to plant on A side. It's going to be a B side plant. That's the smoke. That's the bomb plant successful. And Truck Lover is going to emerge from the backside. What's it going to take? Is it excavation or is it the ramp? It's excavation. And they're soon going to check for dark as well. Laxi emerges. Does he see him? He does. And that's the map, everybody. That's the qualification into the playoffs. Akimbo has made it. On the 24th round of play, with a 13-11 record, they defeated Mythic and are now the third team to make it into the next phase of Series number 4 in North America.
What a great map as well, because we saw so many seesaws. First, we saw Mythic go completely ballistic. They were able to claim 4, and then Akimbo tying things up. They went 1-1, 1-1, 1-1, and then we actually saw them tie up once again within the 8-8 rounds, and then we just saw a completely unbridled offense coming from both of these teams, and a stalwart defense coming from Mythic within the last half. And this is what I was talking about. This is why the T side was so important for Akimbo, because the fact that they were able to win on this round specifically really plays to the fact that these players are extremely offensive, and not only that, but they get very creative and imaginative with the ways that they tend to play. We saw Cameron lurking within the last round, and even that gave them the information that they were able to use later on within, like, okay, this area is completely clear, which means that they must be separated, right? And it all just fell on Laxi's ability to be able to get those kills, and then Cameron with the support whenever they reunited. It was just such an amazing round, the one that we saw, and really just kudos over here to Akimbo for making this such a nail-biter, but such a good match as well.
A great display of synergy, a great display of communication as well, and a great display of aiming as time went on, because reminder, the very early rounds of Nuke and everything were kind of a bit of a mess, but as time went on, again, they definitely fixed it. So yeah, good on Akimbo for eventually finding their strengths, and good on them for finding a very good balance too. If you recall on Nuke, it was Cameron that was really popping out for the team. Everybody else kind of stayed back on the killing department, but eventually they all found their mojo, including especially Krawls, who really showed up in this last map. Laxi did so on the second map too, on Mirage. So yeah, everybody getting their chance to shine. Shoutouts to Akimbo, deserved qualification into the playoffs, and again, a very curious one at that, because he only played 2 matches at the end of it, but they got the winning records when it mattered. And there you go, the third team invited into the playoffs alongside Might and Getting Info. Mythic has now joined the 2-2 record teams alongside Regain and the Bad News Capybaras. We will soon be seeing the remaining higher matches between In Control, Tsunami, and Ultra Iron and MCS to once again fight for qualification. And then at the end of it, we're going to see the final 2-2 scores fight it off. Aether and Kraken are probably still going to have to play each other. I'm going to check the website real soon, check Wikipedia for that. Probably having a 2-2 record, honestly, but it is what it is. And for now, Dio, the action is over. We're going to have to say goodbye.
Yes, so thank you guys very much for synchronizing once again. This is something that we really like to do, so if you have any feedback, please make sure you let us know about that. We're always very open for us to know a little bit more about what you think we could grow on upon this. And for the teams, I mean, congratulations to Akimbo that we're able to qualify towards the playoffs. And Mythic, you're not out quite yet. You still got that 2-2 record, and most definitely you can make it happen, especially with such skilled individuals within your team. For today, this is all for us, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys have an excellent night, an excellent start of your week, and we'll be seeing you soon with more Counter-Strike. Bye-bye.